I never wanted this house. The last thing I needed was a 100-year-old Victorian in the middle of nowhere, even if it was free. But here I was, 3 months after Grandma Rose's funeral, moving boxes into her old place because my apartment's rent had doubled and I couldn't afford anything else in the city. The first week went fine. I got my home office set up in what used to be the sitting room, arranged my bedroom in Grandma's old sewing room on the second floor, and started settling into a routine. The house creaked and groaned like any old building, but I got used to it. The rural silence actually helped me focus on my programming work. Then things started happening. Small things at first. On a Tuesday morning in July, I came downstairs and found the kitchen window wide open. I stood there for a full minute, coffee cup in hand, staring at the white curtains moving in the breeze. I specifically remembered closing and locking that window the night before because I'd seen a raccoon in the backyard. I checked the lock. It worked perfectly. No signs of forced entry. I closed it, locked it, and double-checked it. Told myself I must have been mistaken about locking it the previous night. But I knew I wasn't. 3 days later, it happened again. This time with the back door. I'd installed a new deadbolt my first week here. No way I'd forgotten to lock it. But at 3 a.m. I heard it click open. By the time I got downstairs, heart pounding, the door was standing open 2 inches. The summer night air pushed in heavy and warm. Nobody there, just darkness and the sound of crickets. I started keeping a journal of these incidents. Not because I believed in ghosts, I didn't, but because I needed to convince myself I wasn't going crazy. Within 2 weeks, I had a list of 12 unexplainable events. Kitchen window found open, 3 times. Back door unlocked, 2 times. Front door deadbolt unlocked, 1 time. Attic door open when I'd left it closed, 2 times. Strange scratching sounds from the attic, ongoing cold spots in the upstairs hallway, 4 instances. Items moved, coffee mug, laptop, keys, various occasions. The cold spots bothered me the most. It was the middle of summer, hitting 95 degrees most days, but walking past Grandma's old bedroom always felt like stepping into a freezer. The air conditioning wasn't even that good. The rest of the house stayed warm and sticky. I called an HVAC guy to check it out. He found nothing wrong with the system. No unusual drafts, no leaks in the ductwork. He suggested it might be poor insulation, but that wouldn't explain why it only happened in that one spot. The scratching in the attic started about a month after I moved in. At first, I assumed it was squirrels or raccoons. I set traps, but caught nothing. I sealed every possible entry point I could find, but the sounds continued. They always started around sunset and lasted until dawn. A constant slow scraping like something dragging itself across the wooden floor up there. I went up to investigate dozens of times. The attic was empty except for some old furniture covered in sheets and boxes of Grandma's things I hadn't gone through yet. The scratching always stopped the moment I opened the attic door. As soon as I left, it would start again. Then came the footsteps. The first time I heard them, I was in bed reading at 11:30 p.m. Slow, deliberate steps in the hallway outside my room. The floorboards creaked in a steady rhythm. Step, creak, step, creak. Getting closer to my door. I sat frozen, book forgotten in my hands, listening. The steps stopped right outside my room. I could see the shadow of feet blocking the light under the door. Nothing happened for 5 long minutes. Just silence and that shadow. Finally, I got up. My hands shook as I reached for the doorknob. I yanked it open. The hallway was empty. The shadow was gone. But the air felt thick and cold, like breathing in ice. I didn't sleep that night, or the next when it happened again. Same time, same slow footsteps, same shadow under the door. This time I didn't open it. The incidents escalated from there. Books fell off shelves when I walked past. Doors slammed shut on their own. One morning I came downstairs to find every cabinet in the kitchen standing open. The next day, all the photos of Grandma Rose were turned face down. I started avoiding certain parts of the house. The attic was completely off limits now. I kept the door to Grandma's old bedroom closed and locked, but the activity followed me. The cold spots spread to other areas. The footsteps started appearing at random times, day and night. I researched the house's history. Grandma Rose and Grandpa had bought it in 1962. Before that, it belonged to the Morrison family for 3 generations. No recorded deaths, besides expected ones from old age. No tragic accidents or crimes. Nothing that would explain what was happening. I called my cousin Sarah, who'd spent summers here as a kid. "Did you ever notice anything strange about Grandma's house?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Strange how?" "Like unexplainable things. Cold spots, weird noises, that kind of thing." A long pause. "You're hearing the footsteps, aren't you?" My stomach dropped. "You knew about them?" "We all did. None of us kids would sleep in the upstairs bedrooms. Grandma said it was just the house settling, but..." She trailed off. "But what? Did she ever tell you about her sister? Great Aunt Margaret?" "No. I didn't know she had a sister." "That's because they never talked about her. She died in that house in 1965, found at the bottom of the attic stairs with a broken neck. They said she fell, but what? Grandma was the only other person home that day. They'd been fighting about selling the house. Margaret wanted to, Grandma refused. After that, Grandma never went in the attic again. Said she was too old for stairs, but we all knew better." I hung up shortly after, my mind racing. I spent the rest of the day going through Grandma's old papers in the basement. Finally, in a box of yellowed photos, I found it. A newspaper clipping from 1965. "Local woman dies in home accident. Margaret Walsh, 54, was pronounced dead at the scene after an apparent fall down attic stairs. Her sister, Rose Walsh, discovered the body. That night the footsteps came again, but this time they started in the attic. I lay in bed listening as they crossed the attic floor, slow and deliberate. Then down the attic stairs, step by step, along the hallway, stopping outside my door. The shadow appeared under the door again, but this time I saw something else. Water seeping under the door. Not much, just a few drops. I knelt down to look closer. Not water. Blood. I scrambled back, heart hammering. The doorknob started to turn. I ran. Down the hall, down the stairs, out the front door into the warm summer night. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I slept in a motel that night. And the next. But I knew I had to go back. All my things were there, and I couldn't afford to live anywhere else. When I returned 2 days later, the house was silent. No footsteps, no scratching, no cold spots. Everything looked normal. But taped to the refrigerator was a yellowed piece of paper I'd never seen before. A letter written in shaky handwriting. "Dearest Rose, I know what you did. I know it wasn't an accident. You pushed me because I threatened to expose your secret. The real reason you wanted this house so badly. What's buried in the basement that you don't want anyone to find? I'll make sure the truth comes out, one way or another. Your loving sister, Margaret." I stood there reading it over and over, my coffee getting cold in my hand. Then I noticed something else. The basement door was open. Just a crack, but enough to let out a thin stream of cold air. I'm writing this now from my car, parked outside a hardware store. I just bought a sledgehammer and some work lights. I need to know what's in that basement. Under the old concrete floor that Grandma had poured the year after Margaret died. The floor that, according to the county records, was never in the original house plans. I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm starting to believe in secrets, and guilt, and justice. The sun is setting. Soon it'll be dark. But I'm going back in there. I have to know the truth, even if the footsteps are waiting for me. Even if they lead me to something I wish I'd never found. Because some secrets don't stay buried forever. Sometimes they crawl their way out, scratch by scratch, step by step, until someone finally listens. I think I hear them now, even from out here in my car. The scratching, the footsteps. They're getting louder. They're waiting for me. And I'm going in. I wasn't going to write this down, but I need to get it out of my head. Maybe someone will believe me, maybe someone else has seen it too. I don't know anymore what's real and what isn't, but I know what I saw and I know what Max saw too. Dogs don't lie. They don't imagine things. They just react to what's there. It started 3 months ago. I'd been pulling extra shifts at the warehouse, trying to save up for a down payment on a house. 60-hour weeks, sometimes more. The overtime was good money, but it was wearing me down. That's what I told myself when the dreams began. Just stress. Just my brain trying to process the exhaustion. The first time I saw it, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. The red numbers on my alarm clock burned that time into my memory. There was something standing at the foot of my bed. A dark shape, about 6 feet tall, completely black. Not like shadow black, but like a hole in the air. I couldn't move. My throat closed up. I lay there frozen, staring at it for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I switched on my bedside lamp. The room looked normal. My dirty laundry was still piled in the corner. The door was still closed. Max, my German shepherd, was sleeping peacefully in his bed by the window. Nothing was out of place. Just a dream, I said out loud. My voice sounded weird in the quiet room. Just stress. I got up, drank some water, took a piss, and went back to bed. But I left the light on. The next night, same thing. 3:17 a.m. The shape was there again, this time a little closer to the bed. I could see it better, or maybe see isn't the right word. It was like my eyes couldn't quite focus on it, like trying to look at a black hole if black holes could stand in your bedroom and watch you sleep. This went on for weeks. Always 3:17 a.m. Always the same shape, getting closer each time. I started sleeping with all the lights on. I bought a nightlight, then another one until my bedroom looked like a Christmas display. It didn't matter. The shape still came. I told myself it wasn't real. I got a physical, thinking maybe there was something wrong with my brain. The doctor found nothing. Blood pressure normal. Blood sugar normal. No signs of any neurological issues. He gave me a prescription for sleeping pills and told me to cut back on caffeine. The pills didn't help. If anything, they made it worse. When you're groggy from sleep medication, it's harder to convince yourself you're just seeing things. Then Max started acting weird. It was a Tuesday night. I remember because I'd been watching that stupid reality show where people bake cakes that look like other things. I was dozing off on the couch when Max suddenly sat up, ears forward, staring at the corner of the living room. His hackles rose. A low growl started in his throat. I looked where he was looking. Nothing there. Just the corner where I keep my workout equipment that I never use. "What is it, buddy?" I asked him. He kept growling. I checked my phone. 3:17 a.m. My stomach dropped. Max had never reacted to my dreams before. He'd always slept through them. But now he was growling at nothing, at exactly the same time I usually saw the shape. I got up and turned on every light in the apartment. Max followed me, staying close to my legs. His growl hadn't stopped. I checked every corner, every closet, behind every door. Nothing was different. Nothing was there. But Max wouldn't stop growling at that corner. The next night I decided to test something. I usually went to bed around 11 p.m., but this time I stayed up. Max and I sat on the couch watching bad TV. At 3:16 a.m., he suddenly went rigid. His ears perked up, and he stared at the same corner. The growl started again, low and threatening. I watched the seconds tick by on my phone. 3:17 a.m. The shape appeared in the corner, right where Max was looking. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't in bed. I was wide awake, sitting on my couch, and my dog and I were both seeing the same thing. Max's growl got louder. The shape didn't move. It just stood there, darker than the darkness around it, like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality. I couldn't move. My whole body felt cold. Max pressed against my leg, still growling, his body trembling. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't work. I wanted to scream, but my throat was frozen. We sat there, Max and I, staring at the shape for exactly 1 minute. Then it vanished, just blinked out of existence like someone had flipped a switch. Max stopped growling. He whined and jumped up on the couch, pressing himself against me. His whole body was shaking. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next night. I drank energy drinks and coffee, trying to stay awake. It didn't matter. Every night at 3:17 a.m., whether I was awake or asleep, the shape appeared. And every night Max saw it too. I started documenting everything. I set up my phone to record the corner where the shape appeared. The video showed nothing, just an empty corner. But you could hear Max growling, see him reacting to something that didn't show up on camera. I tried talking to it once. Stood right in front of the corner at 3:16 a.m. waiting. Max was behind me growling. When the shape appeared, I forced words out of my throat. "What do you want?" No response. It just stood there, that void black shape, not moving, not making a sound. "Why are you here?" "Nothing. Get out of my house." The shape didn't react. After a minute, it disappeared like it always did. I started sleeping at friends' houses, but it didn't help. The shape found me wherever I went. 3:17 a.m., every night it would appear in whatever room I was in. My friends thought I was losing it. They couldn't see it, but they could see Max's reaction. They watched him growl at empty corners, watched him shake and whine. "Maybe you should see someone," my best friend Tom suggested after I'd crashed on his couch for the third night in a row. Like, professionally. I did. The therapist listened to my story and prescribed anti-anxiety medication. I took it. The shape still came. I moved apartments, didn't help. Changed jobs, thinking maybe it was work stress. The shape followed me. Last week something changed. I was sitting on my new couch in my new apartment, watching Max stare at the corner where I knew the shape would appear. 3:17 a.m. came. The shape appeared, but this time it moved. It took a step toward us. Max's growl turned into a snarl. He backed up, pushing against my legs so hard I almost fell over. The shape took another step. I could see it better now. It wasn't just person-shaped anymore, it had features. Or rather, it had spaces where features should be. Darker patches in the blackness, arranged like eyes and a mouth. My chest felt tight. I couldn't breathe. Max was barking now, deep, terrified barks that I'd never heard from him before. The shape kept coming, step by step, moving closer. Its movement was wrong, not like walking, more like sliding. Like someone had taken a cutout of darkness and was dragging it across the room. I ran, grabbed my keys, grabbed Max's leash, and ran out of the apartment. We spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot. But I know it doesn't matter where I go. It's 3:16 a.m. now as I'm writing this. Max is in the passenger seat staring at the rearview mirror, growling. I'm parked under a bright security light, but I know that won't help. I can see the shape forming in the back seat. It's 3:17 a.m. It's reaching for me. Max is barking. I should run, but what's the point? It's just going to keep finding me. Keep coming closer. Keep reaching. Maybe someone will find this. Maybe someone else has seen it too. Maybe someone knows what it wants. If you're reading this and you wake up at 3:17 a.m. and see a shape standing in your room, don't tell yourself it's just stress. Don't tell yourself it's not real. Run. And if you have a dog, watch their reaction. They see it too. They've always seen it. It's getting closer now. The darkness is spreading across the front seat. Max is going crazy, barking and scratching at the window. I can feel it reaching for my shoulder. The cold is spreading through my body. I can't move. I can't breathe. This is the last thing I'm going to write. I don't know what happens next. Just remember, 3:17 a.m., they see it too. The scratching of my fork against the empty plate echoed through the kitchen at 2 a.m. I hadn't eaten since lunch and my stomach wouldn't let me sleep. My wife Sarah was away at her sister's for the weekend, and I'd fallen into my old bachelor habits of irregular meals and staying up late watching TV. The house felt different at night. The familiar rooms took on strange shapes in the darkness, lit only by the dim glow of the microwave clock and the street lamp filtering through the kitchen window. The silence pressed in, broken only by the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors settling. I stood at the counter, making a sandwich with the last of the turkey from the deli drawer. Mayo, mustard, lettuce, tomato, building it mechanically while my tired brain wandered. The bread knife scraped against the cutting board as I sliced it diagonally. Force of habit. Sarah always insisted sandwiches taste better cut that way. That's when I heard it. The first step. A distinct creak from the staircase that led to our second floor. I froze, sandwich halfway to my mouth. Another creak followed, then another. Slow, deliberate steps descending the stairs. "Max?" I called out, assuming it was our golden retriever coming down for a midnight snack of his own. Max always seemed to know when someone was in the kitchen, no matter the hour. The footsteps continued. Fourth step from the top. Fifth step. Sixth. A cold, wet nose pressed against my bare calf, making me jump. I looked down to find Max sitting next to me, tail wagging, eyes fixed on my sandwich. He'd come in through the dog door in the kitchen. I could still feel the cool night air drifting in from the flap. The footsteps stopped, halfway down the stairs. My heart began to pound against my ribs. The sandwich fell from my nerveless fingers onto the counter. Max's ears perked up, his head turning toward the hallway that led to the staircase. A low growl rumbled in his throat. I stood perfectly still, barely breathing. The silence stretched out, broken only by the steady ticking of the kitchen clock. 10 seconds. 20. 30. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and thin in the darkness. No response. Max's growl grew louder. The hair along his spine stood up and his tail went rigid. I'd never seen him act like this before. He was usually the friendliest dog imaginable, approaching strangers with endless enthusiasm. I reached for my phone on the counter, cursing silently when I realized I'd left it charging upstairs in the bedroom. The landline was in the living room, on the other side of that hallway. The kitchen knife block sat on the counter about 3 feet away. Moving as quietly as possible, I edged toward the knives. The floorboard under my foot creaked impossibly loud in the silence. I froze again, listening. Nothing from the stairs. My fingers closed around the handle of the biggest chef's knife. The weight of it felt reassuring in my hand, though I had no idea what I'd actually do with it if confronted by an intruder. "I'm armed," I announced, trying to make my voice sound strong and confident. "I've called the police. They're on their way." The lie hung in the air, still no response from the stairs. Max hadn't moved from his spot by the counter, still growling steadily. His eyes remained fixed on the hallway entrance. I reached down with my free hand and gripped his collar, drawing comfort from his solid presence. I had to look, had to know what was out there. The hallway light switch was just inside the entrance, about 5 feet away from where I stood. 5 feet might as well have been 5 miles. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, knife held out in front of me. Max moved with me, staying close to my leg. 4 feet to the switch. 3 feet. 2. A board creaked overhead, not from the stairs, but from the second floor hallway, as if something had stepped off the stairs and was now moving above us. My fingers found the switch and flipped it up. Light flooded the hallway, harsh and sudden. I squinted against the glare, eyes fixed on the stairs. Empty. The wooden steps stretched up into darkness, past where the hallway light reached. The runner carpet that Sarah had insisted on installing lay undisturbed, its pattern of burgundy flowers climbing into the shadows. Max's growl changed pitch, becoming higher, more urgent. He pulled against my grip on his collar, trying to back away from the hallway. Another creak from above, closer to the top of the stairs now. I could hear something moving across the floor of the spare bedroom, the one we'd been planning to turn into a nursery, before we found out Sarah couldn't have children. My phone was up there. So was the baseball bat I kept under the bed. But there was no way I was going up those stairs. I backed away slowly, pulling Max with me. We reached the kitchen, and I fumbled behind me for the car keys I'd left on the counter. My fingers knocked against them, sending them clattering to the floor. The sound echoed through the house, The footsteps above stopped. I snatched up the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. Max whined, pressing against my legs. The steps started again, faster now, moving toward the stairs. I didn't wait to hear more. Still gripping Max's collar, I yanked open the back door and we burst out into the night. The motion sensor light clicked on, illuminating the backyard in harsh white light. We ran to my car, parked in the driveway. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them twice before managing to unlock the door. Max jumped into the passenger seat and I threw myself behind the wheel, stabbing the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse and peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing against the asphalt. In the rearview mirror, I could see the house growing smaller, all its windows dark except for the kitchen and hallway lights I'd left on. Something moved past one of the upstairs windows. Just a shadow, there and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure I'd really seen it. I drove aimlessly through the empty streets, hands clenched on the steering wheel, heart still racing. Max had settled down in the passenger seat, but his ears remained alert, swiveling at every sound. After about 20 minutes, I pulled into the parking lot of the 24-hour Walmart on the edge of town. The lot was nearly empty, just a few cars scattered across the vast expanse of asphalt. The fluorescent lights cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. I pulled out my old flip phone from the glove compartment, the emergency phone I kept charged for breakdowns. My hands had stopped shaking enough to dial Sarah's number. It rang 4 times before she answered, her voice thick with sleep. "Hello?" "Sarah, thank God." The relief at hearing her voice made me sag against the seat. "John?" "What's wrong?" "It's..." A pause. "It's almost 3 in the morning. I need you to come home. Now." "What? Why? What happened?" I tried to find words to explain what had happened, how to make it sound real, and not like the product of an overactive imagination or too many late-night horror movies. "Someone's in the house," I said finally. "Or something. I don't know. But I heard footsteps on the stairs and Max was with me the whole time and..." "Slow down," she said. I could hear her sitting up, covers rustling. "Start from the beginning." So I told her everything, trying to stick to the facts, to what I'd actually seen and heard. It sounded crazy, even to my own ears. "Did you call the police?" she asked when I finished. "Not yet. I just needed to hear your voice first, to know you were okay." "Call them right now," she said. "I'm getting dressed. I'll be home in an hour." "No, wait until morning. Please. Whatever's in there. John." Her voice was firm. "Call the police, wait for them in the parking lot. I'm coming home." She hung up before I could argue further. I stared at the phone for a long moment, then dialed 911. The dispatcher took my information calmly, promised to send officers to check the house, asked if I wanted to meet them there. I said yes, though everything in me screamed to drive in the opposite direction. 20 minutes later, I pulled up to our house again, parking across the street. 2 police cruisers sat in the driveway, their lights off. 4 officers stood on the front lawn talking in low voices. I got out of the car, leaving Max inside. One of the officers approached me, Officer Chen, according to her nameplate. "Mr. Thompson?" she asked. I nodded. "We've done a complete sweep of the house. All doors and windows are secure. No signs of forced entry. No one inside." "Did you check the attic?" I asked. "The crawl spaces?" "Everywhere," she assured me. "The house is clear." I looked up at the dark windows of our home. "You're sure?" "Positive. We found some open windows upstairs, probably the source of the noises you heard. Wind can do strange things in old houses." I wanted to argue, to tell her about Max's reaction, about the deliberate sound of those footsteps. But I knew how it would sound. "Thank you," I said instead. "Sorry to waste your time." "No waste," Officer Chen said. "Better safe than sorry. Do you want one of us to stay while you go back in?" I shook my head. "No, I'll wait for my wife. She's on her way." The officers left shortly after, their cruisers pulling away into the night. I sat in my car with Max, watching the house. Sarah arrived 45 minutes later, parking her car behind mine. She got out and came to my window, her face tight with concern. "The police found nothing," I told her before she could ask. "Said it was just the wind." She looked at the house, then back at me. "Come on," she said. "Let's go in together." I followed her up the front walk, Max padding between us. Sarah unlocked the door and stepped inside, flipping on lights as she went. I trailed behind her as she moved through the house, checking every room, every closet, every corner. Everything was exactly as it should be. No signs of disturbance, no evidence that anything unusual had happened. We ended up in the kitchen. My half-eaten sandwich still sat on the counter where I dropped it. Sarah picked up the chef's knife I'd abandoned and put it back in the knife block. "Well," she said, trying to smile, "at least you didn't burn the house down trying to make a midnight snack." I couldn't match her attempt at lightness. "I know what I heard, Sarah." She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you heard something, but look. Nothing's missing, nothing's damaged. Maybe it was just the house settling. Or maybe..." She trailed off, but I knew what she wasn't saying. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the stress of work, of our failed attempts at having a child, of everything else had finally gotten to me. "Maybe," I said, not believing it for a second. We went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake, listening to Sarah's steady breathing beside me, to Max's occasional snuffling from his bed in the corner, listening for footsteps that didn't come. The next day I installed security cameras throughout the house, in the hallways, pointing at the stairs, covering every entrance and exit. Sarah didn't object, though I caught her exchanging worried looks with her sister when she came to pick up some clothes she'd left behind. That was 3 weeks ago. The cameras haven't picked up anything unusual. No more footsteps in the night, no unexplained noises, everything normal. But sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I'll catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow passing just out of sight. And sometimes late at night, I'll wake up to the sound of Max growling softly in his sleep. I lie there in the darkness, listening to the house creak and settle around us, and I wonder about those footsteps on the stairs. Wonder what would have happened if I'd gone up to investigate instead of running. Wonder what was waiting in the darkness at the top of those stairs. And sometimes in the space between sleeping and waking, I think I hear them again. Slow, deliberate steps descending the stairs. But I keep my eyes closed and pull the covers tighter, because I know now, some questions are better left unanswered. The security cameras keep watching, their red lights blinking steadily through the night. Sarah says I should take them down, that they're not necessary anymore. That whatever I heard that night was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I leave them up, because I know what I heard, and because sometimes, when I review the footage late at night while Sarah's sleeping, I see something. Just for a frame or two, too quick to be sure. A shadow where there shouldn't be one. A movement that doesn't quite match the wind. A figure that's almost, but not quite human. And I wait, knowing that sooner or later, those footsteps will come again. And next time I'll have proof. But part of me hopes they never do. Because deep down I'm afraid of what the cameras might show. Afraid that some mysteries should remain unsolved. Afraid that knowing the truth might be worse than wondering. So I keep the cameras running and I avoid the stairs at night, and I pretend not to notice when Max stares into empty corners, hackles raised, watching something I can't see. And every night before I go to bed I check all the doors and windows, even though I know it won't make a difference. Because whatever came down those stairs that night didn't need doors or windows. It was already inside. I never should have opened that dusty box in Marco's attic. 3 weeks later, I still wake up at 3 a.m., my sheets soaked with sweat, their voices echoing in my head. But I need to write this down. Maybe someone else will find this story and know better than to make the same mistake I did. It started when Marco got that job offer in Singapore. He'd been my best friend since college, and suddenly he had 2 weeks to pack up his entire life and move across the world. Of course, I offered to help clean out his house. That's what friends do, right? The attic was the worst part. 20 years of accumulated stuff crammed into a space barely tall enough to stand in. The August heat made it feel like an oven, and dust coated everything. I'd been up there for hours sorting through old magazines and college textbooks when I found the game box shoved behind a stack of cardboard moving boxes. It didn't look like anything special, just a plain wooden box about the size of a pizza box with no label or brand name. The wood felt smooth under my fingers, worn from handling. When I opened it, I found a hand-drawn game board inside, along with 6 carved wooden playing pieces and 3 dice. The board showed a spiral path leading to the center, kind of like Candyland, but darker. Each space had different symbols drawn on it. Some I recognized, like moons and stars, others I'd never seen before. The wooden pieces were carved to look like different animals: a rabbit, a fox, an owl, a deer, a wolf, and what might have been a crow. I took a picture and texted Marco. "Found this in your attic. Looks homemade. Want me to pack it?" He replied almost immediately. "Never seen it before. Previous owners must have left it. You can throw it out." But something about the game intrigued me. The craftsmanship was incredible. Each animal piece had tiny detailed features carved into the wood, and the board's artwork, while simple, had this magnetic quality to it. Instead of throwing it away, I took it home. That weekend, I invited some friends over for drinks and board games. After a few rounds of Cards Against Humanity, I brought out the mystery game. "Check this out," I said, setting it on the coffee table. Found it cleaning out Marco's attic. Sarah picked up the fox piece, turning it over in her hands. "This is gorgeous, but how do you play?" We found a folded paper inside with basic rules. Roll the dice, move your piece along the spiral, and follow the instructions on whatever space you land on. First one to reach the center wins. Simple enough. "Let's try it," Tom said, grabbing the wolf piece. "Better than another round of cards." Sarah chose the fox, Lisa took the owl, and I picked the rabbit. We rolled to see who'd go first. The first few turns were uneventful. The spaces had instructions like move back 2 spaces, or roll again. But as we got closer to the middle, things got weird. Lisa landed on a space with a crescent moon and suddenly couldn't speak for 3 turns. Not because of the rules, but because she physically couldn't make her voice work. She wrote on her phone that it felt like her throat was frozen. Tom landed on a star symbol and started shivering uncontrollably, even though my apartment was warm. When Sarah's piece hit a space with some kind of twisted symbol I didn't recognize, all the lights in my apartment flickered. "Maybe we should stop," Lisa said when she could finally talk again. Her voice was hoarse. "Come on, we're almost finished," Tom said, but I could see his hands shaking as he reached for the dice. That's when the power went out completely. In the darkness, I heard something that sounded like whispers coming from the game board. When I pulled out my phone for light, the board looked different. The spiral path seemed to be moving, twisting like a living thing. "Nope, we're done," I said, slamming the box shut. Nobody argued. That night I had the first dream. I was walking through a dark forest, but the trees weren't made of wood. They were made of that same smooth material as the game box. The path under my feet twisted in a spiral. And there were voices, so many voices, all calling my name. "David," they whispered. "David, you have to listen. The game isn't finished." A figure stepped out from behind one of the trees. It looked human, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with fingers that were too long. Its face was hidden in shadow. "You must never finish the game, David," it said. "No matter what happens, no matter who asks you to play again, you must never reach the center." I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:33 a.m. The next day, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare brought on by too much beer and a creepy game. But when I walked into my living room, the game box had moved from the shelf where I'd put it to the middle of my coffee table. I shoved it into the back of my closet and went to work. That evening, it was back on the coffee table. Sarah called around noon. "Hey, did you have any weird dreams last night?" My stomach dropped. "Why?" "I was in this forest, and there were these things that looked like people but weren't, and they kept saying my name. And telling you not to finish the game? Silence on the other end. Then, we need to talk. In person. We met at a coffee shop downtown. Tom and Lisa were already there. None of them had slept well. They'd all had the same dream. It's just a game, Tom said, but his voice cracked. Just a weird coincidence. Then why do I keep finding it on my coffee table every time I try to put it away? I asked. Lisa wrapped her hands around her coffee cup like she was trying to absorb its warmth. I tried to take a picture of it this morning to show my sister. The picture wouldn't save. Keep getting an error message. We should destroy it, Sarah said. How? Tom asked. Burn it? I shook my head. I tried cutting up the board yesterday. The knife wouldn't even scratch it. That night, I had the dream again. This time, the figure showed me something, a glimpse of what would happen if someone ever finished the game. I woke up screaming. The next week was a blur of sleepless nights and increasingly desperate attempts to get rid of the game. I threw it in a dumpster. It showed up in my bathtub. I buried it in the park, found it under my bed. I even drove 2 hours to throw it off a cliff into the ocean. Walked into my apartment to find it sitting on my kitchen counter, completely dry. The dreams got worse. More figures joined the first one, their voices overlapping as they showed me more visions of what was at stake. I saw cities crumbling, reality tearing apart like wet paper, things crawling through the gaps from somewhere else. They showed me the center of the spiral, showed me what was waiting there, desperate to be released. The game wants to be finished, one of the figures told me. It hungers for completion, but it must never be allowed to end. My friends weren't doing any better. Lisa moved in with her sister after she started seeing shadows moving in her apartment. Tom quit his job because he couldn't stop hearing whispers at his desk. Sarah stopped sleeping entirely, surviving on coffee and energy drinks. We tried researching the game's origins. I went back to Marco's old house, now occupied by a young couple, and asked about the previous owners. Dead end. I spent hours online looking for similar games or symbols like the ones on the board. Nothing. Finally, I called Marco in Singapore. Are you sure you never saw this game before? I asked. Never heard anything about it? Long pause on the other end. Then, I didn't want to say anything because I thought I was crazy. The night before I found that job listing, I had this dream about a game. In the dream, someone told me I had to leave, had to get far away from that house. The next morning, the Singapore offer appeared in my inbox. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? He had a point. 2 weeks after we first played, Tom disappeared, just vanished from his apartment, leaving his phone, wallet, and keys behind. The only thing missing was his car. The police found it 3 days later, parked at a rest stop 2 states away. No sign of Tom. The night he disappeared, I had a different dream. I saw Tom in the forest, but he wasn't alone. The figures surrounded him, their 2 long fingers reaching for him. He was holding the game box. I can finish it, he was saying. I can end this for all of us. You must not, the figures screamed in unison. Then everything went dark. Sarah was the next to crack. She showed up at my apartment at midnight, her eyes wild, holding the wolf piece from the game. I figured it out, she said, pushing past me into the living room. We have to finish it. That's the only way to make it stop. Sarah, no. I grabbed her arm. You've seen what they showed us. You know what happens if someone wins. But what if they're lying? She pulled away from me. What if finishing the game fixes everything? Makes it all go back to normal? You don't believe that. She started crying. I can't keep doing this, David. I can't keep having these dreams. I can't keep seeing them everywhere I go. I just want it to stop. I held her while she cried, and eventually she fell asleep on my couch. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. So was the game. I found her in the park where we used to have lunch together. She had the board set up on a picnic table, all the pieces arranged at the start. The wolf piece was already several spaces ahead. Sarah, please, I said, approaching slowly. Remember what they showed us. Remember what comes through if someone reaches the center. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Her voice was eerily calm. Maybe this world needs to end. Maybe that's why the game exists. I lunged for the board, but some invisible force held me back. I could only watch as she rolled the dice again and again, moving the wolf piece closer to the center. The sky darkened. The air grew thick and heavy. I heard those whispers again, but this time they weren't coming from the board. They were coming from everywhere, from the trees and the grass and the earth itself. Sarah was 2 spaces from the center when Lisa appeared, running across the park. She tackled Sarah off the bench just as she was reaching for the dice. The board went flying, pieces scattering across the grass. The whispers turned to screams. The darkness pressed in around us. For a moment, I saw something reaching through a tear in the air above the picnic table. Something with too many limbs and too many eyes and too many mouths. Then Lisa threw something. Tom's car keys, which she'd found in her mailbox that morning. They hit the board just as the thing was pushing through, and everything exploded in a flash of light. When my vision cleared, the board was gone. So were the pieces, the dice, everything. Even the box I'd left at my apartment disappeared. Sarah was unconscious, but breathing. When she woke up in the hospital the next day, she didn't remember anything after our first game night. Tom showed up on his sister's doorstep in Colorado a week later, with no memory of how he got there. Lisa's shadows went away. The dreams stopped. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear whispers. Sometimes I see movement out of the corner of my eye, catch glimpses of 2 tall figures with 2 long fingers. Sometimes I wonder if the game is really gone, or if it's out there somewhere, waiting for someone else to find it in another dusty attic or forgotten closet. And sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd finished it. What was really waiting at the center of that spiral? Were the figures trying to protect us or themselves? Was Sarah right? Does this world need to end? I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that if you ever find a plain wooden box with no label, containing a hand-drawn spiral board and wooden playing pieces carved like animals, don't open it. Don't play it. Don't even touch it. Because the game wants to be finished, and maybe somewhere out there someone will finish it. I just pray I'm not around when they do. When the lawyer called about my great-grandfather's inheritance, I expected maybe some old furniture or worthless keepsakes. What I got instead were 12 oil paintings that changed my life. They arrived on a Tuesday morning in October, each wrapped carefully in brown paper and bubble wrap. The delivery guy wouldn't even step inside my house to help move them. He just dumped them in my garage and left quickly, wiping his hands on his pants like he'd touched something dirty. I spent that afternoon hanging them throughout the house. Sarah, my wife, helped at first, but after the 3rd painting, she complained of a headache and went to lie down. The paintings weren't anything special, just landscapes and portraits from what looked like the late 1800s. Dark colors, heavy frames, the kind of stuff you'd find in any antique shop. But they were free, and they filled the empty walls of our new house. The first night I woke up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway past the largest painting, a portrait of a woman in a black dress, I heard something that made me stop cold. A whisper, just at the edge of hearing, like someone letting out a slow breath. I turned around, but there was nothing there except the painting, the woman's eyes seeming to follow me in the darkness. Just the house settling, I told myself, hurrying back to bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been standing right behind me. The next morning, Sarah's headache hadn't improved. It's like a vice grip around my temples, she said, popping 2 more aspirin. Maybe I'm coming down with something. She called in sick to work and spent the day in our bedroom with the curtains drawn. I noticed something else that morning. Our cat Oscar usually roamed the whole house, but now he wouldn't go near any room with the paintings. He'd stop at the doorway, fur bristling, and then turn around and walk away. When I tried to carry him into the living room, he scratched my arm and ran upstairs. That night, the whispers came again. I was working late in my home office when I heard them. Multiple voices this time, speaking in words I couldn't quite make out. They seemed to be coming from the painting above my desk, a dark forest scene with a barely visible path winding through the trees. I got up and examined it closely, pressing my ear against the canvas. The whisper stopped immediately, but the air felt colder, like someone had opened a window. I started researching my great-grandfather, Thomas Wheeler. He died in 1943, long before I was born, and the family rarely talked about him. Online records showed he'd been an art dealer in Boston, specializing in European imports. Nothing unusual there. But then I found an old newspaper article from 1942. Local art dealer under investigation after client deaths. The article was brief, mentioning 3 separate incidents where people who'd bought paintings from him had died under mysterious circumstances. The investigation was dropped after Wheeler himself died of a stroke the following year. Sarah's headaches got worse. She couldn't work, couldn't eat, could barely get out of bed. The doctors found nothing wrong. No tumor, no infection, nothing. They prescribed migraine medication, but it didn't help. I started to notice dark circles under her eyes, and her skin took on a grayish tinge. "It's the paintings," she said one morning, her voice barely a whisper. "They're watching us, James. I can feel them watching us all the time." I wanted to dismiss it as the pain making her paranoid, but I couldn't, because I'd started seeing things too. Movement in the paintings when I walked past them. Figures shifting positions between one glance and the next. The woman in the black dress was the worst. Sometimes her head would be turned slightly different, or her hands would be in new positions. Once I swore I saw her smile. The whispers grew louder, more frequent. They came at all hours now, not just at night. Sometimes they spoke in English. Fragments of conversations, bits of laughter, occasional screams. Other times it was in languages I didn't recognize. Guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. I tried to take the paintings down. The first one, a seascape with dark waves and a distant lighthouse, wouldn't budge. The nail hadn't moved, but it felt like the painting itself was stuck to the wall. When I pulled harder, my hands started burning like I'd grabbed a hot stove. Red welts appeared on my palms, shaped like fingerprints. That night I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that stopped outside our bedroom door. Sarah heard them too. She grabbed my arm so tight it left bruises. We lay there in the dark, barely breathing as the doorknob slowly turned. The door creaked open, but there was nobody there. Just darkness, and the sound of breathing that wasn't ours. I called the lawyer the next morning, demanding information about the painting's history. He was reluctant to talk at first, but finally admitted that they'd been in storage since my great-grandfather's death because no one in the family would take them. There were stories, he said hesitantly. Bad things happen to people who own them, but that's all superstitious nonsense, of course. I started sleeping in the living room to keep watch. The whispers were constant now, like a radio playing just too quiet to understand. The figures in the paintings moved freely when they thought I wasn't looking. I set up my phone to record overnight, but the videos always came out distorted and unwatchable, full of static and strange shadows. Sarah got worse. She lost weight rapidly, her skin hanging loose on her bones. Her headaches were so bad she could barely speak. The doctors wanted to hospitalize her, but she refused. "They're feeding on me," she told me. "I can feel them pulling something out of me every time I sleep." I tried calling specialists, art historians, paranormal investigators, even a Catholic priest. Most wouldn't take my calls. The few who did listen told me to burn the paintings immediately, but they wouldn't burn. I tried. God help me, I tried. The flames wouldn't touch them. The paint didn't even bubble. Then Sarah started sleepwalking. I'd wake up to find her standing in front of different paintings, her eyes wide open but empty, having conversations with people who weren't there. When I tried to lead her back to bed, she'd fight me, screaming in voices that weren't her own. The cat disappeared on a Wednesday. We found him 2 days later inside the forest painting, just a small dark shape among the trees, but I recognized his collar. Sarah saw it too. That was when she tried to kill herself. I found her in the bathroom with my razor, but the cuts weren't deep enough. She fought me as I wrapped her wrists, begging me to let her die. I couldn't take it anymore. I called a moving company, offering triple their normal rate to come immediately. They arrived within an hour, but refused to touch the paintings as soon as they saw them. One man crossed himself and walked out. His partner followed, leaving their truck running in the driveway. That night, everything went to hell. It started with the whispers turning into screams, not just from the paintings, but from every corner of the house. The temperature dropped so low we could see our breath. All 12 paintings began to bleed, dark liquid running down the walls. It smelled like copper and rot. Sarah stood up from the couch where she'd been lying and walked to the center of the living room. Her movements were wrong, jerky like a puppet. When she turned to look at me, her eyes were completely black. "Your grandfather made a deal," she said, but it wasn't her voice. It was deep, ancient, speaking English with an accent I couldn't place. The paintings were only part of the payment. We've been waiting for the rest. She collapsed then, shaking violently. I tried to reach her, but something held me back, invisible hands gripping my arms and throat. The figures in all the paintings were moving now, pressing against their canvas prisons like they were made of plastic wrap. I saw faces bulging through, hands reaching out. The woman in the black dress stepped completely out of her frame. She moved like smoke, flowing across the room to where Sarah lay. I fought against whatever held me, screaming until my throat was raw. The woman bent over Sarah, reaching toward her face with hands that ended in long, dark claws. That's when I remembered the last thing the priest had told me. If you can't destroy them, bind them. But it'll cost you something precious. I bit my tongue hard enough to draw blood and started reciting the words he'd made me memorize. Latin, I think, though I didn't understand them. The woman's head snapped toward me, her face no longer human, but something that hurt my eyes to look at. The other figures were emerging too, twisted shapes that shouldn't exist. I kept reciting, even as my vision started to darken. Something was pulling at me, trying to draw something out through my mouth. I could feel parts of myself starting to tear away. The woman screamed, a sound like metal grinding on metal, and lunged at me. I spoke the last word just as her claws reached my chest. There was a sound like thunder, then silence so complete it felt solid. When my vision cleared, the paintings were gone. All 12 frames hung empty, the canvases now blank and white as snow. The walls were clean, no trace of the dark liquid that had run down them. Sarah was breathing, her color already better. When she opened her eyes, they were her own again. She didn't remember anything after the paintings arrived, which was probably mercy. I remember everything. I have to. It's part of the price I paid. I can feel the empty spaces inside me where pieces of my soul used to be. The priest warned me it would happen, that binding 12 ancient spirits would require 12 pieces of myself. I can't dream anymore. Can't taste food. Can't feel temperature. 9 other senses or abilities gone forever. We moved out the next day, leaving everything behind except what we could fit in our car. I heard the house sold months later for well below market value. Sometimes I think about warning the new owners about the empty frames, but I know it wouldn't do any good. The frames themselves aren't dangerous anymore. I keep track of the blank spaces inside me, counting them like missing teeth. 12 gaps where pieces of my soul used to be. Most days I think it was worth it. Sarah is herself again. The cat is still gone, but we have a new one that actually sleeps through the night. But sometimes, usually around 3 a.m., I wonder about those 12 pieces of me. I wonder if they're trapped in some dark space with those ancient things, experiencing an eternity of whatever lived in those paintings. I wonder if they're conscious, if they're screaming. I don't have the nightmare anymore. That was one of the things I lost. But I know what it would be if I could dream. 12 blank frames, slowly filling with fresh paint, showing new scenes. And in each one, a small piece of me, pounding against the canvas, trying to get out. The first time I saw the doll, I thought nothing of it. Just another piece of junk in my overcrowded shed. I wish I'd thrown it away right then. Maybe things would be different if I had. But I didn't. And now I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to believe me. It started 3 weeks ago. My wife Sarah had been nagging me to clean out the shed behind our house. We'd bought the place last year, and the previous owners had left behind piles of old boxes and equipment. I'd kept putting it off. Who wants to spend their weekends sorting through someone else's trash? But Sarah was right. We needed the storage space, and the whole thing had started to smell musty. The morning was cold and damp. I pulled on my old work gloves and grabbed a stack of garbage bags from the kitchen. The shed door creaked when I yanked it open. Dust particles floated in the beam of sunlight that cut through the gloom. The smell hit me first. That deep, wet cardboard smell of things left too long in the dark. I started with the easy stuff: broken garden tools, rotting wooden crates, old paint cans. 2 hours in, my back was aching and I had a decent pile of trash by the door. That's when I found the box. It was wedged behind a rusted lawnmower, half hidden under a torn tarp. The cardboard was so deteriorated it was practically turning to mush, but the thing inside was pristine. The doll sat in what remained of the box, completely untouched by time or decay. It was a life-sized porcelain figure, dressed in an old Victorian-style gown. Perfect blonde curls framed its face. The dress was cream-colored silk, yellowed with age but otherwise intact. Its blue glass eyes caught the light when I lifted it out. "Well, aren't you fancy?" I said out loud. My voice echoed in the dusty space. The doll's head tilted slightly in my hands, and I noticed a small maker's mark on the back of its neck. The text was too worn to read. I set it aside, thinking Sarah might want to clean it up, maybe sell it online. Those vintage dolls can be worth something to collectors. I finished up for the day, hauling 3 bags of trash to the curb. The doll ended up on a shelf near the door. I forgot about it completely until the next morning. My socket wrench was missing. I always keep my tools organized. It's a habit from my days working construction. But the wrench wasn't in its usual spot in my toolbox. I figured I'd just misplaced it while cleaning, though I could have sworn I hadn't used it. That night, the lights in the kitchen started flickering. Sarah called an electrician, but he couldn't find anything wrong with the wiring. "Sometimes these old houses just do that," he said. "Probably just need to replace some bulbs." We replaced every bulb in the house. The flickering got worse. 3 days after finding the doll, my hammer disappeared. Then my screwdriver set. Each time I searched the shed top to bottom. Nothing. Sarah started joking that I was getting forgetful in my old age. I'm only 35. The first time I heard the footsteps, I was in bed reading. Heavy, deliberate steps moving across the wooden floor of the shed. Click, click, click. Like high heels on hardwood. Sarah was already asleep beside me. I got up and looked out the window. The shed was dark and still. When I opened the door to check, the motion sensor light clicked on. Nothing moved. But the doll had changed position on the shelf. I told myself I was imagining things. The doll was exactly where I'd left it. Had to be. But doubt gnawed at me. I started taking pictures with my phone, documenting the doll's position each time I left the shed. Looking at them now, I can see how it moved. Subtle changes. A turned head. An arm slightly raised. A shift in posture. The footsteps came more frequently. Always at night. Always when I was alone. Sarah never heard them. "You're working too hard," she said. "The cleanup is stressing you out." Last Tuesday, I went into the shed to get my leaf blower. The doll was gone from its shelf. I found it sitting in the corner, surrounded by my missing tools arranged in a perfect circle. Its head was turned all the way around, facing the wall. When I touched it, the porcelain was warm. I should have destroyed it then. Instead, I put it back on the shelf and tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe someone was playing pranks. Maybe Sarah was moving things around and forgot to tell me. Maybe I was losing my mind. Yesterday, everything changed. I was in the shed late, fixing a broken sprinkler head. The sun had set and I was working by the light of my phone. The power had gone out again, the third time that week. The beam from my phone caught something moving in the shadows. The doll stood in the center of the floor. Not sat. Stood. Its head tilted up to look at me. Porcelain joints creaking. The blue glass eyes had turned black. I dropped my phone. In the darkness, I heard it move. Slow, calculated steps on the wooden floor. A low grinding laugh that sounded like breaking glass. Something cold brushed against my face. When I finally found my phone and turned the light back on, the doll was inches from my face, standing on the workbench. Its mouth had opened, revealing rows of jagged porcelain shards. The perfect blonde curls had become writhing tentacles of hair. The cream-colored dress was stained with what looked like old blood. I ran, slammed the shed door and locked it. Spent the night watching from the kitchen window, gun in my lap. Sarah thought I was crazy. Maybe I am. But I know what I saw. This morning, the shed was empty. The doll was gone. So were all my tools. The only thing left was a strange mark burned into the floor. A symbol I'd never seen before, like a spiral made of teeth. Sarah doesn't believe me. No one does. But I know it's still out there. Sometimes at night, I hear those steps in our walls. Click, click, click. Moving around the house. Searching. Waiting. The police came today. 3 people have vanished from our neighborhood in the past week. They found similar symbols burned into their homes. The families all reported the same thing. Flickering lights, missing objects, the sound of breaking glass in the dark. I'm writing this down because people need to know. That thing in my shed wasn't a doll. It never was. It just wore that shape until it found what it was looking for. And now it's free. Last night I heard Sarah talking in her sleep. She was speaking in a language I've never heard before, harsh and guttural, like stones grinding together. When I shook her awake, she had no memory of it. But this morning, I found a piece of porcelain on her pillow. It was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop it. All I know is that it's spreading. 3 more people disappeared today. The symbols are getting larger, the sounds are getting louder, and every night more dolls are being found in abandoned places. Perfect porcelain faces with glass eyes that follow you when you walk past. If you find a doll like that, don't touch it. Don't keep it. Destroy it immediately. Because what's inside isn't a doll at all. It's something ancient, something hungry, something that knows how to wait. I hear those steps again now, coming through the walls. Sarah's still asleep beside me, but her skin feels cold. Hard, like porcelain. The bedroom door is opening. Click, click, click. I should have known something was wrong when I saw the rent price. $800 for a 1-bedroom in downtown Boston, in this market? But I was desperate after losing my tech job, and my savings were draining fast. The landlord, Mr. Peterson, barely looked at my application before handing me the keys. His eyes darted around as he spoke, never meeting mine. "It's a decent place," he muttered. "Just keep to yourself and don't make trouble." He hurried away before I could ask any questions. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a narrow brownstone. The stairs creaked under my feet as I carried up my boxes. The hallway smelled like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't identify. Maybe mold. My door, 3C, had deep scratches near the handle. Inside, the place was small but clean enough. White walls, hardwood floors with some water stains, a kitchen barely big enough for a mini fridge and stove. The bedroom could fit my queen mattress with about 2 feet of space on each side. The bathroom had those old pink tiles from the 50s. Nothing special, but it would do. The first week was normal. I spent my days sending out job applications and making sad microwave meals. At night, I'd watch Netflix on my laptop until I fell asleep. The only weird thing was the cold spots. Certain areas of the apartment were always freezing, even with the heat on full blast. But old buildings are like that, right? Then things started moving. It was small stuff at first. I'd put my coffee mug on the kitchen counter and find it by the sink an hour later. My keys would migrate from the hook by the door to the middle of the living room floor. I figured I was just stressed and forgetful. But then one morning I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinets wide open. Every single one. I know I'd closed them the night before. I'm compulsive about that stuff. My heart pounded as I walked around shutting them, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe the building had settled during the night, making them swing open. That's when I heard it. A quiet giggle, like a child trying not to laugh during hide and seek. It came from the empty corner of my living room. The sound was distant, muffled, like it was coming through a wall. But it was definitely there. I spun around, but the corner was empty. Just my second-hand IKEA lamp and some moving boxes I still hadn't unpacked. The giggling faded away. "Hello?" My voice cracked. No response. I ran downstairs to talk to Mr. Peterson. He lived in the basement unit, but never seemed to be around. I knocked on his door for 5 minutes before he finally answered, wearing a stained bathrobe. "The apartment," I said. "There's something wrong. I keep hearing—" "No refunds," he snapped. "You signed a 6-month lease." "I'm not asking for a refund. I'm hearing noises and things are moving by themselves. Is there some kind of pest problem? Or maybe kids breaking in somehow?" He started to close the door. "Old building. Pipes make noise. Don't bother me unless something's actually broken." I put my foot in the doorway. "Please. I just need to know if anyone else has reported similar issues." His face changed then. Something flickered behind his eyes. Fear? Guilt? "Listen," he said quietly. "Just try to ignore it, that's what I do." He shoved my foot back and slammed the door. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak and settling noise made me jump. Around 3 a.m. I heard what sounded like footsteps in the living room. Light, quick steps, like someone dancing. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and stayed perfectly still. The steps got closer to my bedroom door. They stopped just outside. I held my breath. The doorknob slowly turned. I watched, paralyzed, as the door began to open, but there was nobody there, just darkness. The giggling started again, louder this time. Multiple voices, all laughing together. I snapped. Jumping out of bed, I flipped on the lights and grabbed my baseball bat from the closet. "Who's there?" I shouted. "This isn't funny." The laughter stopped abruptly. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. Then every light in the apartment went out at once. In the darkness I heard whispers. Not English. Something older, with harsh consonants that hurt my ears. The voices seemed to be having a conversation, discussing something in urgent tones. I stood frozen, gripping my bat, as goosebumps spread across my arms. A hand touched my shoulder. I screamed and swung the bat wildly, hitting nothing but air. The lights flickered back on. I was alone in my bedroom, but all my clothes had been pulled out of the dresser and arranged in a spiral pattern on the floor. I spent the rest of the night in my car. The next morning, I started asking the other tenants about the building's history. Most avoided eye contact and hurried past. But Mrs. Chen in 2B finally talked to me. "You're in the cursed apartment," she said, shaking her head. "I told Peterson he should stop renting it out." "Cursed?" I tried to laugh, but it came out shaky. 3 tenants in the past year. All left suddenly, the last ones, nice young couple. They seemed normal at first. Then they started talking about voices, about things moving. The woman would scream at night. One day they just disappeared, left all their furniture behind. Peterson had to hire people to clear it out. Did they say what the voices were saying? Mrs. Chen crossed herself. They said the voices were speaking in Latin. Old Latin. Religious things backwards. But that's just what I heard. I keep my door locked at night and mind my own business. I spent the next few days researching the building's history. It was built in 1890 as a single-family home. In 1923, a wealthy businessman named Frederick Winters lived there with his wife and 3 children. According to old newspaper articles, the entire family vanished without a trace. The police found occult symbols carved into the walls and floors and a journal written in Latin describing rituals to contact those who dwell between spaces. The more I dug, the worse things got in the apartment. Objects didn't just move anymore, they flew across the room. The laughter turned to screams. Dark shapes darted at the edge of my vision. Every mirror showed distorted reflections, faces that weren't mine grinning back at me. I stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. When I did sleep, I had nightmares about hands reaching through walls, about children with black eyes playing games with my organs. I lost my appetite. My job interviews went terribly because I couldn't focus, couldn't stop jumping at every sound. After 2 weeks, I confronted Peterson again. This time I caught him getting his mail. "You knew," I said. "You knew about the apartment and you rented it anyway." He slumped against the wall. What was I supposed to do? The building's underwater on the mortgage. I need every unit rented. And they don't let me leave it empty. They? The children. His voice cracked. They need playmates. If no one lives in 3C, they come down here, He pulled up his sleeve, revealing deep scratches on his arm. "Just stay, please. They're calmer when someone's up there." I ran upstairs and started packing. To hell with the deposit, to hell with the lease. I'd sleep in my car, crash on couches, anything to get out. But when I tried to leave, the door wouldn't open. The windows sealed themselves shut. The children's laughter echoed through every room, growing louder and louder until it felt like my skull would crack. The temperature plummeted. Ice crystals formed on the walls. In the bathroom mirror, I saw them clearly for the first time. 3 small figures in old-fashioned clothes, their skin gray and withered, their eyes completely black. They smiled at me with too many teeth. "Play with us," they said in unison. Their voices hurt my ears like feedback from a microphone. "Stay and play forever." The lights went out. In the darkness, I felt small hands grabbing my arms, my legs, my throat. They were so cold they burned. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later. The doctor said I was found wandering downtown in my underwear, severely dehydrated and hypothermic, muttering in Latin. There were scratches and bruises all over my body. Peterson visited me once. He looked even worse than before, his eyes sunken and haunted. "I'm sorry," he said, "but better you than me." He left an envelope with my security deposit and first month's rent refund. I moved in with my sister in Chicago after I got out of the hospital. I still have nightmares about those black eyes, those small, cold hands. Sometimes I hear distant giggling in empty rooms, and every now and then I find my possessions arranged in spiral patterns while I sleep. I check apartment listings sometimes. 3C is available again, now for just $600 a month. Such a steal in this market. I wonder who'll be desperate enough to take it next. I should call and warn them, but I won't. Better them than me. That silhouette in the barn's hayloft wasn't supposed to be there. Nobody goes up there at night. Nobody should be up there at all. I know because I've worked this farm for 15 years, and I'm the only one who handles the night shift. But there it was, a dark shape moving against the moonlight coming through the roof slats. I stood frozen in the doorway, my flashlight beam catching only empty air where the figure had been seconds before. The usual nighttime sounds of the farm continued around me. Crickets chirping, cattle shifting in their stalls, the distant hum of the generator. But something felt wrong. The air felt different, heavier somehow. My name's Dan Mitchell, and I've been the night manager at Riverside Farm since 2009. I know every inch of this place, every creaking board, every loose nail. The owner, Mr. Henderson, trusts me to keep things running smooth while everyone else sleeps. Usually that means checking on the animals, making sure the equipment's secure, and walking the perimeter a few times during my shift. Nothing exciting ever happens here after dark. At least, nothing used to happen. It started on a Tuesday night in October. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s and I was doing my usual 2 a.m. rounds. The main barn is always my first stop. It's the biggest building on the property, housing most of our dairy cows and storage. I'd just finished checking the milk tank's temperature when I heard it. The soft scrape of something moving across the wooden floor above me. I pointed my flashlight at the ceiling. The beam caught dust particles floating in the air, but nothing else seemed out of place. Then I heard it again, a definite shuffling sound coming from the hayloft. My first thought was raccoons. We get them sometimes, especially in the colder months when they're looking for shelter. But this sound was too heavy, too deliberate for a raccoon. The ladder to the hayloft creaked under my weight as I climbed up. Each step made my heart beat faster. I'm not usually jumpy, but something about this felt different from the usual nighttime disturbances. When I reached the top, I swept my flashlight across the space. Bales of hay were stacked nearly to the ceiling on my right, creating narrow corridors between them. To my left, empty space stretched to the far wall where we store the loose hay. That's when I saw it, a human-shaped shadow moving between the bales. It was tall, maybe 6 feet or more, and it moved in a way that made my skin crawl. Not running, not walking, but gliding somehow. The beam of my flashlight passed right through where it had been, illuminating nothing but hay and old wood. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice echoing in the empty space. "This is private property." No response. Just the settling sounds of the barn and my own breathing, which had gotten faster without me noticing. I moved forward, checking between each row of bales. Nothing. No footprints in the dust, no displaced hay, no sign anyone had been there at all. I spent another 20 minutes searching the entire loft. Every corner, every possible hiding spot. Found nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Too many late nights, too much coffee, my eyes playing tricks in the darkness. I climbed back down and finished my rounds. The next morning, I stopped by the barn before heading home like I always do. Everything looked normal at first. Then I noticed the hay. Fresh hay was scattered across the floor of the loft, forming a rough circle about 10 feet wide. The bales nearby were undisturbed, their twine still tight and unbroken. But this hay was definitely fresh. I could smell it, that sweet grass smell that fades after a few days in storage. I know every delivery that comes to this farm. We hadn't gotten any new hay in weeks, and nobody, absolutely nobody, had been in that loft between my night shift and morning. The doors stay locked, and I have the only key during the night shift. I took pictures with my phone and sent them to Mr. Henderson. He came out to look himself, but he didn't have any explanation either. We checked the security cameras. Nothing. Just empty frames of the barn's exterior all night long. No one entering, no one leaving. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, it's happened 6 more times. Always the same pattern. I see the shadow figure in the loft. It disappears when I investigate, and the next morning there's fresh hay scattered in different patterns. Circles, squares, once even what looked like an arrow pointing toward the barn's north wall. I've started keeping a log of every incident. October 15th, first sighting. Circle pattern of hay. October 18th, shadow appeared briefly. Square pattern next morning. October 23rd, longer sighting. Figure seemed to watch me for several seconds. Triangle pattern. October 27th, 2 shadows this time. Arrow pattern pointing north. November 1st, shadow moved differently. More jerky movements. Spiral pattern. November 5th, heard whispering sounds with the shadow. Star pattern. November 8th, last night. Shadow reached toward me. Haven't checked the loft yet. The other workers think I'm losing it. They joke about Dan's ghost during shift changes, but they don't have to be here at night. They don't have to feel that weight in the air when the shadow appears, or hear the whispers that sound almost like words but not quite. Mr. Henderson suggested setting up cameras in the loft. We installed 4 of them last week, covering every angle. They record everything to a hard drive in the office. But every time there's an incident, the footage shows nothing but empty space where I saw the shadow. The hay still appears, scattered in those strange patterns, but there's no recording of how it gets there. The cameras don't even glitch or static out like in those ghost hunting shows. They just show empty air. I've started bringing a better flashlight, one of those tactical ones that could probably signal planes. It doesn't make any difference. The shadow still appears and the beam still passes right through it. I've tried setting up tripwires, spreading flour on the floor to catch footprints, even bringing in my German Shepherd Rex one night. The dog just whined and refused to climb the ladder. Last night was different, though. Last night it changed everything. I was doing my usual 2 a.m. check when I heard something new from the loft. Singing. Not words exactly, but a melody that made my teeth hurt and my head spin. I almost didn't climb up. Almost called Mr. Henderson and quit right there. But I've never been one to leave a job unfinished. The singing stopped as soon as my head cleared the ladder opening. The shadow was there, in the middle of the loft, more solid looking than ever before. It turned toward me, and for the first time I saw something like a face. Dark holes where eyes should be, a slash of deeper black for a mouth. It raised one arm, pointing at me. The air got so cold my breath came out in clouds. My flashlight flickered and died. In the darkness I heard movement, lots of movement, like dozens of people shuffling through hay. But I couldn't see anything except that shadow, now somehow visible even in the pitch black. I scrambled down the ladder so fast I missed the last 3 rungs and fell hard on my back. The wind got knocked out of me, but I didn't stop. I ran all the way to the office and locked myself in. Called Mr. Henderson right then at 2:30 in the morning. He wasn't happy, but he listened. "Dan," he said after I finished telling him everything, "my grandfather used to tell stories about that barn, about things he saw up in that loft when he was young. I always thought he was just trying to scare us kids, but now..." He went quiet for a long time. I could hear him moving papers around on his end of the line. "There was an accident," he finally continued. "Back in 1947. A worker got trapped up there during a hay fire. They never found his body. The whole top of the barn burned, but they rebuilt it. Grandfather said sometimes he'd find fresh hay scattered around, even when they hadn't brought any in for weeks. That was 5 hours ago. The sun's coming up now. I'm still in the office, writing this down while I wait for Mr. Henderson to arrive. He's bringing someone with him. Said she's an expert in agricultural hauntings, whatever that means. I didn't even know that was a thing. I can see the barn from the office window. Everything looks normal in the morning light. But I know I have to go check the loft. Have to see what pattern the hay makes this time. Because there will be a pattern. There always is. My hands are shaking as I write this last part. I just got a text from Tommy, one of the morning shift workers who came in early. He went up to the loft. The hay this time isn't scattered in a pattern. It's piled in the center of the floor, fresh and sweet-smelling. And pressed into it like something heavy laid down to rest is the shape of a body. I don't know what's going to happen when the expert gets here. I don't know if I'll keep working the night shift after this. But I do know one thing. Whatever that shadow is, whatever's been up in that loft all these weeks, it's trying to tell us something. And I'm starting to think we need to listen. The farm's driveway is crunching with tires now. Mr. Henderson's truck pulling up with a woman in the passenger seat. She's carrying what looks like old books and some kind of electronic equipment. Time to go see what she has to say about our uninvited guest in the hayloft. But even as I walk out to meet them, I can feel it up there, watching through the barn's windows, waiting for night to fall again, waiting to show us more. I just hope we're ready for what it wants to show us next. The clock on my phone showed 3:17 a.m. when the portrait moved. I know because I checked the time right after I jerked awake, heart pounding against my ribs. The old woman in the black dress stared straight at me from her golden frame, her head tilted at an angle that hadn't existed when I'd gone to bed. I'd chosen room 412 at the Blackwood Hotel specifically for its historical charm. The front desk clerk had mentioned it was one of their heritage rooms, preserved to look exactly as it had in 1922 when the hotel first opened. The dark wooden furniture, brass fixtures, and vintage photographs lining the walls appealed to my interest in history. But now, lying in the antique four-poster bed with sweat beading on my forehead, that charm felt more like a trap. I first noticed something was off about the portrait when I was unpacking earlier that evening. The woman looked to be in her 60s, wearing a high-necked black dress typical of the Victorian era. Her gray hair was pulled back severely from her face, and her thin lips were set in a stern line. But it was her eyes that caught my attention, dark brown and unnaturally sharp. As I moved around the room, those eyes seemed to follow me. I told myself it was just a common optical illusion. Many portraits appear to follow viewers with their eyes. It's all about perspective and how the artist painted them. I'd encountered the same effect in museums plenty of times. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was different, more deliberate, more aware. At first, I tried to ignore it. I hung up my suits in the ancient wardrobe, arranged my toiletries in the bathroom, and answered some work emails on my laptop. But every time I glanced up, those eyes were fixed on me. I even tried an experiment, walking slowly from one side of the room to the other while watching the portrait. The woman's gaze tracked my movement perfectly. My neck muscles tightened. I walked closer to examine the portrait, fighting the urge to look away from that penetrating stare. The small brass plaque beneath the frame read, "Margaret Blackwood, 1849-1922. The hotel's original owner, I assumed. Her face was painted with remarkable detail. I could see individual strands of gray hair escaping her severe bun, and tiny crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. The artist had captured an unsettling intensity in her expression, like she was sizing up everyone who dared enter her domain. I reached up to adjust the frame, which hung slightly crooked. The moment my fingers touched the metal, a sharp, cold sensation shot through my hand. I jerked back, stumbling away from the wall. The cold lingered in my fingertips for several minutes afterward. Despite my unease, exhaustion from a long day of travel eventually won out. I got ready for bed, deliberately keeping my back to the portrait as I changed into sleep clothes. The mattress was surprisingly comfortable for its age, and the sheets smelled fresh and clean. I turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow of the city filtering through the heavy curtains. The noise woke me first, a soft scraping sound like metal dragging against plaster. Then came the creak of old wood under strain. My eyes snapped open, but I didn't move, didn't even breathe. In the dim light, I could see the portrait had shifted. The frame now tilted at a sharp angle, and Margaret Blackwood's face was turned fully toward my bed. Her eyes gleamed with an impossible brightness in the darkness. I lay paralyzed, my muscles locked rigid with fear. My throat felt too tight to scream. The only sound was my own pulse thundering in my ears and the soft tick of the antique clock on the mantel. The portrait hadn't just slipped, it had rotated on the wall, the bottom edge still firmly against the plaster, while the top leaned out at an angle that defied gravity. A car passed on the street outside, its headlights sweeping across the room. In that brief illumination, I swear I saw Margaret Blackwood's lips twitch into a smile. My body finally responded to my brain's frantic signals. I launched myself out of bed, stumbling as my feet tangled in the sheets. I slapped at the wall until I found the light switch. Warm light flooded the room, and I spun to face the portrait. It hung perfectly straight, exactly as it had when I'd first arrived. I stood there panting, the carpet rough against my bare feet. Sweat had soaked through my t-shirt, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I forced myself to walk closer to the portrait, fighting every instinct screaming at me to run. Margaret Blackwood stared ahead, her expression as stern and unchanging as painted oils should be. I touched the frame again, ignoring the icy bite of the metal. It was solidly mounted to the wall with heavy hooks. There was no way it could have moved on its own. I was just having a nightmare, I told myself. Stress and an unfamiliar bed playing tricks on my mind. The bedside clock read 3:22 a.m. I had an important meeting at 9 and desperately needed sleep. But the thought of turning off the lights again made my stomach clench. I paced the room, running my hands through my sweat-damp hair as I tried to think rationally. I could request a different room, but I'd have to pack up all my things and go down to the front desk. I'd sound like a crazy person, complaining about a portrait that moved in the night. And what if all the other rooms were booked? It was peak tourist season after all. A sound like fingernails scratching against wood made me whirl around. Nothing had changed, but the portrait seemed to loom larger than before, drawing my eyes against my will. Margaret Blackwood's gaze bored into me with tangible weight. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. That settled it. I grabbed my phone and wallet, shoved my feet into shoes, and yanked open the door. I'd sleep in the lobby if I had to. The hallway was deserted, lit by dim wall sconces that cast more shadows than light. The red carpet runner muffled my footsteps as I hurried toward the elevator. Behind me, I heard the soft click of a door closing, but when I looked back, room 412's door hadn't moved. The elevator dinged and I practically dove inside. My finger jabbed the lobby button repeatedly until the doors finally slid shut. As they closed, I caught a glimpse of something dark moving in the hallway. I pressed myself against the back wall of the elevator, heart racing. The lobby was empty except for a young man behind the front desk, scrolling on his phone with a bored expression. He looked up as I approached, taking in my disheveled appearance with raised eyebrows. "Everything all right, sir?" he asked. I opened my mouth to explain, then stopped. How could I possibly describe what I'd experienced without sounding insane? I ran my hands over my face, buying time to think. I'm having some trouble with my room," I said finally. 412. "Is there any chance I could switch to a different one?" The clerk's expression changed subtly. "Is there a specific problem with the room?" The portrait. The one of Margaret Blackwood." I forced myself to meet his eyes. "Have other guests ever complained about it?" He was quiet for a long moment, fingers hovering over his keyboard. "Mrs. Blackwood's portrait is a valuable piece of the hotel's history," he said carefully. "We've had some guests mention feeling uncomfortable with it, but I assure you, there's nothing to worry about." "It moved," I blurted out. "I saw it move. And the eyes." "Follow you?" he finished. "Yes, that's a common observation. It's just the style of painting, sir. A trick of perspective." "No, you don't understand. It physically moved on the wall. I was asleep and it..." He held up a hand to stop me. "Sir, I apologize, but we're fully booked tonight. I can't move you to a different room. If you'd like, I can have maintenance check the portrait's mounting in the morning to ensure it's secure." My shoulders slumped. I could tell from his expression that pursuing this would get me nowhere. "Fine, thanks anyway." I turned toward the elevator, then stopped. The thought of going back up there made my skin crawl. "Actually, is it all right if I sit down here for a while? I'm having trouble sleeping." "Of course, sir. Would you like some coffee?" I nodded gratefully and sank into one of the lobby's plush armchairs. The clerk brought me a cup of decent coffee, and I spent the next hour trying to convince myself I had imagined everything. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw Margaret Blackwood's face turn toward my bed. Her painted lips curved in that impossible smile. Around 4:30 a.m., exhaustion finally overcame fear. I couldn't spend the rest of the night in the lobby. I had to at least get my laptop and change of clothes for tomorrow's meeting. Maybe I could find a different hotel with vacancies. The elevator ride back up felt longer than before. The hallway was silent and empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My hands shook as I inserted the key card into room 412's door. Everything looked normal inside. The portrait hung straight on the wall, Margaret Blackwood's eyes fixed ahead. I grabbed my laptop bag and started shoving clothes into my suitcase, keeping my back to the painting. A floorboard creaked behind me. I froze. A handful of shirts clutched to my chest. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath misting in the air. Slowly, so slowly, I turned around. The portrait was gone. Just an empty frame hanging on the wall, the canvas completely blank except for a dark background. Before I could process what I was seeing, movement caught my eye. A figure stood in the corner of the room, barely visible in the shadows. She wore a high-necked black dress, her gray hair pulled back severely from her face. Her skin was the color of old paper, and her eyes, those terrible aware eyes, fixed on me with predatory focus. Margaret Blackwood took a step forward, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by strings. I ran. I don't remember dropping my clothes or opening the door. One moment I was staring at the horror in the corner. The next, I was sprinting down the hallway toward the stairs. I couldn't wait for the elevator, couldn't risk being trapped in that small space. Behind me, I heard the click of shoes on carpet moving at an unhurried pace. I slammed through the stairwell door and took the steps 3 at a time, my feet barely touching each landing before I launched myself down the next flight. I burst into the lobby at full speed, startling the desk clerk so badly he dropped his phone. I didn't stop, didn't explain. I ran straight out the front doors into the pre-dawn darkness and didn't slow down until I was 2 blocks away. When I finally stopped gasping for breath with a stitch in my side, I realized I'd left everything behind. My suitcase, laptop, wallet, even my shoes. I had nothing but my phone and the clothes I'd slept in. I called my boss and made up a story about food poisoning to explain missing the meeting. Then I found a 24-hour diner and sat there drinking coffee until my hands stopped shaking. When the sun came up, I called a colleague and borrowed enough money for a cab to the airport. I bought a ticket for the next flight home, not caring about the cost. Later that day, I called the hotel about sending me my belongings. The clerk who answered seemed unsurprised by my request. He assured me they would ship everything to my home address. A week later, a package arrived containing my suitcase and laptop. Everything was there except my wallet, which they claimed they never found. I didn't care. I'd already canceled all my cards. Tucked into the side pocket of my suitcase was a small piece of paper I didn't recognize. It looked old, the edges yellowed and crumbling. Written in faded ink was a single sentence. "Thank you for visiting the Blackwood Hotel. We hope you'll join us again soon." The handwriting was elaborate and feminine, the kind taught in Victorian finishing schools. Below the message was a signature, Margaret Blackwood. I burned the note and blocked the hotel's number on my phone. Sometimes at night I still dream about those eyes watching me from the darkness. And sometimes when I pass mirrors or framed pictures, I catch myself checking to make sure nothing has moved inside them. I've never stayed in another historic hotel. Modern chains might lack character, but at least their walls are empty of watching eyes. And if I ever find myself in that city again, I'll sleep in my car before I set foot in the Blackwood Hotel. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the lingering fear of portraits. It's knowing that somewhere in room 412, Margaret Blackwood's painting still hangs on the wall, waiting for the next guest who appreciates its historical charm. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if she ever really returned to her frame at all. I shouldn't have agreed to house sit for Mike. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit in my car outside his house, engine running, hands shaking on the steering wheel. My throat is raw from screaming, and my t-shirt is soaked with sweat. I need to tell someone what happened in there, even if they won't believe me. I have to get it out before I lose my mind. It started 3 days ago. Mike asked me to watch his place while he visited his sister in Portland for a week. Simple enough. Water the plants, bring in the mail, make sure nobody breaks in. The usual stuff. I've known Mike since college, and his house is only 15 minutes from mine in the suburbs. Easy money, I thought. The first 2 days were fine. Boring even. I'd stop by in the morning before work and again in the evening. Check the doors, adjust the thermostat, water his stupid collection of succulents. Everything normal. Until tonight. I got there around 7 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across Mike's perfectly manicured lawn. I used my spare key to let myself in through the front door, flipped on the lights, and headed straight for the kitchen to grab a beer from the 6-pack Mike said I could help myself to. That's when I heard it. The sharp crack of static from the living room, followed by a blast of white noise so loud it made me jump and splash beer down my shirt. The TV had turned itself on. Not just on, but at maximum volume, filling the house with the sound of electronic snow. I walked into the living room expecting to see that I'd accidentally sat on the remote or something. But the remote was still on the coffee table, untouched. The screen flickered with black and white static, pulsing like it was alive. I grabbed the remote and hit the power button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, harder this time. The static continued screaming through the speakers. Fine, I thought. I'll just unplug it. I walked behind the entertainment center and yanked the power cord straight out of the wall. The TV kept running. My hand froze on the unplugged cord as I stared at the screen, still dancing with static. That's not possible, I told myself. But there it was, playing at full volume without any power source. I hit the physical power button on the side of the TV. Nothing. I ran my hands over the back of the set, checking for backup batteries or some other power source. Nothing but the unplugged cord dangling uselessly against the wall. The static began to change pitch, dropping lower, becoming almost like a growl. The hair on my arm stood up. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. I backed away from the TV, my heart pounding against my ribs. That's when the static started forming shapes. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, there were definitely patterns emerging in the electronic snow. Dark spots coalescing into something that looked almost like a face. 2 black holes for eyes, a gaping mouth. It was there for just a second before dissolving back into random noise, but I saw it. I know I saw it. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed my phone. I had to call Mike, tell him something was wrong with his TV. But when I tried to dial, all I got was static through the speaker. The same staticky noise that was still blaring from the living room. My phone's screen flickered and went black. The overhead light started to flicker too, pulsing in rhythm with the static. On off like a strobe light at a club. In the flashes, I saw my shadow on the kitchen wall, except it wasn't moving the way I was moving. It was turning to look at me, even though I was standing perfectly still. I ran for the front door. The handle was ice cold to the touch and it wouldn't turn. I threw my whole body against it, but it was like trying to move a concrete wall. The windows were the same, completely immovable, despite being unlocked. The static from the TV grew louder, filling my head until I could barely think. The lights went out completely, leaving only the ghostly glow from the television. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized the static wasn't just coming from the TV anymore. It was everywhere, seeping out of the electrical outlets, crawling along the walls like living frost, filling the air with crackling energy that made my skin crawl. I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, heavy footsteps that couldn't belong to anyone who was supposed to be in this house. They moved across the ceiling, heading for the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my breathing. The steps reached the top of the staircase. The static changed again, forming words this time, not spoken, more like they were being carved into my brain directly through my ears. "Join us," it said over and over, the words pulsing in time with my racing heartbeat. "Become signal." The temperature dropped even further. I could see my breath now, little clouds of vapor that seemed to get sucked toward the TV screen. The footsteps started down the stairs, slow and deliberate. Through the flickering light from the television, I caught glimpses of a figure, tall, impossibly thin, its head twitching side to side like a bad video feed. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, a heavy glass vase from the entryway table. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs. In the TV's strobing light, I saw its face, or rather, the absence of a face. Where features should have been, there was only static, shifting and swirling like a miniature version of the television screen. It reached for me with hands made of visual noise, fingers elongated and jerking like broken antenna. I threw the vase as hard as I could. It passed right through the figure and shattered against the wall. The static creature's head snapped toward the sound, giving me an opening. I ran for the kitchen. The drawers were rattling in their tracks now, the silverware inside clinking together like wind chimes in a storm. Every electronic device in the kitchen sparked to life. The microwave, the coffee maker, the digital clock on the stove, all of them spewing static. The refrigerator door swung open on its own, cold air spilling out along with that same ghostly electronic noise. I could feel it behind me, getting closer. The air crackled with electricity, making my hair stand on end. My skin tingled like I was about to be struck by lightning. I dove for the back door, expecting it to be locked like the front, but it opened. I nearly fell face first onto the deck. The static followed me outside, pouring from the house like smoke. The motion sensor lights in the backyard exploded in a shower of sparks. I ran across the lawn, not daring to look back. The grass crunched under my feet, frozen despite the summer heat. When I reached my car, the electronic key fob wouldn't work. I had to unlock the door manually with the physical key, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get it into the lock. As I yanked the door open, I finally looked back at the house. Every window was glowing with that same static, pulsing like a heartbeat. And in every window there were faces, dozens of them, all made of shifting electronic snow, all staring directly at me. The static figure stood in the doorway, its body now stretching impossibly tall, head brushing against the top of the frame. I threw myself into the driver's seat and jammed the key into the ignition. The car's electronics went haywire, dashboard lights flashing, radio scanning through stations at light speed, wipers slapping back and forth. But the engine started. I slammed it into reverse and floored it, tires screeching on the pavement. As I peeled away from the curb, I saw something in my rearview mirror that made my blood run cold. The static figures were pouring out of the house now, flowing across the lawn like living television snow. They moved in jerky, broken ways, like frames missing from a video. And they were following my car. I blew through 3 stop signs getting out of Mike's neighborhood. The static creatures kept pace for the first few blocks, streaming along the sidewalks and through front yards. Every streetlight I passed exploded in a shower of sparks. Car alarms started wailing in my wake. Finally, after about a mile, they started to fall behind, dissolving into the darkness like bad reception. Now I'm sitting here in my car in an empty parking lot, trying to make sense of what just happened. My phone is working again, but I can't bring myself to call Mike yet. What would I even say? Sorry, man. Your TV is possessed by static monsters. Your house is trying to turn people into living television snow. The dashboard clock says it's just past midnight. The parking lot is empty except for my car, but I keep seeing movement in my peripheral vision. Quick flashes of static that disappear when I turn to look at them. The streetlight overhead is flickering, and I swear the pattern looks deliberate, like it's trying to form words. I need to go home, but I'm afraid to start the car again. Afraid the static will come back stronger this time. Afraid it's already inside the car's electrical system, waiting to pull me into whatever signal world those things came from. Afraid that if I look in my rearview mirror again, I'll see a face made of electronic snow staring back at me from the back seat. But what scares me most is the part of me that wants to go back. There's something pulling at me, like a magnet drawing iron filings. A voice in the static that promises to show me what's on the other side of that electronic snow. All I have to do is tune in, let go, become signal. My car radio just turned itself on. I need to drive. Now. Somewhere with no electricity, no screens, no signals of any kind. Maybe the mountains. I'll call Mike when I'm far enough away, try to explain. But right now, I need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house. Between myself and that static. Because even now I can hear it calling to me, whispering through every electronic device around me. Join us. Become signal. Join us. Become signal. And God help me. It's starting to make sense. The dish slipped from my hands and clattered in the sink. My fingers froze under the running water. There was something wrong with my kitchen window. A red light reflected on the glass, coming from somewhere behind me. I hadn't turned on any red lights. I lived alone. I gripped the edge of the sink. My wet hands left dark marks on the stainless steel. The glow wasn't bright, just a dull crimson smear across the window's surface, like a tail light reflected in fog. But it was there, floating in the glass, hovering behind my shoulder. I turned around. Nothing. Just my kitchen, dark except for the light above the sink. The microwave clock read 11:42 p.m. The house was silent, except for the water still running. When I looked back at the window, the red glow remained in the reflection. It hung in the air about 6 feet off the ground, roughly where my head would be if someone was standing behind me. My throat went dry. I reached over and flipped on the overhead kitchen lights. The fluorescent bulbs hummed to life, flooding the room with harsh white light. The red glow in the window dimmed but didn't disappear. "Must be something outside," I muttered. My voice sounded strange and hollow in the empty kitchen. I leaned forward and cupped my hands against the glass, peering out into the night. My backyard was pitch black. No red lights, no car tail lights, nothing that could be causing the reflection. Just darkness pressing against the window. The water was still running. I turned it off and the sudden silence felt heavy. My heart thumped against my ribs. The red glow remained exactly where it was, floating in the window's reflection about 2 feet behind me. I stepped away from the sink. The glow moved with me, maintaining its position in the reflection. My hands started to shake. "Hello?" I called out. No response. Just the quiet hum of the refrigerator. I walked to the kitchen doorway, watching the window reflection the whole time. The red glow followed, always staying the same distance behind my head. When I reached the doorway, I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. My sweaty fingers slipped on the screen as I turned on the flashlight. I swept the beam around the kitchen. Empty. No source for the red light. The beam passed through the exact spot where the glow appeared to be in the reflection, illuminating nothing but air. My chest felt tight. I needed to think logically. Maybe it was some weird optical illusion. Maybe there was something wrong with my eyes. I blinked hard several times and rubbed my face. The glow remained. I walked back to the sink, forcing myself to move slowly. The dishes lay forgotten in the soapy water. I reached out and touched the window glass. It was cold under my fingertips. In the reflection, the red glow hovered steadily, about 8 inches to the right of my shoulder. Something made me want to look closer at it. The color wasn't uniform. It seemed to pulse slightly like a heartbeat. As I stared, I noticed tiny motes of darker red swirling within it, like blood cells under a microscope. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. A bead of sweat rolled down my spine. I needed to get out of the kitchen. I backed away from the sink, keeping my eyes on the window. When I reached the doorway, I turned and walked quickly down the hallway to my living room. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor. The living room had a large picture window that looked out onto the front yard. As soon as I entered the room, I saw it. The red glow reflected in that window too, floating behind me just like in the kitchen. "No," I whispered. My voice cracked. "This isn't happening." I spun in a circle, arms outstretched, trying to catch whatever was causing this. Nothing. Just empty air. But in every window and every reflective surface, that red glow followed me like a twisted halo. I grabbed my car keys from the coffee table. Maybe if I drove somewhere, anywhere, I could figure this out. Think clearly. Get help. The front door stuck slightly as I yanked it open. Cool night air hit my face. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys. The motion sensor light on my garage flicked on, throwing harsh shadows across the driveway. As I reached for the car door handle, I caught my reflection in the window. The red glow was there, bigger now, maybe the size of a basketball, and it had moved closer to my head, almost touching my reflected shoulder. I dropped the keys. They clattered on the concrete. When I bent to pick them up, something made me freeze halfway down. In the car window reflection, I could see the red glow stretching, reaching down toward my crouched form like a tendril of smoke. I straightened up so fast I got dizzy. My heart hammered in my chest. I needed to call someone. The police? What would I tell them? That my reflection had a supernatural red light following it? My phone was still in my pocket. I pulled it out, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it. The screen was black and reflective. The red glow stared back at me from its surface. I threw the phone away from me. It skittered across the driveway and under my car. The motion light clicked off. plunging the driveway into darkness except for the distant yellow glow of a street lamp. My breath came in short gasps. I pressed my back against the car, trying to get control of myself. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Go away," I whispered. "Please go away." I opened my eyes. The car window reflected the street lamp's glow, and the red light, now definitely larger, definitely closer to my head. I ran. Down my driveway, onto the sidewalk, past dark houses with dark windows. My feet pounded against the concrete. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cool night air. At the corner, I stopped, doubling over with my hands on my knees. My lungs burned. When I straightened up, a store window across the street caught my eye. Even at this distance, I could see my reflection, and the red glow, now the size of a beach ball, pressing against the back of my head like a giant drop of blood. I screamed. The sound echoed off the buildings, shocking in the quiet night. A dog started barking somewhere nearby. My legs gave out. I sat down hard on the curb, putting my head between my knees. My whole body shook. "Think," I said out loud. "Think, think, think." What had changed today? What had I done differently? I went to work like normal, came home, made dinner, started washing dishes. Nothing unusual. The dishes. I'd been at the sink when I first saw it. Maybe. I stood up on shaky legs and started walking back toward my house. Every window I passed showed the same thing, my reflection, and that massive red glow hovering behind me. I kept my eyes straight ahead, trying to ignore them. When I reached my front door, I hesitated. The brass handle showed a warped reflection of my face. The red glow had grown so large it filled the entire curved surface with its pulsing light. I grabbed the handle and turned it before I could change my mind. The door swung open with a creak. Inside, the house was exactly as I'd left it. Lights on in the kitchen, half-full sink of dishes, keys still lying in the driveway where I'd dropped them. I walked to the sink, my shoes squeaking slightly on the linoleum. The window reflection showed the red glow surrounding my head completely now, like I was underwater in blood. Moving slowly, I reached into the sink. The water had gone cold. I found the dish I'd been washing when this started, a plain white plate with bits of dried food still stuck to it. Something caught my eye. A tiny mark on the plate's surface, barely visible under the food residue. I held it up to the light. There, etched into the ceramic, was a symbol I'd never seen before. It looked like a spiral with strange angular marks around it. As I stared at it, the marks seemed to shift and move, making my eyes hurt. The plate slipped from my fingers. This time, when it hit the sink, it shattered. Shards of white ceramic scattered across the stainless steel. In the window reflection, the red glow pulsed once, violently. I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. I spun around. The kitchen was empty, but now I could feel it. An icy pressure against my skin exactly where the glow touched my reflection. My legs carried me backward until I hit the counter. The pressure followed, spreading across my shoulders like frozen fingers. The overhead lights flickered. In that brief moment of darkness, I heard something. A whisper so quiet I almost missed it. Words in a language I didn't understand. The light stabilized. The pressure increased, pushing down on my shoulders. I gripped the counter edge so hard my knuckles turned white. The whispers came again, louder. They seemed to come from inside my own head. The words slithered through my mind like snakes, leaving trails of ice behind them. My vision blurred. The red glow in the window reflection had become so bright it hurt to look at. It completely surrounded my reflected form now, pulsating with that same rhythmic pulse. The cold spread down my arms. I couldn't move, could barely breathe. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They wanted something, wanted me to understand something. With the last of my strength, I turned my head to look at the broken plate in the sink. The symbol caught the light, gleaming wetly. As I watched, the strange marks began to move, rotating slowly around the spiral's center. The whispers reached a fever pitch. The cold covered my entire body now. In the window reflection, I saw the red glow begin to seep into my skin, staining it crimson. I tried to scream. No sound came out. The whispers filled my head, drowning out everything else. I understood them now. They were telling me what they needed, what they wanted me to do. My hand moved without my control, reaching for one of the broken plate shards. The edge gleamed sharp and white. The last thing I saw in the window reflection was my face, pale and drawn, as the red glow poured into my eyes like liquid fire. Then the lights went out, and the whispers told me exactly what to do next. I woke up 3 days later in the hospital. They found me unconscious in my kitchen, surrounded by broken dishes and covered in strange cuts. The doctors couldn't explain the geometric patterns carved into my skin, or why the wounds glowed faintly red under ultraviolet light. I told them I didn't remember anything. It was easier than trying to explain. But sometimes, late at night, I hear the whispers again. And when I look in mirrors or windows, I see a faint red glow hovering just behind my shoulder, waiting. They're still here, still watching, still hungry. And sometimes when I'm alone, my hands move on their own, reaching for sharp objects, drawing patterns I don't understand but somehow know by heart. The whispers tell me it won't be long now. Soon there will be more of us. Soon everyone will see the red glow in their reflections. I try not to look in mirrors anymore. Try not to see what I'm becoming. But the red glow is always there, waiting in every reflection. And the whispers never stop. They never stop at all. I shouldn't have checked the doorbell footage that morning. Some things you can't unsee. Some things change everything you thought you knew about your quiet suburban life. It started on a Tuesday in October. I was drinking coffee, scrolling through my phone notifications before heading to work. The Ring app showed multiple motion alerts from the night before, all between 3 and 3:15 a.m. I almost deleted them without watching. Almost. The first clip started normal enough. The infrared camera showed my empty front porch in black and white. Wind moved the hanging plant by the door. 15 seconds of nothing. I was about to swipe to the next one when something moved at the edge of the frame. A figure stepped into view. Tall, wearing dark clothes. They walked slowly across my porch, footsteps completely silent on the wooden boards. Their head was lowered, face hidden by what looked like a hood. My coffee went cold in my hand as I watched. The figure reached the end of the porch and just stood there, not moving, not doing anything, just standing perfectly still for almost a minute. Then their head turned, slowly, mechanically, until they were staring directly into the camera. I dropped my phone. The face, Jesus, the face. It was pale white, almost glowing in the infrared light, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off. The eyes too large, too dark, the mouth stretched too wide. I picked up my phone with shaking hands and forced myself to keep watching. The figure held that stare for 30 more seconds before turning and walking out of frame. The next clip started immediately after. Now they were on the other side of the porch, examining my window, pressing their face against the glass, testing the lock. My stomach churned, remembering I was asleep just on the other side of that wall. 4 more clips followed the same pattern. The figure would appear, walk around, sometimes stare at the camera, sometimes study the windows and doors. Always moving with that unnatural slowness. Always in complete silence. The final clip showed them standing directly in front of my door, face inches from the camera, staring, just staring, for 3 full minutes. Then they stepped backwards, gave a slight tilt of their head, and walked off into the darkness. I called in sick to work. Spent the morning checking and reinforcing every lock, every window. Installed additional security lights. Called a locksmith to put in better deadbolts. The whole time my hands wouldn't stop shaking. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, baseball bat across my lap, staring at my phone, watching the Ring app. jumping at every notification. Nothing happened. The porch stayed empty. Around 4 a.m., exhaustion finally won out. I passed out on the couch. The next morning, I checked the footage immediately. My heart stopped. Between 3 AUG and 3:15 a.m., 6 new motion alerts. The same figure. The same slow, silent walking. The same wrong face staring into my camera. But this time, they tried the door handle. Repeatedly, for almost 5 minutes. I called the police, showed them the footage. They took a report, said they'd increase patrols in the area, suggested I stay somewhere else for a few nights. But I could tell they weren't taking it seriously enough. They saw a simple trespasser. They hadn't looked into those eyes. I didn't leave. Couldn't leave. Some stupid male pride maybe, or just stubborn denial. I installed more cameras, bought motion sensors for every entrance, set up a baby monitor by my bed so I could hear any sound from the porch. The third night, they came again. Same time window. But now they spent the entire 15 minutes at my door, turning the handle, pressing against the wood, their face never more than inches from the camera. I watched it all happening live on my phone, paralyzed in my bed. The door handle in my room rattled. The wood creaked, but the locks held. The fourth night, I was ready. I set up in the living room with my bat, a knife, and my phone. Called a buddy to come over. Mike was a big guy, former military. He brought his gun. We stayed up, watching the porch through the window. 3 a.m. came and went. Nothing. No movement. No figure. Mike started to doubt my story around 4. Said maybe they noticed the extra security and moved on. Said I should try to get some sleep. I checked the footage in the morning after Mike left. They had been there. All the cameras showed static between 3 hours and 3:15 a.m., except for one single frame caught by the side camera. The figure standing in my yard, looking up at my bedroom window. Their face twisted into what might have been a smile. I moved in with my sister that day, packed essential bags, called my boss, took a leave of absence. I couldn't stay in that house anymore. But I kept watching the footage every morning. Had to know if they were still coming. They were, every night, same time window. But now they would just stand in the yard, staring up at where my bedroom would be, sometimes for the full 15 minutes, sometimes walking circles around the house, testing windows, tapping on glass. After a week at my sister's, the guilt started eating at me. I couldn't let this thing take my home, couldn't live in fear forever. I had to confront it. I went back on the 13th night, set up cameras everywhere, yard, every side of the house, inside every room. Bought a stronger bat, better locks. Installed bars on the windows. At 2:55 a.m. I stationed myself in the living room, bat in hand. All lights off. Eyes fixed on the front porch. 3 a.m. Nothing. 3:05 a.m. The motion light in the backyard flicked on. I spun around, heart pounding. Empty yard on the security monitor. 3:10 a.m. A tap on the kitchen window. So light I almost missed it. The camera showed nothing. 3:14 a.m. Movement on the front porch. I gripped the bat tighter, turned slowly. They stood at my window, face pressed against the glass, staring directly at me. Not at the cameras anymore. At me. I raised the bat, shouted for them to leave. No response. Their lips moved. No sound came out, but I could read the words. Let me in. I stumbled backward. They pressed harder against the glass. The window creaked. Let me in, let me in, let me in. Their mouth stretched wider with each silent word, eyes growing larger, darker. The window cracked. I ran. Through the kitchen, out the back door, across the yard. Behind me, glass shattered. I made it to my car, fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life. As I reversed out of the driveway, my headlights swept across my porch. Empty. I drove to the police station, showed them the footage from that night, static, every camera, from 3 to 3:15 a.m., even the ones inside the house. They found the broken window, took more reports, dusted for prints, Found nothing. I sold the house the next month, moved across the country, changed my phone number, deleted the Ring app. But sometimes around 3 a.m. I still check my new security cameras. Still watch for movement on my porch. Still see that face in my dreams pressed against my window, mouthing those words over and over. And sometimes, on the darkest nights, I swear I catch glimpses of a tall figure in dark clothes, standing motionless in my yard, walking with unnatural slowness, head turning, always turning to stare directly into the camera. The notifications came this morning. 6 motion alerts. Between 3 and 3:15 a.m. I haven't checked them yet. Don't know if I will. Some things you can't run from. Some things follow you. Some things just wait, patient and persistent, until you finally break down and let them in. They're waiting on my porch right now. I can feel it. And soon, very soon, I'll have to decide whether to watch those clips, whether to look into those eyes again, whether to hear what new words they're mouthing through my window. Time is running out. The sun is setting. 3 a.m. comes for us all eventually. I should check those notifications. I shouldn't check those notifications. I have to check those notifications. My finger hovers over the app. The screen glows in the darkness. My hands won't stop shaking. The first call came at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. I remember the exact time because I checked my phone's screen, cursing whoever was calling me at that hour. The number wasn't in my contacts, just a string of digits I didn't recognize. I almost declined it, but something made me answer. Maybe it was because I'd been working late on a deadline for the Parker account, and my brain wasn't thinking straight. "Hello?" I said, my voice rough from fatigue. Silence. Not even breathing on the other end. Just dead air. I waited 5 seconds, then hung up. Probably a wrong number or a glitch. I went back to my spreadsheets, forgot about it, and crawled into bed an hour later. The next night, my phone rang at 3:12 a.m. Same unknown number. This time I was actually asleep when it rang, and I fumbled for the phone in the dark, knocking over a glass of water on my nightstand. "Who is this?" I demanded, more irritated than anything else. Again, silence. I hung up after 3 seconds. I blocked the number before going back to sleep. Fat lot of good that did. The third night, at 2:55 a.m., my phone rang with a different unknown number. I hadn't even fallen asleep yet. I'd been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, half expecting the call. My hand was already reaching for the phone before the first ring finished. This time, I said nothing. I just held the phone to my ear and listened. The silence stretched for 10 seconds. 15. Then I heard it. A soft exhale, barely audible. Could have been static, could have been wind, but it wasn't. I sat up in bed, fully awake now. "I can hear you," I said. The line went dead. By the fourth night, I'd started recording the calls. I sat in my home office with my laptop open, a recording app ready. The call came at 3:33 a.m. Different number again. This time, there was definitely breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate breaths like someone trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. I played the recording back afterward, increasing the volume and applying noise reduction. The breathing was clearer in the enhanced version, and underneath it, I could hear something else, a low hum, maybe machinery or traffic in the background. The fifth night, the caller whispered my name. David. Just once, barely audible. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it, but the recording confirmed it. My name, spoken in a voice I couldn't identify as male or female, young or old. The whisper had a strange quality to it, like it was being filtered through something. I called the police the next morning. Officer Martinez took my report with professional detachment, but I could tell she wasn't particularly concerned. "Have you received any threats?" she asked. "No." "Has anyone been harassing you at work or in your personal life?" "No." And the caller hasn't made any demands or said anything threatening? They just said my name. She gave me that look cops give you when they think you're wasting their time. Mr. Cooper, while this is certainly annoying, there's not much we can do about prank calls unless there's a clear threat or pattern of harassment. I suggest changing your number. I did change my number that afternoon. Spent 2 hours updating my contacts and dealing with the phone company. I felt better afterward, more in control. That lasted until 3:17 a.m. when my new number rang with another unknown caller. This time, the whisper was longer. David, I see you. I lived alone in a 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of a decent building in a good neighborhood. I'd always felt safe there. But after that call, I walked through every room, checking windows, looking in closets, behind shower curtains. I stood at each window, studying the dark buildings across the street, searching for lights or movement. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I installed a security camera in my bedroom and another facing my front door. I bought motion sensor lights for my balcony. I started keeping my gun, a Glock 19 I'd bought years ago and barely used, on my nightstand instead of in its lockbox in the closet. The calls kept coming, every night between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m., always from different numbers, always with that whispered voice that seemed to get a little clearer, a little closer each time. David, I'm getting closer. David, do you feel me watching? David, soon. I tried staying at a hotel, but the calls followed me. I tried turning off my phone completely, but then the hotel room phone would ring. Once I pulled the hotel phone's cord out of the wall and my laptop started chiming with incoming Skype calls from accounts I didn't recognize. Work started to suffer. I made mistakes on simple calculations, dozed off during meetings. My boss, Linda, called me into her office after I missed a major deadline. David, what's going on? This isn't like you. I wanted to tell her, wanted to explain about the calls, the whispers, the growing certainty that something was very wrong. But I knew how it would sound. I mumbled something about insomnia and promised to do better. That night, the whisper changed. David, Linda seems worried about you. My blood went cold. I'd been at the office when Linda talked to me. How did the caller know? The next day, I hired a private investigator. Frank Mendez had good reviews online and didn't blink when I told him my story. He set up surveillance equipment in my apartment and began trying to trace the calls. Whoever this is, they're good, he told me after 3 days. The numbers are all spoofed, bounced through multiple VPNs, but we'll catch them. I wasn't so sure. The whispers were getting longer, more detailed. David, you should eat more than coffee and toast for breakfast. David, that red tie doesn't match your gray suit. David, you forgot to lock your balcony door again. I'd rush to check the door every time, finding it locked. But the doubt would creep in. Had I checked it before? Had I just locked it now after the fact? Frank set up cameras covering every angle of my apartment and the surrounding streets. He gave me a panic button that would alert him instantly. He even had someone watch my place at night while I tried to sleep. It didn't help. David, Frank can't see me. David, no one can see me. David, but I can see you. The whispers started coming during the day too. Not through my phone, but in my ear when I was alone in my office or in the elevator or in my car. Always just at the edge of hearing, always saying my name first. I stopped going to work. Stopped leaving my apartment. I covered all the mirrors, taped over my phone's cameras, disconnected my laptop's webcam. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, gun in hand, watching the security camera feeds on multiple monitors. Frank brought in tech experts consulting with other investigators. They set up more sophisticated monitoring equipment, trying to catch something, anything that would explain what was happening. Then came the night I saw it on the cameras. I was watching the feeds, scanning between views of my empty hallway, my bedroom, my kitchen. Everything normal, everything quiet. Then movement caught my eye on the bedroom feed. A shadow, darker than the darkness around it, moving across the wall. But when I looked at the other camera angle of the same room, nothing. The shadow only appeared on one feed. I radioed Frank, who was watching from his car outside. "Are you seeing this?" "Seeing what?" "All feeds are clear." I switched between camera angles. The shadow was growing, spreading across the wall like spilled ink. But only on that one camera. "David." The whisper came from everywhere and nowhere. "David, I'm here." The shadow reached the edge of the wall and began to peel away from it, forming a shape that made my eyes hurt to look at it. "David, look at me." I didn't want to turn around. God help me, I didn't want to turn around. But I felt my head moving, my neck turning against my will. The last thing I remember clearly is the sound of Frank's voice on the radio, asking if I was okay. After that, my memories become fragmented. I remember darkness moving like wet silk. I remember cold that went deeper than skin. I remember my name being whispered in a voice that felt like fingers scraping inside my skull. I remember screaming. They found me 3 days later in a maintenance closet on the 7th floor of my building, 3 floors above my apartment. I was dehydrated, confused, and missing my phone, my gun, and 48 hours of memories. The security cameras showed nothing unusual. No shadow, no movement, just me walking calmly out of my apartment at 3:17 a.m., taking the stairs up to the 7th floor and entering the maintenance closet. The cameras didn't record me screaming. They didn't record the darkness moving against the walls. They didn't record anything at all unusual. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by severe insomnia and stress. They gave me medication that made the world feel soft and distant. They recommended extended rest and therapy. I moved in with my sister in another state, changed my name, started over. But sometimes, in the dead hours of the night, my new phone rings. And before I can stop myself, I answer. "David." The whispers have found me again, and this time they're getting louder. They're... The light shouldn't be there. I know this house is empty. I just bought it 2 days ago. Yet there it is, a yellow glow coming from the attic window, visible from where I stand in the driveway. My hand tightens around my car keys, the metal edges digging into my palm. The November wind whips around me and my breath comes out in white puffs in the cold air. I've spent the last 3 hours moving boxes from my apartment, and this is the first time I've noticed it. The real estate agent gave me all the keys yesterday, and I made sure every room was locked before I left. No one else should be here. I walk up to the front door, my footsteps crunching on dead leaves. The porch light flickers as I fumble with the lock. Inside, the house is silent except for the hum of the heating system. The hardwood floors creak under my feet as I move through the empty living room. My footsteps echo off the bare walls. The stairs to the 2nd floor are straight ahead. I stop at the bottom, looking up. The stairwell is dark and I can't see the top. My hand finds the light switch on the wall, and I flip it on. Nothing happens. The bulb must be burned out. I pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight. The beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating the wooden steps. They're covered in a thin layer of dust. No one has walked up here recently. My heart pounds against my ribs as I climb, one step at a time. Each board groans under my weight. At the top of the stairs, I pause. The hallway stretches out in front of me, with 3 closed doors on the left and 2 on the right. At the end is another door, the entrance to the attic. I shine my light on it. It's an old wooden door with peeling white paint and a brass knob. There's no light coming from underneath it. I walk down the hallway, my shoes leaving prints in the dust. When I reach the attic door, I press my ear against it. Nothing. Complete silence. I grab the doorknob and turn it slowly. It's unlocked. The door opens with a long creak. A set of narrow wooden stairs leads up into darkness. I point my phone light up, but it only illuminates the first few steps. The rest disappear into black. My throat is dry as I start climbing. The stairs are steep and narrow, barely wide enough for my feet. Halfway up, I stop and look back down. The hallway seems far away now. I can still see the beam from the porch light coming through the front windows downstairs. I reach the top of the stairs and step into the attic. My phone light sweeps across the space. It's completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. Just bare wooden floorboards and exposed rafters overhead. A thick layer of dust covers everything. There are no footprints except for mine. The window is on the far wall. I walk over to it, the floorboards creaking with each step. When I reach it, I shine my light outside. From here, I can see my car parked in the driveway below. There's no light up here, no lamp, no electrical fixtures, nothing that could explain what I saw from outside. My hands are shaking as I check every corner of the attic. The dust is undisturbed everywhere I look. There's nothing here that could have produced that light. I hurry back down the attic stairs, closing the door firmly behind me. In the hallway, I turn around and look up at the house from the front yard. The attic window is dark now, but as I watch, a faint yellow glow appears behind the glass. My stomach drops. The light is there, but I know the attic is empty. I just checked it myself. I spend the next hour unpacking boxes in the living room, trying to keep my mind off what I saw. Every few minutes, I glance out the front window. The light in the attic remains steady like a candle burning behind the glass. Around midnight, I decide to try to get some sleep. The previous owners left a bed in one of the second-floor bedrooms. I make it up with fresh sheets and climb in, leaving the hallway light on. I lie there listening to the house settle, the old wood creaking and groaning in the cold. I must have dozed off because suddenly I'm awake, and the house is completely dark. The hallway light is off. I reach for my phone on the nightstand, 3:17 a.m. My throat is parched. I need water. I swing my legs out of bed, wincing as my feet touch the cold floor. The house is silent, except for the wind outside. I open my bedroom door and step into the hallway. In the darkness, I can barely make out the shapes of the other doors. That's when I notice it. The attic door at the end of the hall is open. I know I closed it earlier. I'm absolutely certain of that. I stand frozen in the doorway, staring at the black rectangle of the open attic. The silence feels heavy, pressing against my ears. Then I hear it. A soft thud from above. Another thud. Footsteps. Someone is walking around in my attic. My heart slams against my ribs. The footsteps continue, slow and deliberate. They move from one end of the attic to the other, the old floorboards creaking under their weight. I back into my bedroom, my hands fumbling for my phone. My fingers are shaking so badly I can barely turn on the flashlight. The beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating the hallway. The attic door is definitely open. As I watch, another footstep sounds from above, closer to the stairs now. I need to get out of here. My car keys are downstairs on the kitchen counter. I step into the hallway, moving as quietly as possible. The footsteps above have stopped. I reach the top of the main stairs. My phone light shows the way down. I start descending, trying to avoid the spots that creaked earlier. Halfway down, I hear it. Another footstep from the attic, right at the top of the attic stairs now. I abandon any attempt at being quiet and run down the remaining steps. Behind me, I hear more footsteps. Faster now, coming down the attic stairs. I sprint through the living room, knocking over an empty box. The footsteps are in the upstairs hallway. I reach the kitchen and grab my keys from the counter. As I turn toward the front door, the hallway light flickers on upstairs. Footsteps on the main stairs now, coming down. My trembling hands struggle with the front door lock. Finally, it turns. I yank the door open and run outside into the cold night air. Behind me, the footsteps reach the bottom of the stairs. I don't look back as I run to my car. The key fob beeps as I unlock it. I throw myself into the driver's seat and slam the door, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life. As I back out of the driveway, I finally look at the house. All the lights are off now, including the hallway light. But in the attic window, the yellow glow has returned, stronger than before. I drive to a nearby hotel and check in for the night. Sleep is impossible. I lie in bed watching the sun rise, trying to make sense of what happened. Around 8 a.m., I call the real estate agent. Has anyone else reported strange things in the house? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Specifically in the attic? There's a long pause on the other end. The previous owners didn't mention anything, she says finally. But what? The owners before them, well, there was an incident. The husband claimed he saw things, heard things. He became obsessed with the attic. His wife found him up there one morning. He'd hanged himself from the rafters. My mouth goes dry. When was this? 1987. The house was empty for almost a year after that. No one wanted to buy it. She pauses again. I should have told you, but we're legally only required to disclose deaths within the last 3 years. I hang up and sit on the hotel bed, staring at the wall. The sun is fully up now. In a few hours, I need to go back to the house to get my things. I can't leave them there. But first, I need to research something. I pull out my laptop and start searching newspaper archives. It takes several hours, but I finally find what I'm looking for. A small article from 1987 about the suicide. The man's name was Robert Chen. He bought the house in early 1987 and died 3 months later. The article includes quotes from his wife. In the weeks before his death, Robert became convinced someone was living in the attic. He claimed he saw lights up there at night, heard footsteps. He started sleeping in the hallway, watching the attic door. The doctors diagnosed him with paranoid delusions. But the part that makes my blood run cold is his wife's description of the night before his death. She woke up around 3 a.m. and found him standing in the hallway, staring at the open attic door. He told her he could hear someone walking around up there. The next morning, she found his body hanging from the attic rafters. The police report noted that despite the thick dust covering the attic floor, there were 2 sets of footprints, Robert's and another set they couldn't identify. I sit back in the hotel chair, my hands shaking. The memory of last night feels too vivid. The open attic door, the footsteps, the light in the window. It wasn't a hallucination. I know what I heard, what I saw. Around noon, I drive back to the house. It looks different in daylight. Just an ordinary 2-story colonial with white siding and black shutters. No sign of the terror I felt last night. I park in the driveway but leave the car running. The front door is still unlocked from my hasty exit last night. Inside, everything is exactly as I left it. The overturned box in the living room, my sheets tangled on the bed upstairs. I work quickly, grabbing the essentials, clothes, laptop, important documents. The rest can be replaced. I'm about to leave when I notice something that stops me cold. There are footprints in the dust on the stairs leading to the attic. Not my footprints from last night. These are different, smaller. They lead up the stairs and disappear into the darkness. I back away from the stairs, clutching my bags. As I turn to leave, I hear it. A single footstep from the attic above. Then another. I run. Behind me, the footsteps start descending the attic stairs. I make it to my car and speed away. In the rearview mirror, I see the yellow light appear in the attic window, glowing steadily in the afternoon sun. I never went back to the house. I left town the next day, abandoning everything I couldn't fit in my car. The real estate agent called several times, but I didn't answer. Let someone else deal with the house and whatever lives in that attic. Sometimes late at night, when I'm lying in bed in my new apartment 3 states away, I think about those footprints in the dust. Who made them? Was it Robert Chen, still walking the attic floor after all these years? Or was it something else? Something that drove him to his death and then tried to do the same to me? I don't know. But I do know this. Somewhere in that house, behind that attic window, a light is glowing. And someone, or something, is walking back and forth, waiting for the next owner to come investigate. I woke up to take a piss at 2:17 a.m. That's when everything changed. My bedroom door creaked as I pushed it open, and the hallway was darker than usual. The nightlight I always kept plugged in near the bathroom wasn't working. I shuffled forward, my bare feet cold against the hardwood floor, and that's when I slammed my shin into something hard. Shit! I grabbed my leg, squinting in the darkness. A shape loomed in front of me, tall and strange. I fumbled for my phone in my pajama pocket and turned on the flashlight. My dining room chairs were stacked in a perfect tower in the middle of the hallway. All 6 of them. The expensive ones I'd bought from Pottery Barn 3 years ago when I got this house. They formed a precise column, each chair balanced perfectly on top of the one below it, reaching almost to the ceiling. I live alone. Have lived alone since Sarah left 2 years ago. And I know for a fact those chairs were around my dining table when I went to bed at 11 p.m. My heart started hammering in my chest. I swept the phone's light across the hallway, checking every corner, every shadow. Nothing else seemed out of place. The framed photos of my family still hung on the walls. The small table with my keys and wallet was undisturbed. I backed up slowly into my bedroom, my eyes fixed on those chairs. My hands were shaking as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? Someone's been in my house. My voice came out as a whisper. Or maybe they're still here. I live alone, and someone stacked all my dining room chairs in the hallway while I was sleeping. Sir, are you safe right now? I'm in my bedroom. I just found them like this, the chairs. Is there any sign of forced entry? Any broken windows or doors? I realized I hadn't checked. I don't know. I just woke up to use the bathroom and found them. Stay where you are. We'll send officers to check your house. What's your address? I gave her my address, 1847 Pine Grove Lane. She told me to stay on the line and lock my bedroom door. I did, then sat on my bed staring at that door while clutching my phone. My mouth was dry. Every small sound made me jump. The hum of the heating system, a car passing outside, the house settling. 10 minutes later, I heard sirens approaching. They cut off suddenly, and soon there were flashlight beams moving across my front windows. Someone knocked on my front door. Police, Mr. Walker? I made my way downstairs carefully, checking every corner with my phone light. Nothing else was disturbed. When I opened the front door, 2 officers stood there, hands near their weapons. Are you Daniel Walker? I nodded. They came inside and did a thorough search of the house while I waited in the living room. My front door had been locked. All windows were secure. No signs of forced entry anywhere. The chairs are exactly as you found them? One officer, Rodriguez, according to his nameplate, stood examining the stack with his flashlight. Yes, I didn't touch them. And you're certain they were around your dining table when you went to bed? Absolutely certain. I had dinner there last night. Watched some TV, went upstairs around 11. They took photos of the chairs and checked them for fingerprints. Found nothing but my own prints. They checked the security system. It hadn't been triggered. No footprints in the dirt outside the windows. No scratches around the locks. Mr. Walker, do you have any cameras in the house? No, just the alarm system. Rodriguez wrote in his notebook. Any ex-partners who might have a key? Anyone who might want to send you a message? I thought about Sarah. She'd taken her key when she moved out, but I'd changed the locks after that. No one has a key except me. They took my statement and told me to call again if anything else happened. Said they'd increase patrols in the area tonight, but I could tell they were skeptical. The facts didn't add up. No forced entry, no evidence of anyone else in the house, just these perfectly stacked chairs in my hallway. After they left, I stood staring at the chair tower. Dawn was starting to creep through the windows. I needed to use the bathroom badly. I still hadn't gone since waking up. But I didn't want to walk past those chairs. Finally, my bladder won out. I edged past them, keeping my back to the wall. In the bathroom, I kept the door open, listening for any sound. The house was silent. When I came out, the chairs were gone. My heart nearly stopped. I ran to the dining room. All 6 chairs were back in their places around the table, arranged exactly as they'd been at dinner time. I called 911 again. Different officers came out. They took more photos, more notes. Found nothing unusual. Suggested maybe I'd been sleepwalking. Recommended I see a doctor. Set up some cameras. I called in sick to work. Spent the morning installing wireless security cameras in every room, living room, dining room, kitchen, hallway, everywhere except the bathroom and bedroom. The Best Buy guy helped me set up the app on my phone so I could watch the feeds anytime. I couldn't sleep that day. Kept checking the cameras every few minutes. Everything stayed normal. The chairs didn't move. Nothing moved. That night I took 2 Ambien and forced myself to go to bed. Set my phone on the nightstand with the camera app open. I drifted off around midnight. 3:43 a.m. A notification sound woke me. Movement detected in dining room. I grabbed my phone, hands trembling. The dining room camera showed the chairs sliding across the floor. No one was touching them. They moved smoothly, one by one, into the hallway. Then they began stacking themselves, floating up one at a time to form that perfect tower again. I sat frozen, watching the feed. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. I pinched my arm hard enough to leave marks. Not dreaming. The chair tower stood complete. Nothing else moved. The other cameras showed empty rooms. I switched between camera feeds frantically, looking for anything. A shadow, a figure, something to explain this. Nothing. Then all the cameras went dark simultaneously. The app showed connection lost for each one. My phone's flashlight wouldn't turn on. The lamp beside my bed didn't work when I tried it. The whole house was silent. Even the usual hum of the heating system was gone. A scraping sound came from the hallway. Wood against wood. Slow. Deliberate. The chairs were moving again. I could hear them but couldn't see anything in the pitch darkness. The scraping got louder, closer to my bedroom door. Something knocked on the door. 3 precise taps. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. My chest felt like it was being crushed. More knocking. The door handle started to turn slowly. I'd locked it, I was sure I'd locked it, but the handle kept turning. Click. The door swung open. The hallway beyond was absolute darkness. But I could feel something there. A presence. Heavy. Watching. A whisper came from the darkness. My name. Daniel. It was Sarah's voice. But Sarah was dead. Had been dead for 2 years. Car accident on a rainy night. Daniel. Closer now. Something cold touched my face. Why did you let me drive that night? I screamed, grabbed my phone and threw it toward the voice. There was a crash, then silence. Light flooded the room suddenly. All the power was back on. My phone lay shattered against the far wall. The hallway was empty. No chairs, no presence, no Sarah. I ran downstairs. The chairs were all around the dining table again, perfectly arranged. The security cameras were still in place, their green lights blinking normally. I checked the app on my tablet since my phone was broken. The camera footage from the night showed nothing unusual. Just empty rooms. The chairs never moved. I sold the house 3 days later. Took a massive loss, but I didn't care. Moved into a small apartment across town. Bought folding chairs from Walmart. But sometimes, late at night, I hear scraping sounds from my living room. And every morning, I wake up to find the chairs arranged differently than I left them. I don't live alone anymore. Sarah lives with me again. I just can't see her. Last night, I heard her whisper something new. Soon. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. What's still happening. I've tried telling people. My family, therapists, priests. They either think I'm crazy or lying. Maybe I am crazy. But those chairs moved. Sarah spoke to me, and she's not finished. The folding chairs are starting to scrape across the floor now. It's 2:17 a.m. I can hear her behind me, and the mattress dipped at 3:47 a.m. I felt it clear as day. Someone was sitting at the foot of my bed. I froze, eyes fixed on the red numbers of my alarm clock, listening to my heartbeat pound in my ears. I worked the night shift at a warehouse in northern New Jersey. Nothing special, just moving boxes and checking inventory until my eyes blur. That night had been particularly rough. 3 guys called in sick, leaving us short-staffed during a major shipment. By the time I got home at 3:30 a.m., my back ached and my feet felt like concrete blocks. I didn't even bother turning on the lights when I walked in. I just kicked off my steel-toed boots, stripped down to my boxers and t-shirt, and collapsed into bed. The sheets were cold against my skin. My apartment was dead quiet except for the hum of the mini fridge in the kitchen and the occasional car passing on the street below. I was drifting off when I felt it. The mattress compressed, like someone had sat down hard at the foot of the bed. The springs creaked. My eyes snapped open. My first thought was that someone had broken in. My apartment's on the 3rd floor, but the fire escape runs right past my bedroom window. I'd checked the locks, I always do, but maybe I'd missed something in my exhaustion. I lay there, not moving a muscle, barely breathing. No footsteps, no rustling clothes. No breathing except my own, which came in short, shallow bursts. Just that persistent weight pressing down on the mattress. My hand inched toward the lamp on my bedside table. The cord brushed against my fingers. I wanted to grab it, to flood the room with light, but my arm felt heavy. My chest tightened. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air from the window AC unit. 5 seconds passed. 10. The weight didn't shift, didn't move. Just stayed there, pressing down, making the springs creak whenever I breathed too deeply. I counted to 3 in my head, then yanked the lamp cord. Light flooded the room. My eyes burned as they adjusted. I blinked hard, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. No one was there. But the covers were pressed down in a perfect depression, like someone was still sitting there. I stared at it. The indent was deep, at least 4 or 5 inches. The blanket's fabric pulled tight around the edges of the depression. I reached out with my foot and kicked at the spot. My toes hit nothing but air. The depression remained. I sat up, pressing my back against the headboard. The wood felt cold through my t-shirt. "Hello?" My voice came out as a croak. No response. Just the hum of the fridge and the whoosh of cars outside. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, called 911, waited through 3 rings before hanging up. What was I going to tell them? That my blanket had a dent in it? The depression stayed there for 2 full minutes. I know because I watched the clock the whole time, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then, without warning, the mattress springs released. The blanket smoothed out like someone had just stood up. I didn't sleep that night. I sat there with every light in the apartment on, watching the spot where the weight had been. Nothing else happened. When the sun came up, I called in sick to work and spent the morning researching the building's history. The apartment complex was built in 1983. No deaths reported in my unit. No mysterious disappearances. Nothing that would explain what happened. I almost convinced myself it had been a hallucination from exhaustion. Almost. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Every night at exactly 3:47 a.m., the weight returns. Sometimes it stays for a few minutes. Sometimes for hours. I've tried sleeping on the couch, but the weight follows me there. I've tried sleeping at friends' houses, but as soon as I'm back home, it starts again. Last night, I set up my phone to record it. The video shows the blanket depressing, clear as day. But there's nothing there. No shadow, no shape. Just empty air pressing down on my bed. I haven't told anyone else about this. They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. But I know what I feel every night. I know the wait is real. The worst part isn't the fear anymore, it's the waiting. Lying there each night watching the clock tick closer to 3:47, knowing what's coming. My heart starts racing around 3:30. By 3:45, I'm drenched in sweat. Sometimes I think about talking to it, asking what it wants. But I'm scared of what might answer. Today I hired movers. I'm breaking my lease. Getting out of here. I don't care about losing my security deposit or finding a new place close to work. I just need this to stop. It's 3:44 a.m. now. I'm sitting in my stripped bare apartment surrounded by packed boxes. The movers come at 8 how. This is my last night here. My mattress is the only thing left unpacked. The clock just changed to 3:45. My hands are shaking as I type this on my phone. I want to run, but I need to know. Need to see if it follows me to the new place. Need to understand what this thing wants from me. 3:46. The air feels heavy, colder. The springs in my mattress are starting to creak. 3:47. The weight is here. But something's different tonight. The depression in the mattress is deeper than usual, and for the first time, I hear breathing. Slow, raspy breathing that isn't mine. It's moving. The depression is sliding up the bed toward me. I can see the blanket dragging across the mattress. My phone's screen is cracking in my grip. The breathing is getting louder. I should run, should scream, should do something. But I can't move. Can't look away from the indent crawling toward me inch by inch. It's at my knees now. The breathing sounds wet, heavy, like something's wrong with its lungs. My chest feels tight. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision. The depression keeps moving. It's almost to my hips. I can feel it now. Not just the weight on the mattress, but actual pressure against my legs. Cold pressure, like hands made of ice squeezing through the blanket. The breathing is right next to my ear. I can feel cold air brushing against my neck. Someone's whispering my name. A loud thud from the guest room stopped me mid-step. I froze in the hallway, still holding my glass of water. The digital clock on the wall showed 11:47 p.m. My wife Sarah was working the night shift at the hospital, and I was alone in our 2-story house. I heard it again, a scraping sound like something heavy being dragged across wood. The guest room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, past our bedroom and the bathroom. We hadn't used it in months, not since Sarah's parents visited for Christmas. My heart pounded against my ribs. I set the water glass down on the hallway table, carefully, trying not to make a sound. The house was dark except for the small nightlight we kept plugged in near the stairs. The scraping stopped, replaced by a soft rustling. I walked toward the guest room. The carpet muffled my footsteps. My hands felt cold and clammy. I reached for my phone in my pocket, but it wasn't there. I'd left it charging downstairs in the kitchen. The guest room door was closed. It shouldn't have been. We always kept it open to help with air circulation. I stood there, listening. More rustling came from inside, followed by what sounded like hangers clicking against each other in the closet. My fingers wrapped around the doorknob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm. I turned it slowly, trying to minimize the sound of the mechanism. The door creaked as I pushed it open. I'd been meaning to oil those hinges for weeks. The room was dark. Moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting weird shadows on the walls. Everything looked normal at first. The queen-sized bed with its blue comforter, the wooden dresser, the small desk in the corner. Then I noticed the closet door was open. It shouldn't have been. I fumbled for the light switch, flicking it on. The sudden brightness made me squint. The closet was a mess. Clothes that had been hanging neatly were now scattered on the floor. A winter coat lay crumpled in the corner. Hangers dangled empty on the rod. I stepped into the room, my bare feet sinking into the carpet. The air felt different, colder somehow. As I got closer to the closet, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A single footprint in the dust on the hardwood floor inside the closet. It was bigger than my foot. Much bigger. I wear a size 10. This print looked like it came from someone wearing at least a size 14 or 15. The shape was clear in the dust. A deep heel impression, a distinct arch, 5 toe marks at the front. I backed away from the closet. My throat felt tight. We lived in a good neighborhood. I always locked the doors and windows before going to bed. I'd done it tonight, same as always. I'd even double-checked the back door after taking out the trash. A soft thump came from inside the closet. I jumped, stumbling backward until my legs hit the bed. The sound came again, louder this time. Something was moving in there, hidden behind the hanging clothes at the back. I should have run. I should have grabbed my phone and called the police. Instead, I stood there, frozen. watching the clothes start to move. A sleeve of Sarah's old winter coat swayed back and forth. Then a dark shape emerged from behind it. What happened next occurred so fast I barely had time to process it. A massive hand, pale and veined, shot out from between the clothes. It grabbed the closet door and slammed it shut with such force that the whole wall shook. I heard the lock click. I ran. I sprinted out of the guest room and down the hallway, taking the stairs 2 at a time. My feet slipped on the last step and I crashed into the wall, banging my shoulder hard. I didn't stop. I ran straight to the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone in my house, I gasped. In the upstairs guest room closet. Please send someone right away. I gave them my address, still trying to catch my breath. Officers are on their way, the dispatcher said. Are you in a safe location? I'm in the kitchen, first floor. Can you get outside safely? I looked at the back door. It was only 10 feet away. Yes. Please exit the house and wait for the officers. Stay on the line with me. I walked backwards toward the door, keeping my eyes on the kitchen entrance. The deadbolt turned smoothly. It was already unlocked. My stomach lurched. I distinctly remembered locking it earlier. The night air was cool on my face as I stepped onto the back porch. I could hear sirens in the distance, getting closer. The dispatcher kept talking to me, asking questions about what I'd seen. I answered automatically, my attention fixed on the upstairs windows of my house. The guest room light was still on. As I watched, a shadow moved past the window. It was huge, much taller than any normal person should be. The curtain twitched aside for a split second and I caught a glimpse of something looking down at me. Something with eyes that reflected the moonlight like a cat's. The sirens were very close now. Red and blue lights flashed at the end of my street. The shadow vanished from the window. I heard heavy footsteps upstairs running, then silence. 3 police cars pulled up in front of my house, lights flashing. 6 officers got out, weapons drawn. They asked me questions, took my statement. Then they searched the house room by room while I waited outside with 2 officers. They found the mess in the closet exactly as I'd described it. They found the footprint. They took photos, dusted for fingerprints, checked all the doors and windows. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of anyone leaving the house. The back door was unlocked, but there were no footprints in the soft dirt of Sarah's flower beds beneath any of the windows. I called Sarah at the hospital. She came home immediately, her face white with worry. The police stayed for hours taking statements, searching the property. They found nothing else. No explanation for what had happened. We slept downstairs on the couch that night, all the lights on. Sarah held my hand as I told her everything. She believed me. She could see how shaken I was. But neither of us could make sense of it. The next day I installed security cameras throughout the house. We put new locks on all the doors. I bought motion sensors for every room. We talked about moving, but this was our home. We'd worked hard for it. We didn't want to let fear drive us away. Weeks passed. Nothing else happened. The security cameras recorded nothing unusual. The motion sensors never triggered unexpectedly. Eventually, Sarah started working night shifts again. I forced myself to sleep in our bedroom, though I kept the guest room door locked. Tonight marks 1 month since it happened. Sarah's at work again. I'm sitting in the living room trying to focus on a book. The house is quiet except for the hum of the air conditioning. A few minutes ago, I heard something upstairs. A soft thud, like before. The security system hasn't triggered. The cameras show nothing on my phone's app. But I know what I heard. I'm writing this now because I need to document what happens next. The sound is getting louder. Something is moving around up there, in the guest room. I can hear the hangers clicking in the closet again. The police are already on their way. I called them the moment I heard the first noise. They'll be here in less than 5 minutes. I should wait outside. That would be the smart thing to do. But I can't. I need to know what's in that closet. I'm going upstairs now. I have my phone this time, recording video. The battery is at 94%. The timestamp shows 11:47 p.m., exactly 1 month since the first incident. My hands are shaking as I type this, but my mind is clear. I'm walking up the stairs. The guest room light is on. I didn't leave it that way. The door is open. I can see the closet from here. The door is moving, swaying slightly like something's pushing against it from inside. There's another footprint in the dust. It's the same size as before, but this time it's facing the other way, like whatever made it is trying to get out. I'm standing in the doorway now. The closet door is opening slowly. I can see something moving in the darkness beyond the hanging clothes. Something big. The air feels wrong, heavy and cold. My phone screen is glitching, the image breaking up into static. There's a hand reaching out. Pale, veined, bigger than before. I can see the arm it's attached to now. It keeps going, impossibly long, unfolding from the darkness like a telescope extending. The fingers are stretching toward me, each one as long as my forearm. The police sirens are close. Red and blue lights are flashing through the windows, but they won't make it in time. The hand is almost touching me. I can see what's behind it now. Emerging from the closet, I can see its face. The text ends here, mid-sentence. The final characters appear to have been typed in a hurry, with several typographical errors that have been corrected. The timestamp on the document shows it was last modified at 11:52 p.m. I should have left that damn board at the thrift store. Now I can't sleep, can't eat, can't think straight. My hands shake when I try to write this down, but I need to tell someone what happened. Maybe then they'll believe me. Maybe then I'll believe myself. It started 3 weeks ago when I was helping out at Second Time Around, this local thrift shop where my sister Sarah works. The owner, Mrs. Peterson, had broken her hip, so Sarah asked if I could help reorganize the back room. The place was a mess. Boxes everywhere, old furniture piled to the ceiling, dust so thick you could write your name in it. I was moving some boxes when I found it wedged between an old dresser and the wall. Just a plain wooden board, about 2 feet square, with a grid of lines carved into the surface. Nothing special, except for these weird scratches all over it. Not the normal wear and tear you'd expect. These looked deliberate, like someone had taken a knife and just gone to town on it. "Hey, Sarah," I called out, holding it up. "What's this supposed to be?" She barely glanced over. "Some kind of game board, maybe? Just add it to the pile for pricing." I should have. God, I should have just tossed it in with the other junk. But something about those scratches bothered me. They formed patterns, not random gouges, but deliberate marks that almost looked like writing. I ran my fingers over them, feeling the rough edges catch against my skin. "Mind if I take this home?" I asked. "Might clean it up, see what it is." Sarah shrugged. $5 and it's yours." I paid her and took it home, setting it on my kitchen table while I made dinner. The scratches seemed different under my apartment lights, deeper somehow, more purposeful. I spent an hour trying to figure out what kind of game it might be for. The grid looked almost like a chessboard, but the spacing was wrong, and there were these odd symbols carved into certain squares. That night I had the dream. I was standing in a dark room, couldn't see anything except the board floating in front of me, glowing with this sickly green light. And then I heard it, this whisper, right next to my ear, so close I could feel cold breath on my skin. "Don't touch the board." I woke up drenched in sweat, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Just a dream, I told myself. Too much pizza before bed. But when I went to the kitchen for some water, the board was gone. I searched everywhere, under the table, in cabinets, behind furniture. Nothing. I even called Sarah to ask if I'd actually brought it home or just imagined the whole thing. She confirmed I'd bought it, even texted me a photo of the receipt. The next night, same dream. This time the whisper was angry. "We told you not to touch it." I woke up with scratches on my arms, long, thin marks just like the ones on the board. My hands were covered in splinters, though I hadn't touched any wood. I started keeping a detailed log of everything that happened. The board would appear in random places, once balanced on top of my TV, another time laid out on my bed. But whenever I tried to grab it, it wasn't there. Just an impression in the dust, a rectangular shadow that faded as I watched. The dreams got worse. The whispers turned into screams. The scratches appeared in new places. My back, my legs, my face. I installed cameras, but they just showed static whenever the board appeared. I tried staying awake, but that only made things worse. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, hear scratching in the walls. One morning I woke up to find my entire living room floor covered in scratch marks, all radiating out from where the board had apparently been sitting. My neighbor complained about the noise, said it sounded like someone dragging furniture around all night. I'd slept through it all. I went back to the thrift store, desperate for answers. Mrs. Peterson was back, moving slowly with a walker. When I described the board, her face went white. "That shouldn't have been in the store," she said. "We got a box of items from an estate sale last month. The lawyer handling it was very specific. Everything was to be burned, not sold, especially not that board." She wouldn't tell me more, just kept muttering about promises and consequences. Sarah later told me Mrs. Peterson had insisted on doing a complete inventory, making sure nothing else from that estate sale had made it onto the shelves. The next week was a blur of sleepless nights and increasing paranoia. I found scratch marks everywhere. My car, my office desk, even my phone screen. The dreams became more vivid. Now I could see figures moving around the board, shadow things with too many limbs. They whispered in languages I didn't understand but somehow knew were threats. I tried to document everything, set up more cameras, took photos of the scratches, recorded the sounds I heard at night. But the footage always corrupted. The photos came out blank, and the recordings contained nothing but static and what might have been breathing. Last night was the worst. I dreamed I was playing a game on the board with something I couldn't see. Moving pieces I couldn't touch toward a goal I didn't understand. The whispers were clear now. "Your turn. Make your move. The game must be finished." I woke up at my kitchen table, fingers bloody from fresh scratches. The board was there, solid and real for the first time in weeks. A piece, something that looked like carved bone, sat in the center square. As I watched, it moved on its own, sliding across the grid with a sound like fingernails on wood. That's when I ran. Didn't even pack a bag, just grabbed my keys and got out. I'm writing this from a motel 200 miles away. My phone keeps showing messages from my own number, pictures of the board in different places around my apartment. The latest one shows it on my bed, surrounded by bone pieces arranged in some kind of pattern. The scratches on my arms are forming letters now. They spell out the same message over and over. The game isn't finished. I don't know what to do. I can't go home. Can't tell anyone. They'll think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But these scratches are real. The photos on my phone are real, even if they disappear when I try to show them to someone else. An hour ago, I felt something under my pillow. The piece from the board. The one I saw move. It's sitting next to me as I write this little chunk of yellowed bone carved with symbols that hurt my eyes to look at. I know I'm not alone in this room. I can hear breathing that isn't mine, feel something watching me from the corner. The piece just moved, on its own, sliding across the motel desk like it's being pushed by invisible fingers. I can hear scratching coming from inside the walls. I think it's my turn to play, but I don't know the rules, and I'm afraid of what happens if I lose. The cleaning staff at the Route 23 motel found room 114 empty the next morning. The walls were covered in scratch marks. On the desk sat a wooden board, its surface carved with a grid and strange symbols. Next to it, arranged in a perfect circle, were 12 small pieces of bone. The security footage showed the room's occupant writing frantically at the desk. At 3:47 a.m., he suddenly stopped, stared at something off camera, and stood up. The video shows him walking to the center of the room, raising his hands as if holding something, and then, static. The board and bone pieces were logged into police evidence. By morning, the evidence locker was empty except for a single piece of paper covered in scratch marks. The board has not been seen since. But in thrift stores across the country, customers sometimes find old game boards wedged behind furniture or buried in boxes. Boards with strange grids and scratched surfaces. Most put them back. Some take them home. And the game continues. I know this because I still get the pictures on my phone. Different people, different rooms, same board, same pieces, same scratches spreading across walls and skin, same whispers in the dark. I've tried to warn them, created online posts, sent anonymous letters, but it's too late once they touch the board. The game has to be played, and somewhere out there, in some dark room or forgotten storage space, that board is waiting. Waiting for someone else to make the same mistake I did. Waiting for the next player. If you're reading this and you find an old board with scratches that look like writing, put it back. Walk away. Don't touch it. Don't take it home. Don't try to figure out what game it's for. Because once you start playing, there's only one way the game can end. And I still don't know the rules. I first noticed it 3 nights ago while brushing my teeth. A slight movement in the mirror that didn't match what was actually in my bathroom. I almost missed it. Just a dark shape shifting in the reflection of my shower curtain. When I turned around, the white plastic curtain hung perfectly still. But in the mirror, I could have sworn I saw it ripple. I kept brushing, telling myself I was tired. It was 11:43 p.m., and I had worked late again at the accounting firm. The fluorescent lights in my small bathroom buzzed faintly, and mint foam dripped down my chin into the sink. I leaned forward to spit, and that's when I saw it clearly. A figure standing in the doorway behind me in the mirror. Tall, motionless, wearing what looked like a dark suit. My body went rigid. I couldn't breathe. My toothbrush clattered into the sink. I spun around so fast I slipped on the tile floor and had to grab the counter to stay upright. The doorway was empty. Just the beige hallway wall and the edge of a framed photo visible in the darkness beyond. My hands shook as I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there in the reflection, standing perfectly still. I could make out broad shoulders, dark fabric, but where its face should have been was just shadow. Not a mask or hood. Just an absence where features should be. I closed my eyes hard and counted to 3. When I opened them, the figure remained. It hadn't moved at all. The rest of the mirror showed my bathroom exactly as it was. White walls, shower curtain, towel rack. But that thing didn't correspond to anything actually in the room with me. My reflection moved as I moved. Pale face, wide eyes, toothpaste foam on my chin. But now there was this other thing sharing the mirror space, standing impossibly behind me when the real space behind me was empty. I reached up slowly and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, watching my reflection do the same. The figure remained motionless. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat broke out across my forehead and upper lip. "Hello?" I whispered, feeling stupid even as I said it. My reflection's lips moved with the word. The figure didn't respond or move. I took a step closer to the mirror, studying the thing's shape. It had to be at least 6.5, broader than me across the shoulders. The suit it wore seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The longer I stared, the less human it looked. Its proportions were slightly wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. Without warning, it took a single step forward in the mirror. I jerked back, bumping hard into the toilet. But when I spun around, the bathroom behind me was still empty. I could feel cold porcelain against my back, hear water running in the pipes, smell mint toothpaste and soap. Everything was normal except what I saw in that mirror. I turned back. The figure had moved closer still, now just a few feet behind my reflection. I could see how its suit hung wrong on its frame, draping over angles that shouldn't exist in a human body. Where its hands should have been, the sleeves just ended. My reflection showed every detail of my terror. The sweat now soaking through my t-shirt, my chest heaving with rapid breaths, my white-knuckled grip on the edge of the sink. but the figure remained crisp and dark and wrong. I had to get out of there. I lunged for the door, but as I moved, the figure in the mirror moved too, reaching for my reflection with those impossible sleeve ends. I felt nothing touch me in the real bathroom, but I saw its arms extend toward my mirror self's shoulders. I slammed the bathroom door behind me and ran to my bedroom. I could hear my harsh breathing and pounding footsteps echoing off the walls. I dropped onto my bed, heart racing, and pulled out my phone with trembling fingers. Who could I even call? What would I say? I sat there for hours, jumping at every small sound. The ice maker dropping cubes, a car passing outside, the heating system clicking on. Every few minutes I checked my phone. 12:17 a.m., 12:42 a.m., 1:15 a.m. I knew I should try to sleep, but the thought of closing my eyes made my stomach clench. Around 3 a.m. I had to pee. I considered using the kitchen sink, but decided I was being ridiculous. I walked slowly back to the bathroom, flipped on every light along the way. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. The bathroom looked completely normal. White walls, white tile, white curtain. My reflection showed just me. Pale, tired, dark circles under my eyes. No figure, no suit, no impossible angles. I used the toilet quickly, keeping my eyes on the mirror the whole time. Nothing appeared. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, alternating between watching YouTube videos and staring at my bedroom door. When my alarm went off at 7 a.m., I called in sick to work for the first time in 2 years. I spent that day researching mirrors, hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, anything that could explain what I'd seen. I ordered a carbon monoxide detector for next day delivery. I made an appointment with my doctor for later that week. I even called a plumber to check for gas leaks, though he found nothing wrong. That night I used the downstairs bathroom instead. It was smaller, with just a tiny mirror above the sink. Nothing unusual appeared. I started to think maybe I had imagined the whole thing, or maybe I'd been more tired than I realized that first night. But last night, I had to use my upstairs bathroom again. The downstairs toilet was clogged, and I didn't have a plunger. I told myself I was being stupid. Nothing had happened the night before, nothing would happen now. I brushed my teeth quickly, keeping my eyes down on the sink. Just as I finished rinsing, movement caught my eye. In the mirror, the shower curtain was opening. Not in the real bathroom. I could see the actual curtain hanging still out of the corner of my eye. But in the reflection, it pulled aside slowly, revealing darkness beyond. The figure stepped out of that impossible space. This time I could see it more clearly, though I wished I couldn't. Its suit wasn't fabric at all. It was more like skin, or scales, or something between the two. It moved wrong, joints bending in directions they shouldn't. The shadow where its face should be seemed to draw in the bathroom's light. My reflection stood frozen, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, while the thing moved closer. In the real bathroom, I couldn't move either. My muscles locked up completely. I watched in horror as it reached for my reflection again. This time its sleeve ends touched my mirror self's shoulders. My reflection's eyes went wide, mouth opening in a silent scream. I felt nothing in the real bathroom, but I watched as my reflection began to change. Its skin grayed. Its movements became jerky and wrong. Its eyes turned black and empty. I managed to break free of my paralysis and ran. In the hallway, I caught a glimpse of my bedroom mirror as I passed. My reflection wasn't running. It stood still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, that thing still gripping its shoulders. I grabbed my keys and my phone and got in my car. I drove to a 24-hour diner and sat there until sunrise, drinking cup after cup of coffee with shaking hands. The waitress asked if I was okay. I must have looked terrible, still in my pajamas, pale and sweating, jumping every time I caught my reflection in the chrome napkin holder. I went to work that morning without going home to change. My coworkers stared, but no one said anything. I avoided the mirrors in the office bathroom. When I caught my reflection in my computer screen or the office windows, it looked normal, tired and scared, but normal. but now I'm home again. It's 11:38 p.m. I've covered every mirror in the house with sheets, but I know I'll have to look eventually. I can't avoid reflections forever. My bathroom mirror seems to pulse behind its covering, like something trying to get through. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what's happening. My reflection isn't mine anymore. I've seen it moving when I'm not moving, standing still when I'm walking, smiling when I'm crying. And that thing is always there now, standing behind it, touching it, changing it. Sometimes I catch glimpses of my reflection in windows or metal surfaces. It looks more like that thing every time. Angles wrong, movements jerky, skin gray and strange. I think it's replacing me, piece by piece, reflection by reflection. I hear something moving upstairs. Not in the real house. The house is silent except for my typing and breathing. But I hear it in the mirror version of my house, the wrong version that exists on the other side of every reflection. Heavy footsteps moving from the bathroom to my bedroom. That thing, walking through its mirror world. The sheet just fell off my bedroom mirror. I didn't touch it. It simply slid down like something pulled it from the other side. I can see my reflection in the mirror from where I sit, but it's not typing like I am. It's standing up, turning toward me, smiling with too many teeth. And behind it, emerging from the darkness of the mirror bedroom, I see a familiar tall figure in a not-quite suit. Its faceless head tilts as it looks at me. My reflection's smile stretches wider, wider than any human mouth should go. Its skin ripples like water. I have to look away. I have to run. But I know it doesn't matter now. Every reflection is a door, and that thing has the key. It's only a matter of time before it finishes whatever it's doing to my mirror self. And then I think my reflection will step through to replace me, and I'll be the one trapped behind the glass, watching as that thing finds someone new to change. I'm going to drive to the desert. I've heard there are places there with no reflective surfaces for miles. No mirrors, no windows, no chrome or glass or standing water. Maybe if I can't see my reflection, it can't find me. Maybe if I stay away from mirrors long enough, I'll be safe. But even as I write this, I see movement in my phone's black screen. A familiar figure standing behind an unfamiliar version of me. Its sleeve ends reach toward my reflection's throat. I have to go. Now. Before it's too late. Before the thing in the mirror finishes its work and my reflection decides to take my place. If you're reading this, don't look too long at your reflection. Don't trust it when it moves wrong. And if you see a tall figure in a dark suit standing behind your mirror self, run. Just run. The first time I noticed the kitchen door open when I knew I'd closed it, I blamed it on the wind. The 5th time, I started taking pictures every time I locked it. By the 10th time, I was sleeping on the couch with a baseball bat. Now, 3 weeks into living in this house, I don't sleep at all. It started the day after I moved in. The rental seemed perfect. A standalone house in a quiet neighborhood, reasonable price, decent condition. The landlord mentioned something about the previous tenant breaking their lease early, but I didn't think much of it. I was just happy to find a place I could afford on my own after Sarah left. That first night, I'd made dinner, cleaned up, and locked the back door in the kitchen before heading to bed around 11 p.m. I remember specifically checking it because I'm always careful about security. At 3 a.m., I got up to get some water and found the door standing open about 6 inches. The deadbolt was still engaged, but the door itself had swung inward. I stood there for a good minute, trying to process what I was seeing. The night air leaked in through the gap, carrying the smell of wet leaves from the backyard. I walked over and pushed the door shut, making sure it clicked into place. Then I checked the hinges, the frame, the lock mechanism. Everything seemed normal. I chalked it up to the house settling, or maybe the door being slightly warped. The next night, same thing. I'd locked up before bed, but woke around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom and noticed the kitchen seemed colder than usual. Sure enough, the door was open again, just a few inches. Deadbolt still engaged. This time I took out my phone and recorded a video of myself closing and locking it. stating the time and date out loud. By the fourth night, I was getting seriously unnerved. I'd started wedging a chair under the doorknob before bed, but it didn't matter. The chair would be pushed aside, the door open. I installed a security camera facing the door and checked the footage every morning, but it never showed the actual moment the door opened, just static or blank frames during those times. One week in, I called the landlord. "Hey, I'm having an issue with the kitchen door. It keeps coming open on its own." There was a long pause on the other end. "Have you checked the hinges?" he finally asked. "Yeah, everything seems fine mechanically. But it happens every single night, even with the deadbolt engaged." Another pause. "I'll send someone out to look at it." The handyman came the next day. He spent 2 hours checking everything, replaced the entire lock mechanism, adjusted the hinges, even planed down the edge of the door where he thought it might be sticking. That night, I went to bed feeling confident the problem was solved. 3:27 a.m. I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing, the security camera's motion alert. I pulled up the live feed and saw the door standing open, wider than usual. The new deadbolt was still engaged. I started sleeping on the couch after that, keeping the baseball bat within reach. I'd wake up multiple times each night to check the door. Sometimes it would open while I was watching, not quickly, but a slow, steady movement that took about 30 seconds. No sound, no visible cause. Just the door swinging open as if pushed by an invisible hand. I tried nailing it shut. The nails pulled themselves out, leaving clean holes in the wood. I tried boarding it up with 2x4s. They split and fell away. I even tried sealing it completely with industrial epoxy. The next morning, the epoxy was cracked and peeling, and the door stood open as usual. 2 weeks in, I started hearing things. Not voices exactly, but sounds that seemed just on the edge of being words. They always came from the kitchen, always late at night. A sort of wet whispering, like someone talking through a mouthful of water. I never went to investigate. Last night was the worst so far. I was on the couch pretending to watch TV, but really just staring at the kitchen doorway when I heard scratching. Not the usual subtle sounds. This was loud, deliberate. Like someone dragging their nails across the other side of the door. It went on for almost an hour. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Just sat there clutching the bat until my knuckles went white, watching the door through the security camera feed on my phone. Around 2 a.m., the scratching stopped. Then the door started to open, slower than ever before. Through the camera, I could see something dark moving in the gap. Not a shadow, but something darker than shadow. Something that seemed to absorb the light from my phone's screen. The door is open right now as I type this. It's 3:42 a.m. The scratching has started again, but it's coming from inside the kitchen this time. I can hear something moving in there, dragging itself across the linoleum. The wet whispering is getting louder. I should leave. I know I should leave. But I can't stop staring at the doorway, can't make myself move from this couch. My phone is almost dead and the battery pack is in the kitchen. The scratching is getting closer. I think something is about to come through that doorway. I can smell it now, like old meat left too long in a hot car. The whispers sound almost like words, almost like my name. The security camera just went dead, but I can still hear it coming closer. Still smell it. The scratching is at the doorway now. I'm going to have to look up from my phone. Going to have to see what's been opening that door every night. It's right in front of me. God, I should have asked the landlord why the previous tenant really left. I can feel its breath on my face. It smells like the space behind old walls, like things that have been trapped too long in dark places. The baseball bat feels useless in my hands now. The wet whispers are clear enough to understand, but I wish they weren't. I wish I couldn't hear what it's saying. This will be my last night in this house, one way or another. If anyone finds this, don't rent 1247 Oakwood Drive. Don't let the reasonable price fool you. And whatever you do, don't look up when you hear the scratching. It's touching my face now. Its fingers are cold and wrong. They don't bend in the right places. I'm going to stop writing and swing the bat. I don't think it will help, but I have to try something. I understand now why the kitchen door never stayed shut. It wasn't trying to get in, it was letting something out. The windshield wipers were losing their battle against the rain. I'd been driving these back roads for 2 hours trying to find my way back to the highway after my GPS died. The storm had started suddenly, one of those summer downpours that turned day into night. My headlights barely penetrated the wall of water ahead. I should have listened to the weather report that morning, should have taken the main route, even with the construction delays. But I was running late for a sales meeting in Providence, and my boss had made it clear that tardiness wasn't acceptable. Now, at 8:47 p.m., that meeting was long over, my phone was at 2% battery, and I was completely lost somewhere in rural Massachusetts. Or maybe it was Rhode Island. The state lines blur out here in farm country. The roads had gotten progressively narrower, the pavement giving way to gravel, then to dirt. When my Camry's wheels started to spin in the mud, I knew I was in trouble. I pressed the gas gently, trying to ease forward, but the tires just dug themselves deeper. After 5 minutes of alternating between reverse and drive, I accepted the reality. I was stuck. I killed the engine but left the headlights on, illuminating the rain-swept field ahead. The battery would die eventually, but I needed to see my surroundings. The rental agreement had roadside assistance, but with my phone nearly dead and no signal bars showing, that wasn't an option. I'd have to wait for another car to pass by, or for the rain to let up enough that I could walk for help. The windows started to fog up almost immediately. I cracked them open slightly, letting in the smell of wet earth and the steady drumming of rain on metal. Lightning flashed in the distance, followed by a low rumble of thunder. In the brief illumination, I could make out the silhouettes of what looked like cattle in the field ahead, maybe 50 yards out. I reached into the back seat for my briefcase, fishing out a protein bar I'd forgotten about. As I unwrapped it, movement caught my eye. One of the dark shapes had shifted position. Nothing unusual about that. Cows move around, even in the rain. But something about the movement seemed wrong. Too smooth, too purposeful. Another flash of lightning. This time I saw them more clearly. There were 5 or 6 shapes out there, and they weren't arranged randomly like grazing cattle. They were in a rough semicircle, all facing in my direction. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid even as I did it. The shapes didn't move. The rain continued its assault on the car. I fumbled for my phone, thinking maybe I could get enough charge to shine its flashlight out there. As I powered it on, the battery indicator flashed red and the screen went black. Perfect. Movement again. One of the shapes had definitely taken a step closer. I squinted through the rain-streaked windshield, trying to make out details. The proportions weren't right for cattle. They were too tall, too thin, and they were standing perfectly straight. My hands started to shake. I told myself I was being ridiculous. They were probably just farmers checking their livestock in the storm. But farmers would have flashlights. They'd be wearing rain gear. These shapes were dark and uniform, with no reflective surfaces or artificial lights. Another step closer. Now I could see that they moved with an unnatural rigidity, like mannequins being pushed across the field. They maintained their semicircle formation, advancing in perfect synchronization. I reached for the key, ready to try the engine again. Mud be damned. The starter clicked weakly but didn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. Lightning struck somewhere close by, the thunder immediate and deafening. In that bright moment, I saw them clearly for the first time. They had human proportions. Arms, legs, heads. But where their faces should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin like a department store mannequin. Except mannequins don't move. Mannequins don't turn their blank heads to track your movements. I jerked back in my seat, banging my head against the headrest. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I jammed the key into the ignition again, turning it desperately. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life. The shapes stopped their advance. They stood completely still, their faceless heads oriented toward my car. I could feel their attention even though they had no eyes to see with. I slammed the car into reverse, then drive, alternating between the two as I had before. The wheels spun uselessly in the mud. I could hear the wet sucking sound as they dug themselves deeper. The beings, I couldn't think of them as anything else now, resumed their approach. Their movements were mechanical but fluid, like well-oiled machines. They moved through the rain without seeming to notice it, their featureless heads never wavering from my direction. I reached for my phone again, forgetting for a moment that it was dead. When I looked back up, they had halved the distance between us. Now I could see more details I wished I hadn't. Their skin, if you could call it that, had a waxy sheen that reflected my headlights. Their clothes were wrong too. Not quite clothes at all, but textures that approximated clothing, like someone had described human clothing to an alien artist. "Stay back," I shouted, knowing it was useless. They showed no reaction. Why would they? They had no ears to hear with, no mouths to respond with. 30 feet away now. I could see their fingers, too long, too straight, moving in ways fingers shouldn't bend. Their arms swung with perfect regularity, like metronomes keeping time to some unheard rhythm. I threw myself into the back seat, scrambling for anything I could use as a weapon. My briefcase, a tire iron in the trunk if I could reach it, an umbrella. All useless. 20 feet. Their heads remained fixed on me, but their bodies moved sideways sometimes, sliding rather than stepping. The rain seemed to pass through them rather than falling on them. I pressed myself against the far door, heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. The closest one was near enough now that I could see how its neck moved, rotating in complete circles like a security camera, 10 feet. The headlights illuminated them fully. Their bodies were proportioned wrong, limbs too long, joints too flexible. They wore approximations of business suits like mine, but the details were wrong. The textures shifted and flowed like oil on water. 5 feet. The lead figure raised its arm, reaching toward my car. Its fingers elongated impossibly, stretching like taffy. I watched, paralyzed, as those fingers touched the driver's side window. The glass frosted over instantly, patterns of ice spreading from the point of contact. I fumbled with the door handle behind me, threw my weight against it. It opened, and I fell backward into the mud. Rain soaked me instantly, but I didn't care. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The mud sucked at my shoes. I lost one, then the other. The rain stung my face as I ran blindly through the field. Lightning flashed again, and I saw my own shadow stretching out before me. But there were other shadows too. Long, distorted shadows that shouldn't have been there based on the angle of the light. I ran until my lungs burned. When I couldn't run anymore, I risked a look back. They were following, maintaining the same perfect semicircle formation. They didn't run. They didn't need to. They simply moved, sliding across the ground as if distance was merely a suggestion. My foot found a hole in the ground and I went down hard. Mud filled my mouth, my nose. I spat it out, tried to get up. My ankle screamed in protest. They were closer now. The one in the lead tilted its head at an impossible angle, nearly upside down. Its blank face seemed curious, if something without features could express curiosity. I crawled backward, dragging my injured leg. My hands sank into the mud. Rain ran into my eyes. I wiped it away, and when my vision cleared, they were standing over me. The lead figure knelt down. Wrong, wrong, all wrong. Its knees bent backward. Its torso rotated 180 degrees. It reached out with those two long fingers. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Its fingertips brushed my forehead. They were cold, colder than ice, colder than death. Images flashed through my mind. Empty streets in empty cities, buildings that defied geometry, skies filled with shapes that hurt to look at. The last thing I remember was their blank faces leaning over me, and a voice in my head that wasn't a voice at all, explaining that they had been waiting for someone to notice them. They had been practicing, they said, learning to move like us, to dress like us. But faces were hard. Faces were complicated. Would I help them learn? I woke up 3 days later in my car, parked in a rest stop off I-95. My clothes were clean and dry. My shoes were back on my feet. My phone was fully charged. But my reflection doesn't look quite right anymore. Sometimes, when I'm not paying attention, I catch glimpses of my face in mirrors or windows. It looks unfinished. And sometimes, just sometimes, I find myself practicing expressions in the mirror, trying to get them exactly right. They're still out there, in that field, waiting for more people to notice them. Learning, practicing, getting better at pretending. And sometimes, when it rains, I feel an urge to stand very still and turn my face, what's left of it, toward passing cars. My brother Jake needed photos of the old St. Margaret's Hospital before they tore it down. He's a local historian, always documenting buildings before they disappear. I agreed to help since he needed someone to hold the lighting equipment. What I saw there still makes my hands shake when I think about it. The demolition was scheduled for the next morning. We arrived at 4 p.m., just as the autumn sun started to dip. The hospital stood like a huge concrete block against the gray sky, all 8 floors of it abandoned since 1997. Most of the windows were broken. Black holes gaped where the glass used to be. "Try not to step on any needles," Jake said as we approached the chain-link fence. He held up his camera bag. "Lots of junkies used to come here." The front doors were chained shut, but we found a service entrance around back with a broken padlock. Jake had permission from the city to be here, but we still felt like trespassers as we clicked on our flashlights and stepped inside. The smell hit me first, mold and rot, and something else I couldn't identify. My shoes crunched on broken ceiling tiles. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness. The beam of my flashlight caught graffiti on the walls, empty beer cans, and piles of debris. "Let's start from the top and work our way down," Jake said. His voice echoed off the bare walls. "The upper floors have the best natural light." We found the stairwell and started climbing. By the 4th floor, my legs burned. Sweat ran down my back, despite the autumn chill. The stairs were solid concrete, but some of the metal railings had been torn away. Jake wanted photos of every floor's main corridors, nurses' stations, and a few representative rooms. He also needed shots of architectural details. The Art Deco flourishes around the elevator doors, the terrazzo floors under the grime, the brass fixtures that somehow hadn't been stolen. I held the portable LED lights while he worked, illuminating dark corners and creating the exact shadows he wanted. We moved methodically, floor by floor. Jake checked off items on his shot list. The light from the broken windows grew dimmer. On the 7th floor, I noticed something odd while Jake photographed a door frame. A flicker of movement caught my eye from one of the rooms down the hall. Room 217. Just for a second, I thought I saw a face in the broken window, pale and round, watching us. "Hey," I said. "I think someone's up here." Jake lowered his camera. "What?" "I saw someone in that room down there, through the window." He frowned. "That's impossible. This floor is sealed off. See the debris blocking the other corridors? No one could get up here except through this stairwell." "I know what I saw." Jake sighed and walked down the hall toward room 217, his boots crunching on broken glass. I followed, sweeping my flashlight beam ahead of us. The room was empty. Medical cabinets hung open on the walls, their shelves bare. A rusty bed frame stood in one corner. The window was smashed, jagged pieces of glass still clinging to the frame. "See?" Jake said. "No one here. Probably just a shadow or a reflection." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't argue. We finished the 7th floor and moved on to the 8th. By the time we were done, darkness had fallen completely. Our flashlight beams seemed weak against the vast emptiness of the abandoned halls. At home that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that face in the window. Around 2 a.m., I got up and opened Jake's photo files on my laptop. He'd shared them with me to back up. I found the shots from the 7th floor and started clicking through them. Most were architectural details, moldings, doorways, vintage light fixtures. Then I found one that made my blood run cold. It was a wide shot of the hallway outside room 217, and there, in the broken window, was a face. Pale, round, watching. Exactly what I'd seen in person. I zoomed in, my hands shaking. The image was grainy, but I could make out dark eyes, gray skin, a lipless mouth. It didn't look human. I called Jake immediately. "What the hell?" he answered, groggy. "Check the photos from the 7th floor," I said. "The hallway shot by room 217. Tell me what you see in the window." I heard him moving around, keys clicking. Then silence. "Holy shit," he whispered. "That's what I saw earlier, the face in the window. But that's impossible. We were the only ones up there. And look at the face, it's not human." "I'm going back tomorrow," I said. "Before they demolish it, I have to know what that thing is." "Are you insane? It's probably just a weird shadow or..." I hung up. I knew what I had to do. I arrived at the hospital at 6 a.m. just as dawn was breaking. The demolition crew would be here in a few hours. The service entrance was still unlocked. This time the building felt different, more hostile. The air seemed thicker, harder to breathe. I climbed the stairs quickly, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. Every sound echoed. My footsteps, my breathing, the drip of water. When I reached the 7th floor, I paused at the stairwell door, heart pounding. The corridor stretched ahead of me, gray light filtering through the broken windows. Room 217 was halfway down on the right. I walked toward it slowly, listening for any sound besides my own movements. The door was closed. I didn't remember closing it yesterday. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. The door swung open with a screech of rusty hinges. The room was darker than I remembered, the weak morning light barely penetrating. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The bed frame was still there, the empty cabinets, the broken window, and something else. It crouched in the corner, a pale shape about the size of a person but wrong in every way. Its limbs were too long, bent at unnatural angles. The head was oversized and round just like in the photo, with those black eyes and that lipless mouth. I froze. The creature didn't move. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, but must have been seconds. Then it unfolded itself, limbs straightening with wet cracking sounds. It was tall, so tall its head almost touched the ceiling. The mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. I ran. Behind me, something hit the door with tremendous force. I heard wood splintering, metal screeching. Fast, skittering footsteps followed me down the hall. I reached the stairwell and practically fell down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. Above me, the footsteps grew closer, not on the stairs but on the walls, defying gravity. 4th floor, 3rd, 2nd, my lungs burned, my legs trembled, the footsteps grew closer. I hit the ground floor running. Early morning light streamed through the entrance, showing me the way out. Behind me, something screamed. A high, piercing sound that made my ears ring. I burst through the service door into the parking lot. The demolition crew had arrived, their equipment lined up along the fence. Workers in hard hats stared at me as I sprinted past. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. As I fumbled with the keys, I looked back at the hospital. There, in a 7th floor window, I saw the pale face one last time. Then the first wrecking ball hit the building and clouds of dust obscured my view. That was 3 months ago. They've cleared away the rubble now. They're building a shopping center on the site. I drive past it sometimes, always in daylight, always quickly. I still have the photo on my laptop. Jake thinks we should delete it, but I keep it as proof. Sometimes late at night I open it and zoom in on that face in the window. The dark eyes seem to stare back at me through the screen. I wonder what that thing was, and if it died when they demolished the building. But mostly, I wonder if it was really the only one of its kind. Last week they announced plans to tear down the old mental asylum on the other side of town. Jake asked if I'd help him photograph it before the demolition. I said no. My fingers tapped against the steering wheel as I checked the time again. 11:47 p.m. The wedding started at 10 a.m. tomorrow. and I still had 3 hours of driving ahead. Mike was going to kill me for cutting it this close. Big brothers tend to get worked up about stuff like their best man showing up on time to their wedding. The road stretched empty ahead of me, a single black line cutting through dense forest. My headlights caught the reflective strips marking the lanes, making them flash white in the darkness. No other cars had passed in either direction for at least 40 minutes. The radio kept cutting in and out between stations, mostly static with occasional bursts of country music or late-night talk shows. I reached for my coffee cup, found it empty, and tossed it onto the passenger seat with the others. The AC was blasting to keep me alert, but my eyes felt heavy. I cranked up the radio's volume when it caught a clear station, some old rock song I half knew the words to. The song faded into static again. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. Something dark lay across the road about 100 yards ahead. My foot eased off the gas pedal. As I got closer, the shape became clearer, a person lying face down across the center line. They weren't moving. Shit. I hit the brakes harder, the car's nose dipping as we slowed. My hazard lights clicked on with 2 quick presses of the button. The person still hadn't moved. I pulled over onto the shoulder about 30 feet past them, gravel crunching under the tires. My hands shook as I put the car in park. The engine idled, headlights still illuminating the prone figure in the rearview mirror. "Hey," I called out through my open window. No response. My heart pounded as I opened the door. The cicadas in the forest were deafening. I left the engine running and walked back toward the person, my shoes scraping against the asphalt. "Are you okay?" I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. They wore dark clothes, maybe jeans and a jacket. I couldn't make out much else in the harsh shadows cast by my headlights. Their arms were sprawled out to the sides, face turned away from me. I was about 15 feet away when they moved. It wasn't a gradual movement like someone waking up. 1 second they were completely still, the next they were on their feet. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The person, I still couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, stood completely rigid facing the forest on the right side of the road. Then they ran. Their sprint was unnatural. Their arms didn't pump, just hung straight at their sides as their legs carried them in a stiff, mechanical gait. They disappeared into the tree line in seconds. I stood frozen, staring at the spot where they'd vanished. My breath came in short gasps. The cicadas seemed even louder now. A branch snapped in the forest. I ran back to my car, jumped in, and slammed the door. My hands fumbled with the gear shift, finally getting it into drive. The tires spun on loose gravel before catching, and I accelerated hard back onto the road. My eyes darted between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. Nothing followed me out of the forest. After a minute, my breathing started to slow. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "What the fuck?" I whispered. "What the actual fuck?" I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe they were drunk or high, passed out in the road. But that didn't explain the way they'd moved. No drunk person could go from lying flat to sprinting that fast. And that run, a flash of movement in my side mirror made my stomach drop. Something was keeping pace with my car in the forest, moving between the trees. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The engine roared as we shot forward, needle climbing past 80, then 90. Trees blurred past on both sides. The shape stayed with me, a dark figure running impossibly fast through the woods. I couldn't look directly at it. Every time I tried, it seemed to slip just out of view, visible only in my peripheral vision. My hands were sweating on the wheel as I took a curve too fast, the car swaying. The figure vanished from view for a moment, then reappeared on the other side of the road, still matching my speed. The gas pedal was already flat against the floor. My engine screamed in protest as I urged it to go faster. The speedometer read 95, the fastest I'd ever driven this car. Up ahead, the tree line on the right side of the road ended at what looked like a clearing. As I approached it, the figure burst out of the forest, angling toward the road, toward my car. I yanked the wheel left, swerving into the oncoming lane. In my headlights, I caught a glimpse of a pale face with black holes where the eyes should be. Then it was past me, and I was fighting to get the car back under control. The The rear end fishtailed as I overcorrected. I felt the car start to slide sideways and let off the gas, turning into the skid like my father had taught me. For a horrible moment, I thought I was going to flip. Then the tires caught, and I was facing forward again, heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. I checked all my mirrors frantically. Nothing followed me now. The road behind me was empty, and the forest on both sides was still. My foot eased off the gas pedal slightly, letting the car slow to a more manageable speed. I kept checking the mirrors every few seconds, but saw only darkness. After about 5 minutes, I spotted lights up ahead, a gas station. I pulled in, parking under the harsh fluorescent lights of the overhang. My hands trembled as I shut off the engine. The station appeared to be open, a bored-looking teenager visible through the window behind the counter. I watched him scroll on his phone for a minute, trying to decide what to do. I should go inside, I thought. Tell someone what happened. Maybe call the police. But what would I say? That I saw someone lying in the road who then ran into the forest at inhuman speed? That something chased my car while running faster than 90 miles per hour? I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. No signal. Of course. Movement caught my eye. The teenager inside had looked up from his phone and was staring at something behind my car, his eyes wide. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed at me not to turn around. But I did. Stood at the edge of the light cast by the gas station, half hidden in shadow. The body was wrong. Too tall, too thin, joints bent at impossible angles. But it was the face that made me cry out. Where I'd seen only black holes before, now I could make out eyes, dozens of them, covering the entire face like a spider's, all fixed on me. My trembling hand found the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into drive. As I accelerated out of the gas station, I glimpsed the teenager diving behind his counter. I drove the rest of the night without stopping. When the sun finally rose, I was still an hour from Mike's place. My nerves shot from checking the mirrors all night. I'd seen no further sign of the thing, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I made it to the wedding, gave my speech, smiled in photos, drank maybe more than I should have. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen on that road. That was 3 years ago. I haven't driven at night since then. I tell people it's because I'm getting older, need my sleep, better for my health. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I hear something moving outside my window, something with an unnatural gait and too many eyes. I keep my curtains closed now. I don't want to know if it's still following me. I first saw him 3 weeks after they opened Wellington Park. Not the whole park, just the eastern section with the walking paths and benches. The rest was still under construction, with yellow tape and machinery everywhere. I started going there for my evening walk since it was only 2 blocks from my house, better than walking around the neighborhood watching people's TVs through their windows. He sat on the last bench before the construction area, always the same spot, always alone, always watching. I noticed him that first evening because he didn't move, at all. Most people at parks are doing something, reading phones, eating, talking. This guy just sat there, perfectly still, staring straight ahead. I walked past him 3 times that evening, and his position never changed. I wouldn't have thought much about it, except I saw him again the next day. Same bench, same position, same stillness, and the next day, and the day after that. Every single time I went to the park, whether it was 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. or on weekends, he was there. Always wearing the same dark gray coat, even when the temperature hit 85 degrees. Always about 50 yards away, always watching. I started varying my route, taking different paths. He never followed me or approached, just sat and stared. But no matter which path I took, I could feel his eyes on me. After 2 weeks, I began taking photos of him with my phone, trying to be subtle about it. When I got home, I'd zoom in on his face, but the pictures always came out blurry or shadowed. I could never make out his features clearly. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? There's a man who sits on a park bench every day? They'd laugh at me. I even thought about confronting him directly, but something stopped me every time. Some deep instinctive warning in my gut that said, don't get closer. Then last Tuesday, everything changed. I was driving home from work around 6:30 p.m. when I saw him standing on the sidewalk in front of my house. Not sitting this time, standing, looking up at my bedroom window. My hands started shaking so bad I almost hit a parked car. I pulled into my driveway and fumbled with my phone, trying to call 911. But by the time I looked up again, he was gone. I spent an hour checking all my doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. I even dragged a chair in front of my bedroom door, feeling like a scared kid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I barely slept that night. Every car passing by, every creak of the house settling made me jump. Around 3 a.m. I heard something that sounded like footsteps on my front porch. My bedroom is on the second floor, facing the street. I lay there frozen, listening to the wooden boards creak under slow, deliberate steps. The sound stopped directly below my window. Don't look, I told myself. Don't look, don't look, don't look, but I had to look. I got up slowly, my legs shaking. The street light outside cast enough light to see without turning on any lights inside. I moved to the window, staying close to the wall. He was there, standing on my front lawn, looking up at my window, wearing that same gray coat. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. But now I could finally see his face clearly in the streetlight. Where his eyes should have been, there were just smooth, blank patches of skin. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and falling hard. When I managed to get up and look again, he was gone. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bathroom with all the lights on, a kitchen knife in my hand. I called in sick to work the next day and stayed home, jumping at every sound. That evening, I forced myself to go to the park. I had to know if he would be there, if any of this was real. The bench was empty. I walked the entire park 3 times, checking every path, every corner. No sign of him. Part of me felt relieved. Part of me felt worse because now I had no idea where he was. That was 2 days ago. I haven't seen him since, but I know he's still watching. Sometimes I catch movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. Last night I heard those footsteps on my porch again, but I didn't look out the window. I couldn't. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what's happening. The police still won't help. I tried filing a report yesterday, but they said they couldn't do anything without evidence of a crime. They suggested I was just stressed and seeing things. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am losing my mind. But I don't think so. Because this morning when I went to get my mail, I found something on my front porch. A small package wrapped in brown paper. Inside was a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken through my bedroom window, and written on the back in cramped, shaky handwriting. I see you better without eyes. I'm sitting in my living room now, watching the sun go down. The streetlights will come on soon. And I know, he'll be out there watching. But this time, I'm not going to hide. This time I'm going to wait for him. I've got my dad's old baseball bat beside me, and I've set up motion sensor cameras around the house. I need to know what he wants. I need to know why he chose me. The sun just disappeared behind the houses across the street. The shadows are getting longer. In a few minutes it'll be dark enough for the streetlights to turn on. I hear footsteps on my front porch. I don't sleep anymore. Not since that night 3 weeks ago. Every time I close my eyes, I see those wet footprints disappearing into nothing. I need to write this down. Maybe then someone will understand what happened to me on the Morton Street Bridge. It started on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I'd just finished my late shift at the warehouse, and my back was killing me from moving boxes for 10 hours straight. The streetlights were already on when I left work at 8:30 p.m. I decided to walk home instead of taking the bus. I needed to stretch my muscles, and the cool air usually helped with the soreness. The first part of my walk was normal. Just the usual stuff. Passing by the clothes shops, nodding at the couple walking their dog, hearing cars driving by. The sound of my work boots hitting the sidewalk echoed off the buildings. My breath made little clouds in the cold air. Everything changed when I reached Morton Street. The bridge was about a quarter-mile ahead, spanning the river that cuts through our town. Most of the streetlights were working, casting orange circles on the concrete, but two bulbs were dead right in the middle of the bridge, leaving a dark spot. I stopped at the corner to check my phone. 8:45 p.m. The bridge was the fastest way home, saving me 20 minutes compared to going around. I'd crossed it hundreds of times before. But something felt wrong tonight. The air got colder and goosebumps spread across my arms. That's when I saw it. A figure in a black hood, walking slowly across the bridge. The streetlights made it look like a shadow moving between the orange pools of light. It walked with a weird rhythm. Step, drag, like it was limping or pulling something. My throat went dry. The figure reached the dark section in the middle of the bridge and disappeared into the blackness. I waited, expecting to see it emerge on the other side under the working streetlights. It didn't. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, just staring. No one came out of the dark spot. My hands were sweating despite the cold. I could turn around, take the long way home. But that would mean another mile of walking, and my back was already screaming at me. "Don't be stupid," I said out loud. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet street. "It probably just crossed already and you missed it." I started walking toward the bridge. Each step felt heavier than the last. The only sounds were my footsteps and the river flowing underneath. No cars passed by, no other pedestrians, just me and the empty bridge ahead. The first part was normal. Concrete, metal railings, streetlights casting my shadow in front of me. Then I saw them, wet footprints on the ground. They were dark against the concrete, like someone had just walked through water. But they weren't normal footprints. They were too big and the shape was wrong, longer in the front with what looked like claw marks at the tips. My heart started hammering in my chest. I followed the prints with my eyes. They led straight into the dark section of the bridge, and then they just stopped. Right at the edge of the darkness, like whatever made them had vanished into thin air. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, showing empty bridge. No figure. No more footprints. Nothing but wet concrete that shouldn't have been wet. It hadn't rained in days. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something was wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was already halfway across. Going back would take just as long as going forward. That's when I heard it. A soft splash from the river below, followed by something that sounded like bare feet slapping against metal. It was coming from underneath the bridge. I spun around, pointing my phone's flashlight at the water. The beam didn't reach far enough to see anything, but I could hear it. Slap, 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 getting closer, like something climbing up the bridge supports. My legs started shaking. I turned to run and froze. There, at the end of the bridge where I'd come from, stood another figure. This one was darker, taller. It didn't move. It just stood there, a black shape against the orange streetlight behind it. The slapping sounds got louder. Whatever was climbing the bridge was almost at road level. I could hear wet, heavy breathing. I ran. I sprinted toward the far end of the bridge, away from both figures. My work boots pounded against the concrete. The flashlight beam bounced wildly as I ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. Something scraped against metal behind me, the sound of claws on the bridge railing. A low growl echoed off the water. The slapping footsteps started again, faster now, chasing. I ran harder than I've ever run in my life. Past the dark section, past the working streetlights, off the bridge and onto Morton Street. Still running. My lungs burned. Sweat soaked my shirt despite the cold. But I didn't stop. 4 blocks to my apartment. 3. 2. I fumbled with my keys at the front door, dropped them, picked them up with shaking hands. The street behind me was empty, but I could feel something watching. Finally got the door open, slammed it shut, locked it, ran up 3 flights of stairs to my unit, locked that door too, all the windows, pulled the blinds down. I stood in my dark apartment, gasping for air. My heart felt like it would explode. For a long time, I just stood there, listening. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the blood pounding in my ears. Finally, I turned on the lights, checked every room. Empty, normal, safe. I took a hot shower, trying to wash away the fear with scalding water, changed into dry clothes, sat on my couch and turned on the TV for noise. That's when I saw them. Wet footprints on my living room floor. The same long clawed prints from the bridge. They led from my front door to the middle of the room and stopped. I ran out of my apartment that night, stayed with my brother across town, called in sick to work the next day. When I finally went back 48 hours later, the footprints were gone. No trace they'd ever been there. But I know what I saw, what I heard. Every night since then, I lie awake listening for wet footsteps in my hallway. Sometimes, when it's very quiet, I hear something breathing outside my bedroom window. 3 stories up. I tried telling the police. They took a report, probably filed it under drunk guy sees things. I tried telling my friends. They suggested therapy, stress, overwork. Nobody believes me, but I know they're real. Those things on the bridge. Sometimes I see dark figures standing across the street, watching my building. They never move, just watch, waiting. I put in my 2 weeks notice at work yesterday, found a job in another city. I'm moving at the end of the month, far away from Morton Street Bridge, far away from those footprints. But every night I wonder, will it matter? How far do I have to go to escape something that can vanish into thin air? How do you hide from creatures that can climb up walls and disappear without a trace? And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I think about those first wet footprints on the bridge, how they stopped so suddenly in the darkness. And I wonder, what if they didn't vanish at all? What if whatever made those prints didn't disappear? What if it jumped into me? Because lately I've been finding wet footprints in my apartment again, leading from my bedroom to the front door, long footprints, with claw marks at the tips. And I don't remember making them. I shouldn't have ignored the first whisper. That was my mistake. When you hear your name called in the darkness, every instinct tells you to answer. But sometimes, staying silent is what keeps you alive. It started as a simple camping trip. My buddies Mike and Dave had been pushing me to get away from the city for months. I'd been working 60-hour weeks at the accounting firm, and they said I needed to decompress. Dave knew a guy who owned some property up in northern Michigan, 100 acres of dense forest with a creek running through it. No permit needed, no other campers, just us and the wilderness. We pulled up to Miller's Creek at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday in late September. The temperature had already dropped to the low 50s and the sun was sinking behind the tree line. I parked my Subaru at the end of a dirt road where Tom Miller, the owner, had told us to leave it. "This is it?" Mike asked, stepping out and stretching his back. His breath came out in small clouds. According to the GPS. I grabbed my backpack from the trunk. The canvas straps felt cold against my hands. Dave was already shouldering his gear. Tom said there's a clearing about half a mile in next to the creek. Should be perfect for setting up camp. We followed a narrow trail through the woods. Dead leaves crunched under our boots. The trees pressed in close, mostly oak and maple, their branches nearly bare. Our backpacks caught on low-hanging limbs as we pushed through. The clearing appeared exactly where Tom said it would be, about 50 feet across, with the creek running along one edge. The water moved fast over smooth rocks, making that white noise that drowns out everything else. Perfect for camping, I thought at the time. We set up our tents in a triangle formation, leaving space in the middle for the fire pit. The sun was almost gone by the time we finished. The temperature had dropped another 5 degrees. "Better get that fire going," Mike said, pulling his jacket tighter. "I'm freezing my ass off." Dave and I gathered wood while Mike dug out the pit. The forest floor was covered in dead branches, so we had plenty to work with. Within 20 minutes, we had a decent fire going. The flames pushed back the darkness that had settled around us. We sat in our camp chairs, passing around a bottle of whiskey and talking about nothing important. That's when I heard it. A whisper, so quiet I almost missed it under the sound of the creek. "James." I turned to Mike. "What?" He lowered the whiskey bottle. "Didn't say anything, man." I shrugged it off. The wind, the creek, the crackling fire, plenty of things could play tricks on your ears out here. 10 minutes later it came again. "James." Closer this time, right behind my left shoulder. I spun around so fast my chair almost tipped. Nothing there except darkness and trees. "You okay?" Dave asked. "Yeah, just thought I heard something." Dave grinned. "Getting spooked already? We haven't even broken out the ghost stories." I forced a laugh and took another pull from the whiskey bottle. The liquid burned going down, but it didn't help shake the feeling that something was wrong. The whispers came more frequently after that. Sometimes my name, sometimes Mike's or Dave's. Always from just behind us, always too quiet to be sure it was real. I noticed Mike and Dave getting tenser, their eyes darting to the shadows beyond the firelight. None of us wanted to be the first to admit we were hearing things. "Michael." This whisper was clear enough that we all heard it. Mike jumped up, knocking over his chair. "Okay, what the fuck was that?" Dave stood up too, scanning the darkness. "Probably just the wind." "The wind doesn't say my goddamn name, Dave." I stayed in my chair, gripping the armrests so tight my knuckles turned white. The fire popped and sparked, sending embers floating up into the black sky. "David." The voice came from directly behind Dave. He spun around, stumbling backward toward the fire. "Someone's out there," he said. "Has to be." Mike pulled out his phone. "No signal. Of course there's no signal." I grabbed my flashlight and stood up. "We should check the perimeter." "Are you crazy?" Mike asked. "That's exactly how people die in horror movies." "This isn't a movie," I said, but my voice shook. "If someone's messing with us, we need to know." Dave pulled out his flashlight too. "James is right. We can't just sit here." We moved in a tight group, sweeping our lights through the trees. The beams caught nothing but bark and branches. The underbrush was undisturbed, no signs of anyone moving through it. We made a complete circle around the clearing, never more than 10 feet from the firelight. "See?" I said, trying to sound confident. "Nothing out there." We returned to our chairs, but no one relaxed. The whispers had stopped, but the silence felt worse somehow. Even the creek seemed quieter. "Maybe we should pack up," Mike suggested. "Drive back to town, find a motel." I checked my watch, 11:45 p.m. In the dark, we'd never find the trail. "Better than—" Mike stopped mid-sentence, his eyes going wide. The whispers returned, but different now. Multiple voices overlapping, coming from all around us. Our names repeated in a growing chorus, some high-pitched, some deep, some barely audible, and others crystal clear. "James, Michael, David." We jumped up, forming a tight circle with our backs together. My flashlight beam jerked wildly across the trees. The voices grew louder, closer until they seemed to be right next to our ears. "Get your stuff," I said through clenched teeth. "We're getting out of here." The moment we broke our circle, the whispers stopped. The sudden silence hit like a physical force. We froze, half-crouched, waiting. Nothing. Just the creek and the fire. Minutes passed. Slowly, we sat back down. No one spoke. The fire had burned low, but no one moved to add more wood. "What time is it?" Dave asked finally. I checked my watch again. 12:15 a.m. "We should sleep in shifts," Mike said. "Someone needs to keep watch." Dave and I nodded. We drew straws using broken twigs. I got first watch. Mike and Dave retreated to their tents. I sat alone by the dying fire, jumping at every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. The whispers didn't return, but I kept hearing things that might have been voices, might have been anything. My watch ended at 2 a.m. I woke Dave for his shift and crawled into my tent. Despite my exhaustion, sleep took hours to come. The sound of screaming woke me. I bolted upright, my heart hammering. Daylight filtered through the tent walls. The screaming came again. Mike this time, I was sure of it. I unzipped my tent and stumbled out. Mike stood in the middle of the clearing, staring at the ground. Dave was already there, looking down at whatever Mike had found. "Guys?" My voice cracked. They didn't answer. I walked over, my legs shaking. The ground where we had sat around the fire was covered in symbols. Hundreds of them carved into the dirt and ash. They formed a perfect circle around the fire pit. I recognized some of them. Ancient letters maybe, or runes. But most were unlike anything I'd ever seen. They seemed to shift and change if I looked at them too long, making my eyes hurt. I couldn't finish the question. "They weren't here when I finished my watch at 4 a.m., Dave said. His face was pale. "Mike found them when he woke up." "That's impossible. Someone would have had to." I stopped again. Someone would have had to walk right past our tents, spend hours carving these symbols, all without making a sound. Mike knelt down and reached toward one of the markings. "Don't touch it," Dave snapped. Mike pulled his hand back. "We need to get out of here now." No one argued. We packed up our gear in record time, leaving the tents for last. The whole time I felt eyes on us from the trees. The morning was dead silent. No birds, no insects, not even the wind moved. As I was taking down my tent, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The symbols weren't just around the fire pit. They spread out from it like ripples, getting smaller and fainter toward the edges of the clearing. Some of them disappeared into the underbrush. A twig snapped in the forest. We all heard it. "Leave the tents," I said. We grabbed our backpacks and ran. The trail seemed different in daylight, narrower, with more turns than I remembered. Branches whipped at our faces. Behind us, something moved through the trees, keeping pace. The whispers started again, but we didn't stop running. "James, come back." "Michael, I stay." "David, don't go." I saw the car through the trees and nearly cried with relief. We sprinted the last 100 yards, threw our gear in the trunk, and piled in. I turned the key with shaking hands. The engine roared to life. As we sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw something step out of the trees onto the dirt road, a tall, dark shape that wasn't quite human. But we turned a corner and it disappeared. We drove straight through to Detroit without stopping. No one spoke for the first 2 hours. When we finally started talking about what happened, we couldn't agree on the details. Mike swears he saw faces in the trees during his watch. Dave says the whispers spoke in languages he'd never heard before. I remember the symbols differently than they do. Larger, more complex, forming patterns that almost made sense. I tried calling Tom Miller when I got home, but the number was disconnected. When I looked up the property records for Miller's Creek, I found nothing. According to the county, that 100 acres of land doesn't exist. The whispers haven't stopped. They come at night now, always when I'm alone. Sometimes I see the symbols too, scratched into the walls of my apartment, but they're gone when I look again. Mike and Dave won't talk about that night anymore. We've drifted apart, making excuses to avoid each other. I think we're all afraid that if we get together, the whispers will come back stronger, that whatever found us in those woods will find us again. I've started researching those symbols, trying to understand what we saw. I've found references in old books, descriptions of similar markings found at sites where people disappeared. The more I learn, the more I wish I could forget that night entirely. But the whispers won't let me forget. They're getting louder, closer. Sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps outside my door, heavy steps that make the floor creak, and under them, that familiar sound. "James, come back to us. James." I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help, because now I know, whatever was in those woods, whatever carved those symbols while we slept, it followed us home. And sooner or later, it's going to want more than just whispers. didn't want to look through the trail camera footage that night. My hands were cramping from field dressing the 8-point buck I'd taken down at dusk, and my back ached from dragging it half a mile to my truck. But I had a routine. Check the cameras every time I hunt this area, no exceptions. That routine kept me aware of deer patterns, predator movements, and any trespassers trying to hunt on my lease. I never expected it would show me something that would make me question everything I knew about the woods I'd been hunting for 20 years. My hunting cabin sat on 40 acres of private land I'd leased from old Jim Thompson 5 years ago. Nothing fancy, just a one-room structure with a propane heater, mini fridge, and enough space for a cot and my gear. The real value was in the land itself. Dense hardwood forests surrounding a natural clearing where deer loved to graze in the early morning and late evening hours. I pulled the SD card from my main trail camera, the one overlooking that clearing, and plugged it into my laptop. The familiar blue glow lit up my face as I clicked through the folders. My fingers left smears of blood on the trackpad. I still needed to properly clean up from the field dressing. The first few days of footage showed the usual. Deer moving through at dawn and dusk, a couple of raccoons, one coyote that I'd need to keep an eye on. Standard stuff. Then I got to the footage from 3 nights ago. 2:14 a.m. Something stood in the center of the clearing. The infrared lighting from the camera gave everything that ghostly black and white quality. But this was different. Where animals and humans show up as solid white shapes in infrared, this figure was barely visible. I could see straight through it to the trees behind. It was roughly human-shaped, tall and thin, standing completely still. My finger hesitated over the trackpad. The rational part of my brain said it must be fog or a camera malfunction. But in 20 years of running trail cams, I'd never seen fog look like that. I clicked to the next image, time-stamped 2:15 a.m. The figure had moved 15 feet to the left, still facing away from the camera. No blur of movement between positions like you'd see with a person or animal walking. It was as if it had simply shifted location between frames. 2:16 a.m. Now it was at the edge of the clearing near the tree line. Same translucent quality, same unnaturally still pose. My mouth felt dry. The cabin suddenly seemed too quiet, too dark beyond the laptop's screen. 2:17 a.m. The figure had moved to the center again, but now it was twisted at an impossible angle, like someone had grabbed a human shape and wrung it like a wet towel. I could make out what might have been arms, hanging too long and bent wrong. My hand shook as I clicked to the next image. 2:18 a.m. The figure stood directly in front of the camera. Where a face should have been, there was just a dark void in the translucent form. But I knew with absolute certainty that it was looking straight at me through the lens. That was the last image. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart pounding against my ribs. Sweat had soaked through my shirt despite the cool night air. Outside the cabin's single window, the woods were pitch black. I tried to fall back on logic. 20 years of hunting had taught me that most strange things in the woods have rational explanations. Light playing tricks, animals moving in unexpected ways, natural phenomena that just look weird at first glance. But my hands wouldn't stop shaking, and my eyes kept darting to that window. I needed to check the camera. Not because I wanted to. Every instinct screamed to get in my truck and drive straight home. But I had to know if the camera was still working, still in place. And deeper down, in a place I didn't want to acknowledge, I needed to know if that figure might still be out there. I grabbed my rifle, a Remington 700 30-06 that had never failed me, and my most powerful flashlight. The wood floor creaked under my boots as I moved to the door. Each sound seemed too loud in the midnight quiet. The cold hit me as soon as I stepped outside. My breath came out in white clouds, illuminated by the flashlight beam. The clearing was about 50 yards from the cabin, a straight shot down a well-worn trail. I'd walked it hundreds of times. Tonight it felt like miles. My flashlight swept the trees as I walked. The bare branches cast skeletal shadows that shifted and danced with each movement. I kept my rifle ready, though I had no idea if it would do any good against whatever I'd seen in those images. The trail camera was right where I'd left it, strapped securely to an old oak tree at the edge of the clearing. No sign of tampering, No strange marks or damage, just a normal trail camera on a normal tree. I played my light across the clearing. Nothing moved except shadows and dead leaves in the light breeze. The air felt thick, like the moments before a summer storm, but the sky above the clearing was clear and star-filled. The camera's display showed it was still running, battery at 90%. I could check the new footage right there on the small screen, but my fingers refused to press the playback button. Some things are better left for daylight. I turned to head back to the cabin. The light caught something that made me freeze mid-step. Tracks in the frost-covered grass. They formed a pattern I'd never seen in all my years of tracking game. Perfect circles starting from the center of the clearing, spanning out like ripples in a pond. But they weren't continuous tracks. Each circle was made up of single footprints, spaced exactly the same distance apart, as if whatever made them had teleported around the clearing in perfect geometric patterns. My flashlight beam followed the circles inward to their center point. There, the grass was completely dead in a perfect circle about 3 feet across. Not crushed or torn up like something had been standing there, just dead, turned gray and brittle like it had aged decades in a single night. The wind picked up, sending a shower of dead leaves across the clearing. One leaf skittered across my boot, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I'd been hunting these woods since I was a teenager. I knew every tree, every trail, every sound they made. This was something else. Something wrong. I backed away from the clearing, keeping my light trained on those impossible tracks. My heel caught a root and I stumbled, nearly dropping the flashlight. When I steadied myself and raised the beam again, I saw it. The figure stood at the far edge of the clearing. Just like in the photos, it was translucent, barely visible except for the way it distorted the trees behind it like heat waves rising from hot pavement. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, torso too thin, neck bent at an angle that would snap human vertebrae. I raised my rifle purely on instinct, years of muscle memory taking over where conscious thought failed. The figure didn't move, didn't react at all to the threat of the weapon. It just stood there, silent and still as death. "What are you?" My voice came out as a hoarse whisper. The words seemed to hang in the cold air between us. The figure's head turned toward me with a motion too smooth, too fluid to be natural. Where its face should have been, there was only that black void I'd seen in the photo. But now I could see something moving in that darkness, something shifting and flowing like oil on water. My finger tightened on the trigger. Every hunting instinct, every survival instinct screamed at me to shoot. But would bullets even affect something I could see through? The figure took a step forward. No sound of footsteps, no disturbance in the frost-covered grass. It just glided, that void face fixed on me with an attention I could feel like ice water running down my spine. I fired. The rifle's report was deafening in the quiet night. The figure didn't react, didn't flinch or stumble. The bullet must have passed right through it and into the trees beyond. I worked the bolt and fired again, and again, and again. Each shot echoed through the woods, surely audible for miles. The figure kept coming, moving with that terrible liquid grace, covering the distance between us with steps that seemed to bend space itself. When my rifle clicked empty, I ran. Dropped the flashlight and ran flat out through the dark woods toward my cabin. Branches whipped my face. Roots and rocks tried to trip me. But I knew these woods, knew this path, could run it in my sleep. Right now, that lifetime of experience was the only thing keeping me upright as I fled. I didn't look back, couldn't look back, but I felt it behind me, felt that empty gaze on the back of my neck like a physical touch. The air grew colder with each step, until every breath burned in my lungs like inhaling frozen glass. The cabin's porch light was a beacon in the darkness. I hit the door at full sprint, nearly tearing it off its hinges, slammed it behind me and threw the deadbolt. For what good it would do against something that could walk through trees. I grabbed my phone from the table, hands shaking so bad I could barely hit the power button. No signal. Of course there was no signal. There never was out here. That's why I kept a satellite phone for emergencies. The satellite phone was in my truck. My truck was parked 30 yards from the cabin. Something scraped against the cabin's outer wall. A slow, deliberate sound like something running fingers along the wood. It moved around the building's perimeter, testing, searching. The temperature in the cabin plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. The window. I had to see. Had to know. I edged toward it, my body fighting every step. Pressed my face to the cold glass. It stood there. Right there. Not 3 feet from the window. That faceless void turned toward me with that same impossible smoothness. In the black emptiness where eyes should have been, shapes moved and shifted. Faces formed and dissolved. Deer, coyotes, rabbits, all the creatures I'd hunted over the years. Their expressions were wrong, twisted, suffering. The glass began to frost over, ice crystals spreading from the edges inward. The figure raised one too long arm, pointing at me with fingers that bent backward at the joints. Its form flickered like bad reception on an old TV, and suddenly it was inside the cabin with me. The cold hit like a physical blow, driving me to my knees. My chest seized up. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, could only watch as it loomed over me. That void face inches from mine. The faces in the darkness writhed faster now, animals and humans, all wearing expressions of absolute agony. It reached for me with those wrong hands. The cold intensified until my thoughts started to freeze. As consciousness faded, I understood with perfect clarity what I was seeing. All those faces, all that suffering. I wasn't the first hunter it had found. I woke up in my truck 2 days later, parked in my driveway at home. The doctor said severe hypothermia coupled with carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty heater in the cabin. Said I was lucky to have somehow made it to my vehicle and driven home, even if I had no memory of doing so. They didn't mention the perfect handprint of dead, gray skin on my chest, aged decades in a single night, or the trail camera footage I found on my phone. Footage I know I never downloaded, showing a translucent figure standing over my unconscious body, reaching down with backward-bending fingers. I sold my hunting gear, let the lease expire. Haven't set foot in those woods since that night. But sometimes, on cold nights when I'm alone, I feel that void face watching me through my windows. Feel that ancient, patient cold seeping into my bones. And I know it's still out there, waiting in that clearing, collecting new faces for its gallery of the damned. Just last week, I got a text from Jim Thompson. Someone else has leased the land. New hunter, eager to set up his trail cameras in that perfect clearing. I started to write a warning message, tried to find the words to explain what waits in those woods, but in the end I deleted it unsent. Would he believe me? Would anyone? Some things have to be seen to be believed, and some things, once seen, can never be unseen. I just hope he checks his trail cameras at night. The brakes squealed when I slammed them. There was someone standing at the edge of Thompson Point Cliff, just standing there motionless, looking down at the waves crashing 200 feet below. I hadn't seen another car for miles on this stretch of coastal highway, and the sun was already setting. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. The person didn't move. They wore dark clothes that rippled in the wind. Something felt wrong about how still they were, like a statue someone had placed right at the cliff's edge. I should stop. I should help. But my stomach clenched and my throat went dry. I pressed the gas and drove past. In my rearview mirror, the figure grew smaller until it disappeared around the bend. My breathing started to return to normal. Then I saw it in my side mirror, a dark shape, blurred and indistinct, floating alongside my car. I jerked my head to look out the window. Nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, I saw it again. A black mass like smoke shaped into a human form, matching my speed exactly at 65 miles per hour. My hands started to shake. I pressed harder on the gas, pushing my old Honda Civic up to 75. The shape stayed with me, neither falling behind nor gaining ground. The sun sank lower. painting the sky blood red. I hadn't passed another car in over 30 minutes on this winding coastal road. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder, trying to keep my eyes on the road while I fumbled to unlock it. No signal. Of course there wasn't. This stretch of Highway 1 was notorious for dead zones. The temperature in the car plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs even though it was a mild September evening. The shape in my mirror grew darker, more defined. I could make out what looked like arms now, reaching toward my car. I slammed on the gas again, the engine whining as I pushed it past 85. The road curved sharply ahead. I took it too fast, the tires squealing. For a moment, the car felt like it might go over the edge. My stomach lurched as I wrestled with the steering wheel. When I regained control, I checked the mirror again. The shape was gone. I let out a shaky breath and eased off the gas slightly. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the stress of seeing that person on the cliff had gotten to me. Maybe a hand pressed against my window. I yelled and jerked the wheel. The car swerved onto the shoulder, gravel spraying. The hand was black as ink, its fingers unnaturally long. It left no prints on the glass, but I felt the cold radiating from it through the window. More hands appeared, pressing against every window. The temperature dropped so low my teeth started chattering. The engine sputtered and died. I turned the key frantically, but it wouldn't catch. The sun had almost set now. In the dying light, I could see the shapes more clearly through my windows. They weren't quite solid, more like dense smoke that had been molded into human forms. But their faces were wrong. Too long, too flat, with holes where eyes should be. I fumbled with my seatbelt, my fingers clumsy with cold and fear. I had to get out, had to run. But where? The cliff dropped away on one side, and thick forest rose up on the other. The nearest town was at least 15 miles away. The shapes pressed closer. Their hands left trails of frost on my windows. The metal of the car groaned as if under enormous pressure. The windows started to crack. I abandoned the seatbelt and threw myself across the center console, trying to get out the passenger side. But they were there too, pressing against every escape route. The temperature kept dropping. Ice crystals formed on the inside of the windows. My lungs burned with each breath of frigid air. Then I heard it, a sound like wind through dead leaves, but forming words. You drove past. The voice came from all around me, but also seemed to echo inside my skull. My teeth chattered so hard I thought they might break. You saw me there, at the edge. You knew what was about to happen, but you drove past. The shapes pressed harder. The windows creaked. Tiny splinters appeared in the glass. I waited there for hours, hoping someone would stop, would care enough to ask if I was okay, to talk to me, to give me a reason. I tried to speak, but my throat was frozen. My fingers had turned blue. Do you want to know what it feels like? To fall? To hit the rocks and water below? The windows shattered inward. I screamed as glass rained down on me. The shapes poured into the car like black smoke, surrounding me, suffocating me. Their touch burned with cold. They pulled me out through the broken window. My clothes tore on the glass, but I barely felt it. They lifted me into the air as easily as a child's toy. I thrashed and kicked, but my limbs passed right through them. They carried me toward the cliff edge. I could hear the waves crashing far below. The last light of sunset made the ocean look like fire. Please, I managed to gasp through frozen lips. I'm sorry. I should have stopped. I should have helped. The shapes paused at the edge of the cliff. The one holding me turned its face toward mine. This close, I could see that the holes where its eyes should be went all the way through its head. Beyond them was only darkness. Yes, it whispered. You should have. They let go. I fell. The wind rushed past me. The waves and rocks rushed up to meet me. I screamed until my lungs emptied. Then everything stopped. I was back in my car. The engine was running. The windows were intact. The temperature was normal. My phone showed 1 bar of signal. According to the clock, only 2 minutes had passed since I first saw the figure on the cliff. Up ahead, I saw someone standing at the edge of Thompson Point Cliff, just standing there, motionless, looking down at the waves crashing 200 feet below. I hit the brakes and pulled over. This time, I got out of my car. This time, I walked toward the figure, even though every step felt like moving through molasses. This time, I called out, "Hey, are you okay?" The person turned. It was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s. Her eyes were red from crying. She took a step back from the edge. I don't know," she said. I stayed where I was, not wanting to startle her. "Do you want to talk about it?" She looked back at the ocean, then at me. Tears ran down her face. Yeah, I think I do." We talked for 2 hours, sitting in my car with the heater running. Her name was Sarah. She'd lost her job, her apartment, and her girlfriend all in the same week. She felt like she had nothing left. I told her about the mental health crisis hotline where I volunteered on weekends, about the support groups I knew of in the nearest town, about my own dark times years ago and how I'd made it through. When she was ready, I drove her to the hospital in Santa Cruz. She asked me to stay until her sister arrived. I did. As I drove home that night, I kept checking my mirrors. But I saw nothing unusual, just my own reflection and the normal play of shadows and light. The next day, I drove back to Thompson Point. I pulled over at the spot where I'd seen Sarah. Standing at the cliff's edge, at a safe distance, I looked down at the rocks and waves below. A cold wind blew in from the ocean. For a moment, I thought I saw something dark moving in my peripheral vision. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. I drove home taking the inland route. I never took the coastal highway again, but every few months I get a text from Sarah. Updates on her life, pictures of her new apartment, her new job, her new friends. Each one reminds me of what almost didn't happen, of what could have been lost. And sometimes on cold nights when I can't sleep, I think about those shapes in my mirrors, about those long, dark fingers pressing against my windows, about that voice telling me what I already knew. We all have choices. We can drive past, or we can stop, we can look away, or we can help. Sometimes those choices have consequences we never see. And sometimes they have consequences that come looking for us. I made the wrong choice first, but I got a second chance. Not everyone does. So now, whenever I see someone who might need help, even if I'm running late, even if I'm tired, even if every instinct tells me to keep going, I stop. Because I never want to look in my mirror and see those shapes again. I never want to hear that voice asking me why I drove past. I never want to feel that cold. My hands won't stop shaking as I write this. There's a shadow standing behind me right now. I can see it in my bathroom mirror, just like I saw it in that cursed mirror I found in the alley. But when I turn around, there's nothing there. Nothing. I need to get this down while I still can. Maybe someone will make sense of what's happening to me. It started 3 days ago. I was walking home from my late shift at Murphy's Bar and Grill on 23rd Street. My feet hurt from 10 hours of running drinks, and I just wanted to get home fast. I always cut through the alley between Morton and Pine to save 10 minutes. I'd done it 100 times before. The streetlight at the entrance to the alley was out that night. Usually there's enough light spilling over from the Chinese restaurant's back door, but they'd closed early. The only illumination came from a half moon and the distant glow of downtown. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight. The beam caught something reflecting back at me about halfway down the alley. A suitcase, one of those hard-shell rolling ones, dark blue or black, just sitting there between a dumpster and a stack of wooden pallets. I stopped. In 5 years of taking this shortcut, I'd never seen anything worth picking up. Sure, sometimes people dumped furniture or boxes of junk, but never anything that looked this new. The suitcase sat perfectly upright, like someone had carefully placed it there. I should have kept walking, but I didn't. When I got closer, I saw it wasn't even locked. Both latches were unclipped, hanging loose. No luggage tag, no identifying marks. Just a clean, expensive-looking suitcase abandoned in a dirty alley. I crouched down and flipped open the lid. The hinges creaked in the silence. Inside, wrapped in what looked like an old bedsheet, was a mirror. One of those fancy antique ones with an ornate wooden frame, about the size of a laptop screen. A thick layer of dust covered the glass. I picked it up. The frame felt solid, heavy. Real wood, not that cheap particle board stuff. Even covered in dust, I could tell it was valuable. Who would throw this away? Using my sleeve, I wiped a clear spot in the center of the glass. The moon came out from behind a cloud, giving me just enough light to see my reflection. That's when I noticed it. There was someone standing behind me. A dark figure taller than me just over my right shoulder. I couldn't make out any features. It was like a person-shaped hole in the world, darker than the shadows around it. I spun around so fast I almost fell. Nothing. The alley was empty except for me and the usual trash. My heart pounded as I looked back at the mirror. The figure was still there. I dropped the mirror back in the suitcase and slammed it shut. My hands were trembling so bad I could barely clip the latches. I left it right there and ran the rest of the way home. By the time I reached my apartment, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. I was tired. It was dark. My eyes were playing tricks. I took a hot shower, trying to wash away the creepy feeling that had settled over me. Then I wiped the steam from my bathroom mirror. It was there, standing behind me, closer now. Still just a black shape, but I could tell it was watching me. I whirled around, water dripping everywhere. Empty bathroom. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure remained. I ran out without even grabbing a towel. Locked myself in my bedroom, which thankfully doesn't have any mirrors. I spent that whole first night huddled under my blankets like a kid, afraid to look at any reflective surface. Morning didn't help. I saw it in my car's rearview mirror on the way to work, in the polished metal paper towel dispenser in the bar's bathroom, in the window reflections as it got dark outside. Always standing behind me, always gone when I turned around. That was 3 days ago. I haven't slept more than an hour at a time since then. I've covered every mirror in my apartment with sheets, but I still catch glimpses of it in my phone screen, in the TV when it's turned off, even in my spoon at breakfast. The figure gets closer each time I see it. At first, it stayed a few feet behind me. Now it's right at my shoulder. Sometimes I think I can feel cold breath on my neck, but when I reach back, there's nothing there. I went back to the alley yesterday to look for the suitcase. It was gone. I asked every business on the block if someone had picked it up. Nobody had seen it. I called in sick to work today. I can't handle serving drinks with that thing following me around in the bar's mirrors. My boss wasn't happy, but I don't care. I have bigger problems. Like the fact that I'm writing this on my laptop and I can see the figure in my dark screen right now. It's reaching for me. Its hand is inches from my shoulder. When I turn around, my bedroom is empty. But I know it's there, waiting. My phone is ringing. The screen is reflective enough that I can see it standing over me as I type this. Its face. I can finally see its face. God. No. I have to go. It's not just behind me anymore. Every reflective surface in my apartment, they're all filling up with these dark figures, dozens of them, hundreds, pressed against the glass like they're trying to get through. I need to run. I don't know where. Somewhere without reflections, somewhere dark. They're getting closer. If you find this, don't look in that mirror. Don't look in any mirrors. They're waiting on the other side. Watching. Ready. I can hear glass cracking. The scream hit my ears at 2:17 a.m. I know the exact time because I just checked my watch, fighting to stay alert during another mind-numbing night shift at Cedar Lake Reservoir. It wasn't a human scream, more like metal grinding against metal echoing across the water. The sound came from Pump Station 4, a gray concrete box squatting at the water's edge about half a mile down the shoreline. I wasn't supposed to investigate strange noises. The manual specifically said to call it in and wait for backup. But after 6 months of walking the same routes, checking the same gauges and staring at the same dark water, I was dying for something, anything, to break the monotony. So I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. The gravel crunched under my boots as I followed the access road that hugged the shoreline. My breath came out in white puffs in the October air. The moon was almost full, casting everything in a pale light that made the shadows deeper. To my right, the reservoir stretched out like black glass. To my left, pine trees crowded close to the road, their branches reaching over my head. The screech came again, closer this time. I swept my flashlight beam across the water, but saw only small waves lapping at the rocky shore. A raccoon, maybe, or some piece of equipment that needed maintenance. That's what I told myself, even as the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Pump Station 4 was the newest of our facilities, built just last year to handle increased water demand from the growing suburbs. Unlike the other pump houses, this one was fully automated. No overnight staff, just computers and machinery humming away behind locked doors. As I approached, I noticed something odd. The security light above the door was off. I pulled out my keys and reached for the padlock, but my hand froze halfway there. Voices were coming from inside the station. Not machinery noise this time. Actual human voices, though too muffled to make out the words. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door. "Have to move quickly," a man's voice said. "Running out of time," replied another. I jerked back from the door, heart pounding. This was exactly the kind of situation I was supposed to report. Unauthorized personnel in a secure facility. I reached for my radio, but only static came through when I tried to call dispatch. The voices inside had gone quiet. My flashlight beam caught movement in one of the high windows, just a fleeting shadow. Then another metallic shriek split the night, this time from behind me. I spun around, playing the light across the empty road and dark trees. Nothing moved except the branches swaying in the wind. That's when I heard the footsteps, wet, slapping sounds on concrete, like someone walking in soaked shoes. They seemed to circle the building, always just around the corner from where I was looking. The beam of my flashlight trembled as I tried to track the sound. "Hello?" I called out. "This is security. The facility is closed. If anyone's here, identify yourself now." The footsteps stopped. For several long seconds, the only sound was my own breathing and the gentle lap of waves. Then a voice called from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. "Mike, that you?" I knew that voice. It belonged to Dave Roberts, one of the maintenance guys I often chatted with during shift changes. But what was he doing out here at this hour? "Dave?" I called back. "Everything okay?" "Over here," he replied from somewhere near the water's edge. "You need to see this." I hesitated. Something felt wrong. Dave's voice was slightly off, too flat, missing its usual good-natured tone. And why hadn't he radioed first to let me know he was coming out? "Dave, what's going on? Why are you out here?" "Just come look," the voice insisted. "It's important." The wet footsteps started again, moving away from me toward the reservoir. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound, sweeping my flashlight back and forth across the rocky shore. The beam caught something moving at the water's edge about 30 feet ahead, a dark figure standing unnaturally still. "Dave?" My voice cracked slightly. The figure didn't respond. As I drew closer, details began to emerge in the flashlight beam. The shape was roughly human-sized, but something was wrong with its proportions. The arms hung too low, nearly touching the ground. The head sat at an odd angle on shoulders that seemed too wide and angular. I stopped, every instinct screaming at me to run. The thing that wasn't Dave slowly turned to face me. In the harsh flashlight beam, I saw that its skin had a slick, rubbery texture, like a wet seal. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse of flesh with a single vertical slit running down its center. "Mike," it said in Dave's voice, the slit pulsing with each syllable. "Come closer." I backpedaled, nearly falling as my feet hit uneven ground. The creature took a step toward me, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Water streamed from its body, pattering on the rocks. "Stay back," I shouted, though I knew it was pointless. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't going to listen to commands. It lunged forward with shocking speed. I turned to run, but my foot slipped on the wet rocks. As I fell, I caught a glimpse of more dark shapes emerging from the water behind the first creature. 3, 4, maybe more, all with the same smooth, featureless faces and elongated limbs. I scrambled to my feet and ran. Behind me, I heard the wet slapping of multiple sets of feet pursuing me across the rocks. Dave's voice called out again, but this time it was joined by other familiar voices. My wife, my brother, my best friend from college, all slightly wrong, all calling me to come back, to look at something important they'd found. I sprinted for the access road, my lungs burning. The voices grew more insistent, more numerous, until it seemed like a crowd of people I knew was calling out to me. But under those familiar voices was a weird, high-pitched keening sound that made my teeth ache. I reached the gravel road and ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not daring to look back. The sounds of pursuit gradually faded, but I didn't slow down until I reached the main security building. I slammed the door behind me and hit the emergency lockdown button, setting off the alarm system. When the police arrived 20 minutes later, they found Pump Station 4 empty and locked, exactly as it should have been. The security cameras showed nothing unusual. The maintenance logs confirmed that Dave Roberts hadn't been anywhere near the reservoir that night. He was homesick with the flu. I quit my job the next day. Some people thought I'd had some kind of breakdown from working too many night shifts alone. Maybe they're right. But I know what I saw, what I heard. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear those voices calling out to me, using the sounds of people I love to try to lure me into the darkness. The thing that bothers me most isn't the creatures themselves, though. God knows they haunt my nightmares. It's the question of how they knew those voices, knew exactly who to imitate to try to draw me in. How long had they been watching me during those lonely nights at the reservoir? What else do they know about me, about all of us? I avoid large bodies of water now. When I hear familiar voices calling out in the dark, I run the other way. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I wonder about the real Dave Roberts, about when exactly he caught that flu, and whether the thing that came back to work afterward was really him at all. The police investigation turned up nothing, of course. The official report blamed equipment malfunction for the screech I heard, and suggested that stress and isolation had caused me to imagine the rest. They've installed better lighting around Pump Station 4 and increased the frequency of patrols, but they haven't had any trouble finding new night shift security guards to replace me. I wonder how many of those guards are still human. I've tried to move on with my life, find a new job, pretend that night never happened. But sometimes I catch glimpses of oddly proportioned figures standing perfectly still in crowds, or hear familiar voices calling out to me when I know those people are nowhere nearby. And every time I pass a lake or river or even a large pond, I can't help but wonder what might be watching me from just beneath the surface, waiting for another chance to lure me close enough to grab. Last week, I ran into Dave Roberts at the grocery store. He smiled and waved, asked how I'd been. His voice sounded normal. His movements were natural. Everything about him seemed exactly right. But as I walked away, I heard the wet slap of footsteps following me down the aisle. When I turned around, Dave was gone. But there was a trail of water droplets leading toward the store's back exit. I don't sleep much these days. When I do, I dream of smooth, featureless faces and arms that hang too low, of voices that sound almost right, but not quite. Sometimes I wake up to find puddles of water on my bedroom floor, though all the windows are closed and the pipes are sound. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I hear something moving through my house with wet, slapping footsteps. They're patient, these things, they can wait. They know that eventually, curiosity or loneliness or simple exhaustion will make me let my guard down. And when that happens, they'll be ready. They still call out to me sometimes, using the voices of people I love. One of these days I might answer, but for now, I keep my doors locked and my windows sealed. I avoid dark places and large bodies of water. I don't answer unexpected phone calls, and I never ever investigate strange noises at night. Most importantly, I don't trust familiar voices calling out to me when I can't see who's doing the calling. Because the things I saw that night at the reservoir are still out there, wearing faces that aren't faces and speaking with stolen voices. They're watching, waiting, learning our ways and our relationships. And sooner or later, they're going to come for all of us. Just remember, if you hear a loved one calling out to you from somewhere you can't quite see, don't answer. Don't investigate. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because by the time you realize it's not really your loved one calling, it will be too late. And if you happen to be driving past Cedar Lake Reservoir late at night and see the lights on at Pump Station 4, don't stop. Don't look too closely at the figures you might glimpse moving in the shadows. Above all, don't answer if someone calls your name. Just keep driving and pray that whatever's wearing your loved one's voices doesn't decide to follow you home. I need to write this down. All of it. Everything that's happened over the past 3 days. My hands are shaking as I type this on my phone, but I have to record what's going on while I still can. While I'm still here. It started on Monday night. I was getting ready for bed, going through my usual routine, checking the doors were locked, turning off the lights downstairs, that kind of thing. I live alone in a small 2-story house on Cedar Street, in one of those cookie-cutter developments they built in the early 2000s. Nothing special about it. Just another suburban house on a quiet street. I went upstairs around 11 p.m. and was about to close my bedroom curtains when I saw it. There was someone standing in the middle of the street, directly under the streetlight in front of my house. Just standing there, completely still. At first I thought it was a neighbor, maybe someone walking their dog or coming home late. But something felt wrong. The figure wasn't moving at all, not swaying, not shifting weight from foot to foot like people normally do when standing. Just perfectly still, like a photograph. I couldn't make out many details from the second floor. The streetlight created a harsh circle of yellow light, and the figure was just a dark shape within it. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes. The proportions seemed slightly off somehow, but I couldn't put my finger on why. My digital alarm clock sits on the nightstand next to my window. I glanced at it to check the time, 11:17 p.m., and when I looked back at the street, the figure was gone. Just gone. I hadn't heard any footsteps or cars. There hadn't been time for someone to walk away. They had simply vanished. I stood at the window for almost an hour, scanning the street, but saw nothing unusual. Eventually, I convinced myself it must have been my imagination or a trick of the light. I took a sleeping pill and went to bed. Tuesday started normally enough. I went to work at the insurance office like usual, spent the day processing claims, and tried not to think about what I'd seen the night before. But as the afternoon wore on, I found myself getting increasingly anxious about going home. By the time I left work at 6, my stomach was in knots. I almost convinced myself to stay at a hotel, but that felt ridiculous. I was a grown man, afraid to go home because I'd seen someone standing in the street. So I drove home, ate a microwave dinner, and tried to distract myself with TV. At 11:15 p.m., I went upstairs. My hands were sweating as I approached the window. I told myself I was being stupid, that there would be nothing there. I was wrong. The figure was back, standing in exactly the same spot. Only this time it was closer to my house. It stood at the edge of my front yard where the sidewalk meets my lawn. Still completely motionless. Still wrong-looking in a way I couldn't define. My throat went dry. I fumbled for my phone to take a picture, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. When I bent to pick it up and looked back out the window, the figure was gone. The time on my clock read 11:17 p.m. Exactly the same time as the night before. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my bed with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. The heating system clicking on made me nearly jump out of my skin. A car driving past sent my heart racing. I kept expecting to see that figure at my window, but it didn't appear again. Wednesday at work, I could barely function. I made stupid mistakes on simple claims. My coworkers asked if I was feeling okay. Apparently, I looked terrible. I didn't know how to explain what was happening. How do you tell people you're being stalked by some kind of impossible figure that appears and disappears? I left work early and went to the police station. The officer at the desk listened patiently as I tried to explain about the figure, but I could tell he wasn't taking me seriously. Why would he? I had no evidence, no photos, and my story sounded insane even to me. He said they'd send a patrol car by my house that night, but I could tell from his expression that it was just to humor me. I spent the evening pacing my house, checking and rechecking the locks. I closed all the curtains except the one in my bedroom. Part of me wanted to leave them closed too, to not look outside at all. But a bigger part needed to know if it would appear again. At 11:15, I forced myself to approach the window. My legs felt like lead. Sweat ran down my back. I reached for the curtain, hesitated, then pulled it aside. The figure stood directly below my window, its head tilted back to look up at me. I screamed and stumbled backward, falling onto my bed. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard it hurt. When I managed to get back to the window, it was gone. 11:17 p.m. But I had seen more details this time. The figure was unnaturally tall, at least 7 feet. Its limbs were too long, joints bent at slight angles that human joints don't bend. The head was hairless and smooth like an egg. Where its face should have been, there was just flat, featureless skin. I'm writing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 20 miles from my house. I don't know what to do. I can't go back there. But I can't just abandon my house either. I have a mortgage. All my possessions are there. My life is there. It's 10:45 p.m. now. In 30 minutes, that thing will appear again. Will it be inside my house this time? What happens at 11:17? What does it want? My phone battery is at 20%. I need to preserve it in case of emergency. I'll update this tomorrow if I can, if there is a tomorrow for me. Update, Thursday morning. I'm still alive. I didn't go home last night. I dozed fitfully in my car, parked in the diner lot with all the doors locked. Around 3 a.m., one of the waitresses knocked on my window and asked if I was okay. I ordered coffee and eggs, trying to act normal while my mind raced. I called in sick to work and spent the morning researching similar incidents online. I found nothing conclusive, just vague urban legends and creepypasta stories. Nothing that matched exactly what I'm experiencing. It's afternoon now. I'm sitting in the public library using their computer since my phone died. I have to decide what to do tonight. I can't keep sleeping in my car. I need to face this thing, whatever it is. I need answers. I'm going home tonight. I've bought new locks, motion sensor lights, and a high-powered flashlight. I'm going to set up my old laptop to record the street. Maybe if I can get evidence, someone will believe me. Maybe I can figure out what this thing is and how to stop it. If you're reading this and you've experienced something similar, please reach out, and if you don't hear from me again after tonight, well, at least someone knows what happened. The buzzing fluorescent lights of the Walmart parking lot cast an ugly glow over empty spaces at 11:47 p.m. I was loading groceries into my trunk when I heard it, a car horn blaring non-stop somewhere in the darkness. The sound cut through the quiet night like a drill through concrete. I slammed my trunk shut and looked around, trying to locate the source. That's when I saw it. About 8 spaces down, a black sedan sat empty, its headlights flashing rhythmically. The horn kept blaring. No one was inside. I stood there for a moment, shopping cart still in hand, wondering if I should do something. The sound was giving me a headache. Maybe someone's car alarm was malfunctioning. But something felt wrong about the whole thing. The lot was almost empty except for a few scattered cars belonging to late-night shoppers like me. No one else seemed to be paying any attention to the noise. I pushed my cart to the return area, keeping my eyes on the black car. The horn continued its monotonous blast. My hands were sweating as I gripped my key fob. I just wanted to get home, heat up a microwave dinner, and go to bed. This wasn't my problem. I got into my car, a blue Honda Civic, and started the engine. The black sedan's lights kept flashing, horn still blaring. As I pulled out of my space, I noticed something odd in my rearview mirror. The flashing had stopped. The lot behind me was dark and quiet again. The drive home usually took about 25 minutes this time of night. I lived in a small development on the outskirts of town, where the streetlights ended and the woods began. The roads were empty except for the occasional semi-truck. I turned on the radio to fill the silence, some late-night talk show discussing conspiracy theories. 10 minutes into the drive, I checked my mirror again. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance behind me. Nothing unusual about that. Probably just another person heading home after a late-night shopping run. But something made the hair on my neck stand up. The car was getting closer. Much closer. I squinted at my rearview mirror, trying to make out what kind of vehicle it was in the darkness. My stomach dropped when I recognized the shape, a black sedan. "No way," I muttered. "It's not the same car. It can't be." I pressed down harder on the gas pedal, pushing my Honda past the speed limit. The black car matched my speed exactly, maintaining the same distance between us. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Sweat dripped down my back. I took a sharp right turn onto Miller Road, a winding back route that would add an extra 10 minutes to my drive but might lose whoever was following me. The black sedan's tires squealed as it made the turn right behind me. Shit, shit, shit. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I fumbled for my phone in my jacket pocket, nearly dropping it. Who would I even call? The police? And tell them what? That a car that was honking in a parking lot was now following me. They'd think I was drunk or crazy. I kept driving faster now, taking random turns down residential streets I'd never been on before. The sedan stayed with me through every turn, every acceleration, every attempt to lose it. Its headlights filled my mirrors with blinding light. After 15 minutes of this, I realized I was almost out of gas. The needle hovered just above empty. I couldn't keep driving aimlessly. I needed to make a decision. My house was still 10 minutes away. Maybe I could make it. I turned back onto the main road, my hands slick with sweat on the wheel. The black car was still there, matching my every move. Its headlights seemed to be getting brighter, more intense. Or maybe that was just my imagination playing tricks on me. My neighborhood was just ahead. I turned onto Pine Street, then Oak Drive, then finally my own street, Maple Court. The black sedan followed me the entire way, never falling behind, never getting closer, just maintaining that same exact distance. I pulled into my driveway, killed the engine, and sat there breathing hard. In my rearview mirror, I watched the black car roll to a stop at the curb in front of my house. Its engine idled. My phone was in my hand now, 911 already dialed but not sent. I waited, watching. The sedan's headlights went dark. Its engine cut off. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. No one got out. The car just sat there, a dark shape in the night. My house key dug into my palm as I gripped it. I had to get inside. I couldn't sit in my car all night. Taking a deep breath, I opened my door and stepped out. The night air was cold on my sweaty skin. My legs felt weak as I walked to my trunk to get the groceries. The black sedan remained silent and still. I grabbed all the bags at once, not caring that the plastic was cutting into my fingers. I just needed to get inside. I fumbled with my keys at the front door, dropping them once before managing to get the right key in the lock. The whole time, I could feel the sedan watching me. How can a car watch someone? But that's what it felt like it had eyes. Finally inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it, then locked the deadbolt too. I dropped the grocery bags on the floor and ran to each window, making sure they were all locked. Then I peeked through the living room curtains. The black sedan was gone. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto my couch, shaking. What the hell had just happened? I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe I was tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. The groceries were still scattered on the floor where I'd dropped them. I should put them away. I should eat something. I should call someone. But I couldn't move. A sound outside made me freeze. An engine idling. I forced myself to look through the curtains again. The street was empty, but I could still hear it. the low rumble of an engine somewhere close by. It was coming from behind the house. My backyard backed up to the woods. There was a small clearing between my property line and where the trees began. That's where the sound was coming from. I crept to my back door and peered through the small window. The black sedan was there, sitting in the clearing, its headlights off but its engine running. As I watched, the headlights suddenly blazed to life, illuminating my entire backyard. The horn started blaring again, that same continuous blast from the parking lot. I stumbled backward, covering my ears. The sound seemed to fill my entire house, vibrating through the walls. I ran upstairs to my bedroom and grabbed the gun from my nightstand, a Glock 19 I'd bought for home protection but never thought I'd need to use. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely check if it was loaded. The horn kept blaring. I could see the headlights casting strange shadows on my bedroom wall through the curtains. Shadows that seemed to move and twist in impossible ways. I called 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm as I tried to explain what was happening. Yes, there was a car in my backyard. No, I didn't know who it belonged to. Yes, it had followed me home. No, I couldn't see the driver. Sir, units are on their way. Please stay inside and away from the windows. Are you alone in the house? Yes, I said. Then I remembered my security cameras. I'd installed them last year after a string of break-ins in the neighborhood. Wait, I have cameras. I can check the footage. I kept the dispatcher on the line as I pulled up the security app on my phone. The backyard camera showed the black sedan clearly, still blasting its horn, headlights blazing. But something was wrong with the image. Every few seconds, it seemed to glitch, like digital static running through the frame. I switched to the front yard camera, checking the footage from when I'd arrived home. I watched myself pull into the driveway, followed by the black sedan. I watched myself get out, get the groceries, go inside. Then I watched as the sedan disappeared. One frame it was there, the next it was gone. No movement, no driving away. Just there, then not there. Sir? The dispatcher's voice brought me back. Officers should be arriving any moment. Can you still hear the vehicle? I listened. The horn had stopped. The house was silent. I looked at my phone screen again. The backyard camera showed an empty clearing. No car, no headlights, nothing but darkness and trees. It's gone, I said. It just vanished again. 5 minutes later, 2 police cars pulled up in front of my house, lights flashing but sirens off. The officers searched the property thoroughly. They found tire tracks in the clearing behind my house, but nothing else. They took my statement, checked my security footage, and told me they'd increase patrols in the area. Probably just some kids playing pranks, one officer said, but call us if it happens again. They left around 2 a.m. I sat in my living room until sunrise, gun on the coffee table, jumping at every sound. The groceries stayed on the floor, forgotten. When morning came, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sleep. I kept checking the security cameras every few minutes, expecting to see the black sedan return, but it never did. I spent the day researching similar incidents online, looking for any pattern or explanation. I found nothing concrete, just vague stories on paranormal forums and Reddit threads about phantom vehicles and ghostly pursuers. Nothing that helped make sense of what had happened. That night, I ordered delivery instead of going shopping. I couldn't face another parking lot after dark. Not yet. The next day at work, I tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of strange hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard, what I'd felt. A week passed. Then 2. No sign of the black sedan. My nerves slowly began to settle. I started shopping during daylight hours only. I varied my routes home. I installed more security cameras and motion sensor lights around my property. But sometimes late at night I still hear it. The faint sound of a car horn in the distance. A continuous blast that goes on and on. And when I check my rearview mirror while driving home, I find myself holding my breath, watching for headlights behind me. I know it's still out there somewhere, waiting, watching, and someday Probably when I least expect it, I'll hear that horn again. I'll see those headlights in my mirror, and this time maybe I'll find out what it wants. But for now, I keep my gun loaded, my doors locked, and my security cameras running. And I never, ever go shopping at night anymore. Last week, I saw a black sedan for sale in my neighbor's driveway. Same make and model as the one that followed me. I know it's not the same car. It can't be. But I've started taking the long way around the block to avoid driving past it, just in case. Because the thing that scares me most isn't the memory of that night. It's not the horn or the headlights or the impossible disappearances. What terrifies me is the question that keeps me awake at night, the one I can't stop thinking about. What if it finds me again? And what if next time it doesn't just follow me home? I keep telling myself I'm being paranoid, that it was just a random incident, a bizarre coincidence, maybe even a vivid dream. But deep down, I know better. Because every time I close my eyes, I see those headlights in my mirror. Every time I step outside at night, I listen for that horn. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late from work because I had to stay for an emergency meeting, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror more often than usual, looking for a familiar shape in the darkness behind me, waiting for the flash of headlights that I know, somehow, will come again. The police never found any explanation. The security camera footage showed nothing useful, just digital glitches and impossibilities. My neighbor sold their black sedan last month, but I still take the long way around the block. Some nights I sit in my living room with all the lights off, watching the street through a gap in the curtains. I tell myself I'm being ridiculous, that I need therapy, or medication, or both, that I'm letting one strange incident control my entire life. But then I'll hear a car engine idling somewhere nearby, or catch a glimpse of headlights sweeping across my wall, and my heart will start racing all over again. Because now I know something I didn't know before that night. Sometimes the things that follow us home aren't human. Sometimes they're not even alive in any way we understand. And sometimes they're just waiting for the right moment to finish what they started. So I keep watching and waiting and wondering. And every time I hear a car horn in the distance, every time I see headlights in my mirror, I hold my breath and count to 10. Because maybe this time it's just a normal car, with a normal driver, going about their normal business. Or maybe, just maybe, it's my black sedan coming back to find me. And next time I don't think it's going to just sit in my backyard and honk its horn. Next time, I think it's going to want something more. I never should have opened that door in the ceiling. The realtor didn't even mention there was attic access in this old apartment. But I saw the outline of the trapdoor while replacing the hallway light fixture, and curiosity got the better of me. Now I'm sitting here with my back against the wall, staring at an album full of impossible photographs, and my hands won't stop shaking. It started 3 hours ago. I was up on the stepladder, unscrewing the old brass light fixture when my head bumped against something. Looking up, I saw the square outline in the textured ceiling. A quick push revealed a hinged door that creaked open, releasing a small metal ladder. The musty smell hit me first. That distinct mix of old paper and trapped air that comes from spaces sealed for years. I grabbed my phone for light and climbed up, my head poking through into darkness. The beam from my phone revealed rafters, dust, and stacks of cardboard boxes pushed against the sloped walls. The floor seemed solid enough, though it creaked under my weight. I pulled myself up fully into the space, having to crouch due to the low ceiling. Dust particles danced in my phone's light. The air felt thick and stale in my throat. The boxes closest to me were unmarked, filled with what looked like old Christmas decorations and mothballed clothing. Nothing particularly interesting. But against the far wall, partially hidden behind a broken chair, sat something different. A leather-bound album with brass corners, the kind people use to store family photos in. I had to crawl over to reach it. The leather was cracked with age but still intact, no writing on the cover or spine. When I picked it up, it had that substantial weight of a fully filled photo album. The first page contained a single black and white photograph, probably from the 1950s based on the clothing and hairstyles. It showed a woman in her 30s, standing in what looked like a living room, wearing a floral dress. She was staring directly into the camera with an unsettling intensity. Something about her expression made me pause. It wasn't a typical posed smile. Her eyes seemed to be looking right at me, not just at the camera. I turned the page. Another photo, this time of an elderly man in a suit, probably from the 1960s based on the style. Same thing, staring straight ahead with an unnatural focus. The next photo showed a teenage girl from what looked like the 1970s, then a middle-aged man from the 1980s based on his clothes. Page after page, different people from different decades, but always that same direct stare. The photos became more recent as I progressed through the album. The film quality improved, colors appeared, then the sharp clarity of digital photos. But that intense stare remained constant. These weren't casual snapshots or posed portraits. Each subject's eyes seemed to pierce through the photograph, like they were actually looking at me right now. I noticed something else too. The backgrounds became increasingly familiar. The most recent photos were clearly taken in this building. I recognized the distinctive crown molding and window frames. A woman from what looked like the early 2000s stood in what had to be my kitchen, though with different cabinets. A man from maybe 2010 in what was now my living room, before the walls were repainted. My hands started to sweat as I neared the end of the album. The final pages held photos from the last few years. The locations were unmistakable now. The hallway outside my door, the stairwell I use every day, the lobby downstairs. Always different people, always staring directly at the viewer with that same unsettling intensity. Then I reached the last photo, and my blood turned to ice. It showed a man in jeans and a gray t-shirt taken from behind as he stood on a stepladder, reaching up to unscrew a light fixture. The photo was clearly taken today. Those were my clothes. That was me. I slammed the album shut and spun around, heart pounding. The attic was empty, just boxes and dust and shadows. But I could feel it now, the weight of dozens of eyes watching me through the photographs. My hands trembled as I reopened the album to that last picture. The timestamp in the corner showed it was taken just 17 minutes ago. I shoved the album away and scrambled toward the trap door. As I moved, I heard the soft click of a camera shutter somewhere in the darkness behind me. I nearly fell in my rush to get down the ladder, pulling it up and slamming the ceiling door shut as soon as I was through. Now I'm sitting on my hallway floor, the album next to me. I've tried calling my brother 3 times, but it keeps going to voicemail. The police would think I'm crazy. Maybe I am crazy, but I know what I saw. The shutter sound is coming from inside the walls now. Click, click, click. Moving closer. I should run, get out of the apartment, but my legs won't work. All I can do is sit here and listen to it draw nearer. Click, click. There's something else too. A new weight in my pocket that wasn't there before. I reach in with trembling fingers and pull out a Polaroid photograph. The image is still developing, but I can already make out my current position. Sitting on the floor, back against the wall, right hand reaching into my pocket. The timestamp shows 3 minutes from now. I hear footsteps in the attic above me now. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the trap door. Dust filters down through the cracks. The door handle is starting to turn. Click. I should run. I need to run. But I can't stop staring at the photo in my hand as it continues to develop. In it, I'm still sitting against the wall, but I'm looking up toward the ceiling. My face shows an expression of pure terror. And behind me, barely visible in the shadows, stands a figure holding a camera. The ceiling door is opening now. I can hear the hinges creaking. Something is descending. I don't want to look up. I don't want to see what's coming down that ladder. But I know I will. The photo shows I will. More dust falls as the ladder extends downward. A soft thud as it touches the floor. The shutter sounds are closer now. Click, click, click. Heavy footsteps on the metal rungs. 1 step, 2 steps. 3. I force my eyes to stay fixed on the Polaroid in my shaking hands. In the photo, my future self is still looking up, face frozen in horror. The figure behind me is clearer now as the image continues to develop. It's holding an old camera up to where its face should be, but where its face should be, there's only darkness and the glint of dozens of eyes all staring directly at the viewer. The ladder creaks again. 4th step. 5th step. I can feel hot breath on the back of my neck now. The shutter sound is right behind me. Click. In the Polaroid, my expression changes to something beyond terror, beyond sanity. And now I know why. Because I can see it in perfect clarity. The dark figure standing over me, lowering its camera. Where its face should be, there's an impossible sight. A spiraling void filled with countless eyes. The eyes from all the photos in the album, gathered together, staring out from the darkness, staring directly at me. And they're hungry. The breath on my neck grows warmer. A hand touches my shoulder. The shutter sound comes one final time. Click, I look up. I've been driving for rideshare apps for 6 years. You learn to read people quickly in this job. The quiet ones, the drunk ones, the chatty ones, they all have their tells. But nothing in those 6 years prepared me for what happened last Thursday night. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it, about him, about what he knew, about what I saw, or didn't see, in my rearview mirror. The request came in at 11:42 p.m., a pickup from the Marriott downtown, heading to the airport. Standard fare for that time of night. I pulled up to the hotel entrance where a man in a charcoal gray suit stood waiting with a small carry-on bag. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with close-cropped gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses. Nothing remarkable about him, just another business traveler heading home. He opened the back door and slid in smoothly. The leather seats creaked under his weight. "Evening," I said, glancing in the rearview mirror to make eye contact like I always do. "Airport, right?" "Yes, Terminal B," he replied. His voice was deep but soft, like someone used to speaking in boardrooms. I noticed his perfect posture, hands folded neatly in his lap. I pulled away from the curb and merged into the light late-night traffic. The dashboard clock read 11:44 p.m. "Long day of meetings?" I asked, making the usual small talk. "Actually, Tom, I'm here because of you." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I hadn't told him my name. I hadn't even started the ride in the app yet. "How do you know my name?" He smiled. I caught it in the mirror. "I know quite a bit about you, Tom Sullivan. Born August 12, 1985 at Mercy Hospital. Your mother Janet worked as a librarian. Father unknown. You grew up in that little blue house on Maple Street, the one with the crooked mailbox your mom never got around to fixing." My mouth went dry. The traffic light ahead turned red, and I brought the car to a stop. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Who are you?" "You moved out at 18, he continued as if I hadn't spoken. "Tried community college for a semester before dropping out. Worked construction until the accident in 2017 that messed up your back. Started driving rideshare after that. You live alone in apartment 4B at the Parkview Apartments. You feed that stray orange cat that hangs around the building. You named him Max." Sweat beaded on my forehead. The light turned green. I pressed the gas harder than necessary and the engine revved. "Look, I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but your mother died 3 years ago," he cut in. "Pancreatic cancer. You visit her grave every Sunday with yellow daisies. Those were her favorite." My hands shook on the wheel. "Stop it. You blame yourself for not noticing the symptoms sooner, for not making her go to the doctor when she first started losing weight." I said stop. I jerked the wheel slightly, swerving into the next lane before correcting. A car behind us honked. "You still have her library card in your wallet. You can't bring yourself to throw it away." I grabbed my phone from the mount, ready to end the ride and kick him out. But when I looked at the screen, the app wasn't even open. I hadn't started the trip. "What do you want from me?" My voice cracked. "Just to talk, Tom. There are some things you need to know about your father. Ice filled my veins. I don't have a father. Everyone has a father, Tom. Yours just happened to be something different. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, trying to get a better look at his face. That's when I noticed it. The mirror showed my empty back seat. The leather cushions were unmarked, uncompressed. But I could hear him breathing behind me, could feel the weight of his presence. I whipped my head around. He was there, sitting calmly, hands still folded in his lap. I faced forward again. Empty mirror. My foot slammed the brake. We screeched to a halt in the middle of the street. More honking behind us. What are you? Your father wasn't human, Tom. Which means you're not entirely human either. Get out. I fought to keep my voice steady. Get out of my car right now. You've felt it your whole life, haven't you? That something was different about you? The way you can sense people's emotions, the way animals are drawn to you, the strange dreams. I unbuckled my seatbelt and turned fully around to face him. I said, get. The back seat was empty. Looking for me? His voice came from beside me now. He sat in the passenger seat, straightening his tie. I scrambled for the door handle, but my fingers wouldn't close around it. My whole body felt heavy, like I was moving through mud. Your abilities are starting to manifest, Tom. That's why I'm here, to help you understand what's happening, what you're becoming. This isn't real, I mumbled. I'm tired. I'm hallucinating. You know that's not true. You've always known you were different. Remember the incident at your mother's funeral, when all the flowers wilted at once? That was you, your grief affecting the living things around you. It's in your blood. The heaviness spread through my limbs. My vision blurred at the edges. Your father was a being of considerable power. He broke our laws by coupling with a human, by fathering you. But now that your mother is gone, there's no reason to hide what you are anymore. What? My tongue felt thick. What am I? He placed his hand on my shoulder. His touch burned cold through my shirt. You're a changeling, Tom. A hybrid. Half human, half something else. And it's time for you to choose which world you want to belong to. The world spun. Colors ran together like wet paint. His voice seemed to come from far away. Sleep now. When you wake up, you'll be ready to begin your training, to learn what you really are. The last thing I saw before consciousness slipped away was his reflection finally appearing in the rearview mirror. But it wasn't a man I saw reflected there. It was something else. Something with too many angles, too many edges. Something my mind couldn't, or wouldn't, process. Then darkness took me. I woke up in my car in the Marriott parking lot. The dashboard clock read 5:17 a.m. My phone showed no record of any ride requests from the previous night. My head pounded, and my mouth tasted like copper, but there was a business card tucked into my shirt pocket. Black cardstock with silver text that seemed to shift and change when I tried to read it, and a note on the back in elegant script. The choice is yours, Tom, but you can't ignore your nature forever. We'll be in touch. That was 3 days ago. I haven't driven since then. I called in sick to the rideshare company. Haven't left my apartment. The stray cat, Max, won't come near my building anymore. He hisses when he sees me through the window. Last night, I dreamed of impossible geometries and voices speaking in languages that hurt my ears. I woke to find all my houseplants had died, their leaves turned to ash. The business card sits on my kitchen counter. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I see the text moving, rearranging itself into new messages, new promises, new threats. I don't know what to do, I don't know what I am. But I know one thing for certain. The next time my phone shows a ride request, I'm not accepting it. Some passengers should stay undriven. Some questions should stay unanswered. But I have a feeling they won't let me ignore this forever. And when they come for me again, I don't think they'll bother pretending to be human. My bathroom mirror cracked this morning. I wasn't even near it. Just walked past, caught a glimpse of my reflection. But for a split second, what I saw looking back at me wasn't entirely my face. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. What's happening? If you're reading this and you're a rideshare driver, pay attention to your mirrors. Pay attention to your passengers. And if someone gets in your car knowing things they shouldn't know, things they couldn't know, don't engage, don't ask questions, just drive. Drive as fast as you can. Drive until the sun comes up, because the night belongs to them now. And apparently, so do I. I should have just left that laptop where I found it, but I didn't. Now I can't sleep, can't eat, can't close my eyes without seeing those images. I keep the lights on 24/7, and I've covered every window in my house. Not that it matters. The photos showed he was already inside. It started 3 weeks ago at Murphy's Coffee on 7th Street. I was there like every other Tuesday morning, sipping my usual dark roast, when I noticed the black laptop sitting abandoned at the corner table. It sat there for over an hour. Nobody came to claim it. I asked Sarah, the barista who knows my order by heart, if anyone had reported a missing laptop. She shrugged and said it had been there since her shift started at 6 a.m. By closing time at 2 p.m., it was still there. Sarah was about to put it in the lost and found box. "I'll take it," I said. "Maybe I can find the owner." I work in IT, so I figured I could dig through the files and find some contact information. Plus, I had a spare charger at home that would fit it. Sarah seemed relieved. One less thing for her to deal with. The laptop was a basic Dell model, maybe 3 years old. No stickers or identifying marks. Just some scratches on the lid and worn keys that showed heavy use. I took it home, plugged it in, and waited for it to charge. That night, after microwaving a frozen burrito for dinner, I sat down at my kitchen table and opened the laptop. It powered on immediately, no password required. The desktop was completely empty except for one folder labeled Home. My first red flag should have been that file name, but curiosity got the better of me. I double-clicked. Inside were hundreds of image files, all numbered sequentially. I opened the first one. My coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. The photo showed my living room, my couch, my TV, my collection of sci-fi novels on the shelf. The image was dark, taken at night, but I could make out every detail. Someone had been inside my house. My hands shook as I opened the next file. My kitchen, shot from the doorway. The dirty dishes I'd left in the sink that morning were clearly visible. Next image. My bedroom, photographed from the corner by my closet. The unmade bed. The laundry basket overflowing with clothes. Image after image showed different angles of my house. All taken within the last week, based on details I could recognize. The half-empty takeout containers in my fridge. The pile of mail on my counter. The jacket I'd thrown over my chair 2 days ago. I slammed the laptop shut and ran through my house, checking every door and window. All locked. No signs of forced entry. I grabbed a kitchen knife and searched every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. Back at my kitchen table, I forced myself to look through more photos. Most were from the past week, but as I went deeper into the folder, I found older ones. Months older, years older. All taken inside my house, all showing my daily life in stark detail. In some, I could see myself, sleeping, eating, working at my computer, always unaware of the camera. But the most terrifying images were the ones where I could make out a dark figure in the background, standing in doorways, crouching in corners, watching me. I called the police. 2 officers came within 20 minutes. They took the laptop and wrote up a report. Checked my house again. Found nothing. They said they'd investigate, but I could tell they weren't taking it seriously. Just another paranoid civilian with an overactive imagination. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my living room with every light on, the kitchen knife close at hand. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow looked like a figure lurking in wait. The next morning, I bought new locks for every door and window, installed a security system, set up motion sensor cameras, changed my daily routine, started sleeping at different times, in different rooms, but it didn't matter. 3 days later, I got an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was home. Inside were new photos. Me installing the locks. Me setting up the cameras. Me sleeping on my couch the night before, knife in hand. I moved to a hotel. The photos kept coming. Me checking in at the front desk. Me in my room. Always from angles that seemed impossible. From inside walls, from above the ceiling, from places no camera could be hidden. I stopped going to work. Stopped answering my phone. Spent days researching everyone who'd lived in my house before me. Everyone who might have access. Found nothing suspicious. The email attachments continued. Daily life captured in brutal detail. And in each set of photos, that dark figure appeared more clearly, closer, more distinct. Sometimes right behind me, close enough to touch. Yesterday, I got the worst email yet. Just one photo, taken in my hotel bathroom. I was brushing my teeth, looking in the mirror, and there, reflected clearly behind me, stood a tall figure in black. But when I spun around, the bathroom was empty. I'm writing this now from another hotel, in another city. I haven't slept in 72 hours. The laptop is gone, but the photos keep coming. Every few hours, my phone chimes with a new email. I don't open them anymore, but the subject lines tell me enough. Still watching. Always here. Can't hide. The police say they're working on it. They traced the laptop. It belonged to a man who died 3 years ago. Heart attack in his sleep. He lived in my house before me. They're investigating his connections, his history, but they won't find anything. I know they won't. Because I finally remembered something. A detail so small I'd forgotten it until now. 3 years ago, when I first toured the house before buying it, the real estate agent mentioned the previous owner had died there. She said his body wasn't found for days. When they finally discovered him, he was sitting at his desk, laptop open. The coroner said he died of natural causes, but his face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror. And his computer? It was completely wiped clean, except for one empty folder labeled home. I'm checking out of this hotel tomorrow, going somewhere else. Not that it matters. The photos will follow me. They always do. And sooner or later, that figure in black will step out of the shadows and into the light. But maybe that's what it wants. Maybe that's what all of this has been building toward. An audience, a witness, someone to see it, finally, after all these years of watching. So I'm leaving this laptop open tonight. Camera pointed at my bed. If you're reading this, it means someone found it, like I found that other laptop in the coffee shop. And if you open that camera folder, the one labeled home that just appeared on the desktop, you'll see what happened to me. Just remember, once you look, you can't stop looking. And once it knows you're watching, it will never stop watching back. The sun is setting now. The shadows in my room are growing longer. And in the corner of my eye, I can see something moving, something dark, getting closer. I won't turn around, won't give it the satisfaction. Instead, I'm going to hit save and close this file. Then I'll leave this laptop somewhere public, a coffee shop maybe, and whoever finds it, well, you'll see for yourself. Just know that if you're reading this, it's already too late. Check your email, look behind you, and whatever you do, don't open that folder labeled home. Not that it matters, you will anyway, we all do. The figure is right behind me now, I can feel its cold breath on my neck. Time to go. Good luck. The first spot appeared 3 weeks ago. A dark smudge about the size of a quarter right at eye level on my bathroom mirror. I tried to wipe it off with Windex and a paper towel. It didn't budge. I scraped at it with my fingernail. Nothing. I even tried bleach. The spot stayed exactly where it was, a perfect black circle that somehow seemed to sit beneath the surface of the glass. 2 days later, I noticed another spot, smaller this time, near the bottom corner. By the end of the week, there were 5 of them scattered across the mirror. I bought a new mirror from Home Depot. The spots appeared on that one too, in exactly the same places, within hours of hanging it up. That's when I started filming. I'm not some paranormal investigator or ghost hunter. I'm an accountant. I deal with numbers, spreadsheets, and tax forms. My name is David Chen. I'm 34 years old, and until last month, the strangest thing that ever happened to me was finding a dollar bill in a washing machine. But here I am at 3 a.m., sitting on my closed toilet lid with a smartphone pointed at my bathroom mirror, watching shadows move where they shouldn't be. The first night I filmed, nothing happened. The second night too. On the third night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., I saw it. A darkness that moved like liquid behind the glass, flowing between the spots like black water through invisible tubes. I dropped my phone. When I picked it up and looked again, everything was normal. But I checked the video later. It was there, clear as day. Something moving inside my mirror. I should have moved out then. Should have packed my bags and found a new apartment. But I had just signed a 2-year lease, and more importantly, I needed to know what was happening. So I kept filming. Every night I sat there in the dark, watching and waiting. The movements started getting more frequent, more deliberate. The shadows would gather around the spots, swirling and churning like storm clouds in miniature. Sometimes they formed shapes that almost looked like faces, but would dissolve before I could be sure. The spots grew larger, spreading outward like ink stains on paper. Last night, I heard it breathe. I was sitting in my usual spot, phone in hand, when a sound like someone slowly letting out air through their teeth came from the mirror. My arms broke out in goosebumps. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The bathroom suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. The shadows were moving again, but different this time. They gathered in the center of the mirror, coalescing into a mass about the size of a basketball. As I watched, frozen in place, the mass began to bulge outward. The surface of the mirror stretched like plastic wrap, forming a bubble that pushed further and further into my bathroom. My hands shook so bad I could barely hold the phone. Sweat ran down my back. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. But I kept filming. The bubble grew until it was about 6 inches out from the mirror's surface. Then it started to take shape. A head, shoulders, arms, a torso. All black as pitch, like a 3-dimensional shadow pushing through from somewhere else. I wanted to run. My legs tensed, ready to bolt. But something kept me there. Fear, maybe, or curiosity, or both. The figure's head turned toward me. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight on my skin. Then it spoke. The sound was like gravel being crushed, like static on an old radio, like 1,000 whispers layered on top of each other. Finally, it said. Someone who sees. I dropped the phone again. This time when I picked it up, the figure was gone. The spots were gone too. The mirror looked completely normal, but I knew it wasn't over. The next day, I called in sick to work. I spent hours researching mirrors, hauntings, shadow creatures. I found nothing that matched what I had seen. I tried showing the video to my best friend Mike, but every time I played it back, all you could see was an empty bathroom. The footage showed nothing unusual at all. That night I set up 3 cameras instead of just one. My phone, my laptop's webcam, and an old digital camera I found in my closet. I positioned them at different angles, making sure the entire mirror was covered. The spots reappeared as soon as the sun set. They were bigger now, some of them the size of my fist. The shadows started moving earlier too, around midnight instead of waiting until the early morning hours. I sat on the toilet lid, watching all 3 screens. My hands were steady now. The fear was still there, but it had changed into something else. A kind of desperate determination. I needed answers. At 1:23 a.m., the shadows gathered again. The figure emerged faster this time, pushing through the mirror like it was walking through a curtain of water. In the harsh light of my bathroom, I could see details I had missed before. Its surface wasn't just black. It rippled and shifted like oil in sunlight. Where its feet touched the floor, small shadows spread out like ink drops in water. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice came out stronger than I expected. The figure tilted its head. "Wrong question," it said in that impossible voice. "Ask what we are." "We?" It raised an arm, pointing at the mirror behind it. The glass had turned completely black. As I watched, more figures began pushing through. 2, 5, 10. Soon my small bathroom was crowded with shadow beings, all identical, all facing me. My breath came in short gasps. Sweat soaked through my t-shirt. The temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath forming clouds in the air. The first figure spoke again. "We have waited so long, watched through every mirror, looking for someone who could see us, and now you have. What do you want? To cross over completely, permanently." It took a step toward me. "We need an anchor, a connection to this side. You can provide that." I stood up, backing away until I hit the wall. "How?" "Simple. Trade places with one of us. Just for a moment. Just long enough for the door to open fully. And then what? Then we bring the others through. All of them. From every mirror. Everywhere." My hand found the doorknob behind me. "And what happens to me?" The figure's surface rippled. "You stay on our side. A fair trade." I turned the knob. "No. We weren't asking permission." They moved as one, surging toward me. I yanked the door open and ran. Behind me, I heard that grinding, whispering voice. "You can't run forever. We're in every mirror now. Every reflection. Watching. Waiting. We'll find you again." I slammed my apartment door and drove to a hotel. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw spots beginning to form. That was yesterday. I'm writing this now from my car, parked at a rest stop off I-80. I've covered every reflective surface with duct tape. My phone stays face down. I haven't looked in a mirror since I ran. But I know they're still there, waiting. I can feel them watching, even now. The spots are spreading. I see them in puddles on the ground, in store windows, in the chrome of passing cars. They're getting bigger, more numerous. Sometimes out of the corner of my eye I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Dark shapes shifting and flowing. I don't know how long I can keep running. There are mirrors everywhere, reflections everywhere, and they're patient. So patient. I'm posting this as a warning. If you see spots on your mirror that won't go away, don't investigate. Don't film them. Don't watch them. Just run. But most importantly, don't look too closely at any mirrors for a while. You might start to see them too, and once you do, they'll never stop watching. I have to go now. The sun is setting, and I swear I just saw something move in my side mirror. If anyone reads this and knows how to help, please reach out. But don't expect a quick response. I'll be busy covering mirrors and running, always running. The first tap came at 2:17 a.m. on Route 23, about 40 miles outside of Millbrook. I know the exact time because I glanced at the dashboard clock when I heard it, a clear, metallic knock from somewhere above my head. I gripped the steering wheel harder and pressed the gas pedal, pushing my old Camry faster through the darkness. But I already knew it wouldn't help. The note I'd found earlier that day kept repeating in my mind. "I'm here. Let me back up 12 hours. I'd taken my car to Pete's auto shop that morning for its annual inspection. Nothing special, just routine maintenance I'd been putting off for weeks. The place was exactly what you'd expect. Concrete floor stained with oil, tools everywhere, calendar with muscle cars on the wall. Pete himself was under another car when I walked in, just his legs sticking out. "Be right with you, sir," he called out, his voice muffled. I stood there breathing in the sharp smell of motor oil and rubber, checking messages on my phone while I waited. 5 minutes later, Pete rolled out from under the car, wiping his hands on a red shop rag. "What can I do for you today?" I handed him my keys. "Just need the annual inspection, and maybe check the brakes. They've been squeaking a bit." "Sure thing. Should take about 3 hours. Want to wait or need a ride somewhere? I'll grab an Uber to work. Call me when it's done." He nodded, already popping my hood to take a look. The call came at 1:30 p.m. "Mr. Davidson, your car's ready. Found a few minor issues. Serpentine belts getting worn. Brake pads needed replacing. Oh, and you might want to clean out your glove compartment. Found some old receipts and stuff scattered in there when I was checking your registration." That last part made me pause. I never keep anything in the glove compartment. Well, there was definitely some paper in there. Anyway, total comes to $247, $50 whenever you're ready to pick it up. I took another Uber to the shop after work. Pete was closing up when I arrived, but he'd left my keys at the front desk. I paid, got in my car, and immediately opened the glove compartment. There was a single piece of paper inside, not a receipt, just a plain white square torn from a notebook with 3 words written in black ink. "I'm here." I stared at it for a full minute. The handwriting wasn't mine. It wasn't my wife Sarah's either. She'd left 6 months ago anyway, taking everything that was hers. I crushed the paper in my fist and threw it in the trash can by Pete's office. Probably just some kid messing around while their parents got their car fixed. I drove home, ate a microwave dinner, watched some TV, and went to bed. Nothing unusual, but I couldn't sleep. The note kept nagging at me. At 1:45 a.m., I got up and went to the garage. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I had to check. I turned on every light in the garage and inspected my car. Under the hood, in the trunk, under the seats, behind the sun visors. Nothing seemed out of place. I was about to go back inside when I noticed the glove compartment was slightly open. Inside was another piece of paper identical to the first. "I'm here." My hands started shaking. I'd thrown away the first note. This was a new one. I got in the car and started driving, not sure where I was going. Just needed to move, to do something. The streets were empty at that hour. I turned onto Route 23 heading west, pushing 70 in a 55 zone. That's when I heard the first tap above my head. I jabbed the brakes, slowing to 45. My headlights cut through the darkness ahead, showing nothing but empty road and dense forest on both sides. The tap came again, louder this time, like someone knocking on the roof with their knuckles. My throat went dry. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I reached for my phone in the cup holder, but my hand was shaking so bad I dropped it on the floor. The tapping continued, moving from the roof to the passenger side window. I jerked the wheel, swerving onto the shoulder. The car fishtailed slightly before coming to a stop, kicking up gravel. I switched on the dome light and twisted around in my seat, looking in every direction. Nothing. Just empty seats and dark windows. The tapping stopped. I sat there, engine idling, listening to my own rapid breathing. A semi-truck roared past, making the whole car shake. Its taillights disappeared around a bend, leaving me alone again. I put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road. My hands were cold and clammy on the steering wheel. I kept checking the rearview mirror every few seconds, though I wasn't sure what I expected to see. The next sound wasn't a tap. It was a scrape, long and deliberate, like fingernails dragging across the roof. I fought the urge to slam on the brakes again. The scraping moved toward the back of the car, then stopped at the rear window. "This isn't real," I said out loud. My voice sounded strange and thin in the quiet car. "This isn't happening." The scraping started again, this time moving forward along the driver's side. I could hear it clearly even over the engine and the wind, a horrible scratching noise right next to my head. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The speedometer climbed. 65, 75, 85. Something hit the driver's window hard enough to make me yell. I saw a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, but didn't dare turn to look. The tapping returned, faster now, like angry Morse code on the roof. A sign appeared in my headlights. "Rest area 1 mile." I took the exit so fast the tires squealed. The rest area was empty except for 2 parked semis, their drivers presumably sleeping in their cabs. I screeched to a stop under a bright security light and jumped out of the car. The roof was covered in scratches. Deep gouges in the paint that definitely hadn't been there before, crisscrossing the entire surface. But there was no sign of what had made them. My legs felt weak. I leaned against the car, trying to slow my breathing. That's when I saw it, another piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely unfold it. "Look behind you." I spun around. Nothing but empty parking spaces and the dark tree line beyond. I turned back to the car and froze. There was someone in the back seat. No, not someone. Something. A shape darker than the surrounding darkness pressed against the rear window. As I watched, paralyzed, it moved. A hand pressed against the glass. Long fingers, too long, spreading out like pale spiders. I ran, sprinted across the parking lot toward the semis, my feet pounding on the asphalt. Behind me, I heard car doors opening and closing. I reached the first truck and started pounding on the door. "Help! Please, somebody help!" The driver's side window rolled down. A heavy-set man with a gray beard peered out, looking annoyed. "What's your problem, buddy?" "There's something..." I turned to point at my car and stopped mid-sentence. The parking lot was empty. My Camry was gone. The truck driver was saying something else, but I wasn't listening. I walked slowly back to where I'd parked, my shoes crunching on loose gravel. There was no sign my car had ever been there. No tire marks, no dropped papers, nothing. I called the police. They arrived 20 minutes later and took my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. How could they? I barely believed it myself. They gave me a ride to the nearest town, a place called Miller's Creek, and dropped me at a 24-hour diner. I sat in a booth, drinking bad coffee and waiting for sunrise. At 6:47 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Check the parking lot." My coffee cup clattered against the saucer as I set it down. I walked to the window on shaking legs. My Camry was parked right outside, looking exactly as it had yesterday morning when I picked it up from Pete's. No scratches on the roof. No signs of damage anywhere. I went out to the car. The door was unlocked. In the cup holder was my phone, the same one I was holding in my hand, somehow in two places at once. The glove compartment was open. Inside was a final note. "See you tomorrow." I left the car there, took a bus home, and called a tow truck to pick it up. They brought it to my house that afternoon. I haven't driven it since. It's sitting in my garage right now, covered with a tarp. Sometimes at night I hear tapping coming from under the cover. I don't look, I don't check, and I definitely don't open the glove compartment. But I know what I'll find if I do. Another note. Another promise. Because whatever got in my car that night isn't finished with me. It's still here. Waiting. I know this because every morning, no matter how many times I throw them away, there's a piece of paper on my kitchen counter. Always the same 3 words. I'm here. The banging woke me up at 3 a.m. again. That damn iron gate. I lay in bed, listening to its hinges creak in the wind. Except there was no wind tonight, just like there hadn't been any wind the previous 6 nights when it had opened on its own. I bought this house for a steal 2 months ago. The real estate agent didn't mention anything about a gate that wouldn't stay shut. She probably thought it was just loose hardware. That's what I thought too at first. I remember the morning after I moved in. I went out to get the newspaper and found the gate wide open. I checked the latch. It was solid iron, probably original to the house. I closed it, made sure it clicked shut, and went to work. When I came home that evening, it was open again. I figured kids in the neighborhood were messing around, so I added a padlock. The next morning, open. I replaced the padlock with a bigger one. Open. Added a chain. Open. Installed a security camera. The footage showed the gate swinging open at 3 a.m., but no one touching it. The infrared sensor didn't pick up any heat signatures either. Just the gate, swinging open like someone had pushed it, then staying that way until I closed it in the morning. Tonight was different. Tonight I wasn't going back to sleep. I'd been lying awake every night for the past week, listening to that metallic creak, too scared to look outside. But fear and lack of sleep had worn down my patience. I needed answers. I got out of bed, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The house was cold, colder than it should have been with the heater running. My breath came out in white puffs as I crept down the hallway to my home office. The window there gave me a clear view of the front yard and the gate. The security light cast yellow circles on the dead grass. The gate stood closed, its black iron bars throwing long shadows across the yard. My hands gripped the windowsill as I waited. The digital clock on my desk read 2:57 a.m. At exactly 3 a.m., the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I could feel it on my skin, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The security light flickered once, twice. The gate's latch clicked. I pressed my face against the cold glass. The gate began to swing open, moving slowly and smoothly, like it was being pushed by an invisible hand. The hinges didn't make a sound this time. That's when I saw it. A dark figure standing just beyond the gate. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely black, like a hole cut out of the night. It had a human shape, but something was wrong with its proportions. Its arms hung too low, nearly touching the ground. Its head sat too far forward on its shoulders. The figure reached out with one of those two long arms. Its hand wrapped around one of the gate's bars. I could see its fingers. There were too many of them, and they were too long, too thin. It pulled the gate open the rest of the way and stepped onto my property. My breath froze in my lungs. The figure walked up the path toward my front door. Its movements were smooth, almost gliding. Its feet didn't seem to touch the ground. As it passed under the security light, I saw that it wasn't just black. It absorbed the light around it, like a walking shadow. I should have run. I should have called the police. I should have done anything except stand there watching. But I couldn't move. My muscles had locked up, and my mind had gone blank with terror. The figure reached my front porch. It turned its head, slowly, mechanically, and looked directly at my window. I still couldn't see a face, just that absolute darkness. But I knew it saw me. I knew it had always known I was watching. It raised one of those wrong hands and pressed a finger against the window glass. The glass frosted over instantly, ice crystals spreading out from the point of contact. The cold hit me like a physical blow, and I finally managed to stumble backward. I ran. I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door, and wedged my desk chair under the handle. I could hear footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that made the floorboards creak. They stopped outside my door. The temperature plummeted. Ice formed on the inside of my windows. The light bulb in my bedside lamp shattered. I huddled in the corner, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to stop shaking. Something scraped against my door, not knocking, but dragging those long fingers across the wood. The sound went on, getting lower and lower, until it was below the range of human hearing. I could feel it in my bones. The doorknob turned. The chair legs scraped against the floor as something pushed against the door. Wood splintered. The chair held, but I knew it wouldn't for long. I fumbled for my phone with numb fingers. Who would I even call? What would I say? Hello, police? There's a shadow person trying to break into my bedroom. They'd think I was crazy or drunk. The pressure on the door suddenly released. The footsteps moved away back down the hallway. I heard the front door open and close. Through my frosted window, I saw the figure walk back down the path, through the gate. It turned, closed the gate carefully behind it, and vanished. I didn't sleep that night, or the next night, or the night after that. I stayed at a hotel for a week, but I had to come back eventually. I couldn't afford to keep paying for rooms, and I couldn't sell the house. Who would buy it after I told them about the gate? So I started sleeping during the day and staying awake at night. I installed more security cameras, motion sensors, infrared detectors. I bought an electronic lock for the gate that required a fingerprint to open. None of it mattered. Every night at 3 a.m. the gate would open. The figure would walk up to my house, try my door, and leave. I started researching the house's history. The previous owner had died here. Heart attack, according to the official records. Before him, a family had lived here for 20 years without incident. Before them, another family, also no problems reported. But when I dug deeper, I found something interesting. The original owner, the one who built the house in 1887, had been a judge. A hanging judge, they called him. He'd sentenced 27 men to death during his career. And according to local legend, he'd had a special routine. Every night at 3 a.m., he'd walk out to check his gate, making sure it was locked. He was paranoid about escaped convicts coming for revenge. They found him dead by that gate one morning. The official cause of death was a heart attack, but his face was frozen in an expression of terror. The gate was wide open. That was 3 months ago. I still live in the house. I still hear the gate open every night at 3 a.m. I still see the figure walk up to my door, try to get in and leave. I've gotten used to it in a way. It's just part of my routine now. Wake up at sunset, check the cameras, make coffee, wait for my visitor. Sometimes I think about trying to talk to it, to ask it what it wants. But then I remember those 2 long fingers on my window, that faceless head turning to look at me, and I stay quiet. The gate is closed right now. The sun is setting. In a few hours it will open again. The figure will come again. And I'll be watching, just like I watch every night, wondering if tonight will be the night it finds a way in. I've thought about removing the gate entirely, but something tells me that would only make things worse. The gate seems to be containing something, limiting it somehow. It can only come when the gate opens, and it always has to leave when it closes. If I took away that boundary, I don't want to think about what might happen. So I leave the gate up. I watch it open every night. I listen to those footsteps on my porch. And I wait, knowing that sooner or later, something will have to change. Either the figure will stop coming, or it will find a way in. Or maybe I'll finally work up the courage to face it. But until then, I sit in my office every night watching through my window. The security light flickers, the temperature drops, the latch clicks, and the gate swings open. Last night, something different happened. The figure came as usual, but instead of trying my door, it stood on the porch for a long time. Then it turned and looked at my window again. This time I didn't look away. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, though my clock only showed minutes passing. Then it raised its hand and waved. A simple, almost friendly gesture, completely at odds with its otherworldly appearance. Before I could process what I was seeing, it turned and left, closing the gate behind it as always. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's trying to communicate, or if it's just toying with me. But I know I'll be at my window again tonight, watching, waiting, wondering if it will wave again. The sun has almost set now. My coffee is getting cold. The gate stands closed, innocent in the fading light. But I can feel the night coming, and with it, my visitor. Sometimes I catch myself checking the gate during the day, making sure it's still there, still solid. It looks different in sunlight, just an old iron gate, nothing special about it. The kind of gate you'd see in any historic neighborhood. But I know better now. I know what it becomes at night. The real estate agent called me last week. She asked if I was happy with the house, if everything was working out. I told her yes. What else could I say? I've stopped trying to tell people about what happens here. They either don't believe me or they suggest psychiatric help, so I keep it to myself. I maintain my nocturnal schedule. I watch the gate every night, and I wonder how long this can go on. Will I spend the rest of my life this way, a prisoner in my own home? Will I eventually snap and try to confront the figure? Or will it finally get tired of our nightly routine and find a way past my door? The sun has set completely now. The security light has clicked on, casting those familiar yellow circles on my dead lawn. In a few hours, the gate will open. My visitor will come, and I'll be watching, just like always. Maybe tonight will be different. Maybe tonight I'll learn why it comes here. Maybe tonight will be the night everything changes. Or maybe it will be just another night of watching and waiting, adding another entry to my growing log of visits. Another sleepless night in a house that never feels quite like home. The gate stands closed. For now. I don't usually work this late, but tonight was different. The Anderson account needed my attention, and I couldn't afford any mistakes. The clock on my computer showed 11:47 p.m. when it happened. Everyone else had left hours ago. Even the cleaning crew had finished their rounds and disappeared into the night. Our office occupies the entire 14th floor of the Riverside building, an aging structure from the 1960s that's seen better days. During the day, it's filled with the usual sounds of business: phones ringing, keyboards clicking, people talking. But at night, it becomes something else entirely. I was hunched over my desk, reviewing spreadsheets, when I heard it. A phone ringing. Not the modern digital ring of our office phones, but an old-fashioned bell ring, the kind you'd hear in movies from the 1950s. It was coming from down the hall. My neck tensed up. That section of the office had been abandoned since the company downsized 3 years ago. We used it for storage now. Old furniture, broken equipment, files nobody needed anymore. Nobody had any reason to put a working phone there. The ringing continued. 4 rings. 5. 6. Each ring sent a jolt through my spine. I stood up, my chair squeaking against the floor. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I walked toward the sound. My footsteps echoed on the thin carpet. With each step, my heart beat faster. The storage area door was closed. I hadn't opened it in months. The brass handle felt cold against my palm as I turned it. The door creaked. We never oiled these hinges anymore. The ringing got louder. In the darkness, I could make out shapes of stacked chairs and filing cabinets. The phone rang again, and now I could pinpoint its location. It was coming from behind a pile of old desk partitions. I pulled out my phone and switched on its flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing dust particles floating in the air. The ringing seemed to get more urgent. Moving around the partition, I saw it, an old black rotary phone sitting on a desk pushed against the wall. It was one of those heavy bell telephones from decades ago, its coiled cord gray with dust. My hand shook as I reached for the receiver. The plastic felt grainy under my fingers. I lifted it to my ear. "Hello?" Static crackled on the line. Then a voice spoke, deep, raspy, like someone who'd smoked too many cigarettes for too many years. "I can see you." My entire body went cold. The voice was clear, no static now. "Who is this?" I demanded, but my voice came out weak. "Red tie, blue shirt. You loosened the tie 3 hours ago. There's a coffee stain on your left sleeve." I looked down at my clothes. Everything the voice described was exactly right. Sweat broke out on my forehead. "What do you want?" I tried to sound tough, but the tremor in my voice gave me away. "Look at the window behind you." I spun around. The office's floor-to-ceiling windows showed the city lights spread out below. And there, in the reflection, I saw myself, and nothing else. Just my own pale face staring back. "I don't see anything," I said into the phone. "Not that window. The building across the street. 14th floor. 3rd window from the left." My eyes darted to where the voice directed. The building across the street was an older office tower, similar to ours. Most of its windows were dark, but there, on the 14th floor, 3rd window from the left, I saw a faint light. "Who are you?" I whispered. The voice chuckled. The sound made my skin crawl. I slammed the receiver down. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. I aimed its light at the back of the old telephone, following the cord to the wall. There was no jack. The cord ended in a frayed stub. The phone wasn't connected to anything. I backed away from the desk, stumbling over a chair. My elbow hit a filing cabinet, sending pain shooting up my arm. I needed to get out of there. As I turned to run, the phone rang again. I froze. The ringing filled the room, impossibly loud now. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself reaching for the receiver again. "Stop this," I said. "You should check your email," the voice said. A notification sound pinged from my phone. New email. With trembling fingers, I opened my inbox. The new message had no subject line, no sender address, just an attachment, a JPEG file. I opened it. The photo showed me, standing exactly where I was, holding the phone to my ear with one hand and my cell phone in the other. The image was taken from across the street, through a window. The timestamp on the photo was from 30 seconds ago. "How are you doing this?" My voice cracked. "I've been watching you for weeks now. You stay late every Tuesday and Thursday. You order the same sandwich from the deli on the corner. Turkey on rye, no mayo. You talk to yourself when you think no one's around." My throat closed up. Everything the voice said was true. "What do you want from me?" "Look at your computer screen." I turned toward my desk, visible through the storage room doorway. My computer screen had gone black, even though I knew I'd left spreadsheets open. As I watched, words began appearing, as if someone was typing them. "I know what you did." "I haven't done anything," I said into the phone. "The Anderson account. The numbers you've been changing. The money you've been moving. Did you think nobody would notice?" My stomach dropped. The voice was right. I'd been cooking the books for months, siphoning small amounts into an offshore account. Small enough that I thought no one would catch it. "How did you—" "The question isn't how I know," the voice interrupted. "The question is, who else am I going to tell?" A new email notification pinged. This one contained documents, screenshots of transactions, account numbers, dates, amounts. Everything I'd tried to hide. "What do you want?" I asked again, but I already knew the answer. 500,000. Bitcoin. I'll send the wallet address in a minute. "You have until midnight tomorrow." "That's impossible. I don't have that kind of money." "The Anderson account does, and you know how to move it, just like you've been doing, but bigger this time. One last transaction." "I can't." "Third drawer down, right side of your desk," the voice said. "The bottle of scotch you keep there. You'll need it tonight while you work. And don't bother trying to trace this call. You already saw the phone isn't connected." The line went dead. I lowered the receiver slowly. My shirt was soaked with sweat. Looking at my computer screen again, I saw the threatening message had disappeared. My spreadsheets were back, showing the Anderson account I'd been manipulating. Another email arrived. Just a string of numbers and letters, a Bitcoin wallet address. I walked to my desk on shaky legs, opened the third drawer on the right. The bottle of scotch was there, just where the voice said it would be. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. The clock is ticking, and I'm still watching. I looked at the window, at the building across the street. The light in that window was gone now, but I knew someone was there, in the darkness, watching. They had evidence of everything I'd done, everything I'd tried to hide. I opened the scotch bottle and poured a generous amount into my coffee mug. The voice was right. I'd need it tonight. I had work to do, numbers to change, money to move. Bigger numbers this time. One last transaction. As I pulled up the Anderson account files, my phone buzzed again. "Smart choice. Don't forget, midnight tomorrow. And remember." I looked up at the window. "I can see you." I worked through the night, the scotch burning in my throat, my fingers flying over the keyboard as I committed bigger crimes to cover smaller ones. The phone in the storage room never rang again. It didn't need to. The voice had made its point. When dawn came, I was still at my desk, the bottle nearly empty, the transactions complete. $500,000, converted to Bitcoin, waiting to be transferred. I'd bought myself another day of freedom, but I knew it wouldn't end here. Someone had been watching me, recording everything. They knew my patterns, my habits, my secrets. As I packed up my things, a final email arrived. No sender address, no subject line. Just 3 words. "See you tomorrow." I looked at the window one last time before leaving. The morning sun reflected off the building across the street, making it impossible to see inside that window on the 14th floor. But I knew someone was there. Someone was always there now. The old phone sat silent in the storage room as I walked past, its disconnected cord a reminder that some things don't need wires to reach out and grab you. Some things just need to watch and wait and know your secrets. I left the office with the taste of scotch in my mouth and fear in my gut. I had 24 hours to figure out my next move. But with every step I took, every corner I turned, I felt eyes on me. And somewhere, in an office across the street, someone was watching, waiting for midnight. The security guard nodded as I passed through the lobby. "Working late again, Mr. Thompson?" I forced a smile. "You know how it is, Joe. Some things just can't wait till morning." If he noticed my rumpled clothes or the smell of scotch, he didn't mention it. I pushed through the revolving door into the early morning air, joining the first wave of commuters heading to work. They all looked so normal, so unburdened. None of them knew what it felt like to be watched, to have their secrets exposed, to be caught in a trap of their own making. My phone buzzed one last time as I reached my car. Another unknown number. "Drive safe. I'd hate for anything to happen to you before our deadline." I started the engine and pulled out into traffic, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. The building grew smaller behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The voice had said they'd been watching for weeks. How many other things did they know? How many other secrets were they waiting to reveal? I had 24 hours to find out. 24 hours before I had to make a choice. Pay the money and hope they'd disappear, or what? Go to the police? Turn myself in? Every option led to disaster. The morning sun filled my windshield, but I felt cold. Somewhere in the city, someone was watching me through a lens, recording my movements, collecting my secrets. And all I could do was wait for midnight, when the old phone would ring again with its impossible connection, and the voice would tell me what came next. Some things don't need wires to destroy you. They just need to watch and wait and know exactly where to strike. The security system showed all doors locked. The cameras revealed nothing unusual. The police found no signs of forced entry. But I know what I saw that night, and those wet footprints leading to my front door couldn't have appeared by themselves. I've replayed the events in my head 1,000 times trying to make sense of it. This is what happened. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. on Tuesday. My throat felt like sandpaper, and my mouth tasted stale. I hadn't drunk enough water that day. I never do when I'm working from home. The bedroom was quiet except for the soft whir of the ceiling fan and Sarah's steady breathing beside me. I sat up slowly, careful not to wake her. The springs in our old mattress creaked despite my efforts. Sarah stirred but didn't wake. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet touching the cold hardwood floor. The house settled around me with small creaks and groans. Normal sounds I'd heard 100 times before. The hallway was dark when I opened the bedroom door. The nightlight we usually kept plugged in near the bathroom had burned out again. I made a mental note to replace it in the morning. My eyes adjusted slowly to the darkness. The outline of the stair railing emerged from the shadows, a pale guide in the gloom. I walked to the top of the stairs, my hand finding the smooth wooden banister. 15 steps down to the first floor. I knew them by heart after living here for 6 years. The first 2 steps creaked. They always did. The third step was silent. The fourth creaked again. Halfway down, I stopped. Something felt wrong. The darkness at the bottom of the stairs looked different, denser somehow. I squinted, trying to make out shapes in the gloom. That's when I saw it. A shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness. It stood motionless on the bottom step, roughly the size and shape of a person. But it was too dark to be a normal shadow. It seemed to absorb what little light there was, creating a void in the shape of a human figure. My hand gripped the banister harder. The wood groaned under my fingers. I couldn't move. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The shadow didn't move. It just stood there as if waiting. I tried to convince myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. Lack of sleep, too many late-night horror movies, the basement door casting weird shadows. But I knew our basement door was on the other side of the house, and this shadow looked solid, real. My mouth went even drier. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air. I needed to turn on the lights. The switch was at the bottom of the stairs, just past where the shadow stood. My legs wouldn't move. I forced myself to take another step down. The stair creaked, a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. The shadow remained still. Another step, another creak. 5 more steps to go. The shadow stayed where it was, but I could have sworn it grew slightly darker. 4 steps left. My palms were sweating now, slipping slightly on the banister. 3 steps. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might explode. 2 steps. I could feel the cold radiating from the shadow figure. 1 step. I lunged for the light switch, my hand slapping against the wall. Light flooded the stairwell. The shadow vanished instantly like it had never been there at all. I stood frozen, gasping for breath, my hand still pressed against the switch. The stairwell looked normal. No sign of any intruder. No strange shadows. Just the familiar beige walls, hardwood steps, and white painted banister. I let out a shaky breath and tried to slow my racing heart. That's when I noticed the footprints. Wet footprints marked the hardwood floor, leading from the bottom step to the front door. They were clearly defined, the shape of bare human feet, water darkening the wood. I followed them with my eyes. They went straight to the front door, which was still locked with both deadbolts engaged. I checked the door. The chain was still latched. Both deadbolts were secure. The security system's LED display showed green, no breaches, all sensors intact. I touched one of the footprints. The wood was definitely wet. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone and opened the security app. The camera feed showed nothing unusual in the last few hours. Just an empty foyer. No sign of any intruder. No shadow figure. But the footprints were right there in front of me, water slowly seeping into the wood. I ran back upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. I burst into our bedroom, startling Sarah awake. "What's wrong?" she asked, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Are you okay?" "Call the police," I said, already dialing 911 myself. "There's someone in the house. Or there was. I don't know." The police arrived 12 minutes later. 2 officers swept the house while I explained what happened. They found nothing. No signs of forced entry. No evidence anyone had been in the house. Even the wet footprints had mostly dried by then, leaving only faint marks on the wood. "Your security system's been armed all night," one officer said, checking the control panel. "No alerts, no sensor trips. All windows are locked from the inside. Both door deadbolts were engaged when we got here." "But the footprints," I insisted. "They were wet. And I saw something on the stairs." The officers exchanged looks. I knew how it sounded, but I hadn't imagined it. The shadow had been real. The footprints had been real. They took my statement and left, promising to patrol the area more frequently for the next few nights. Sarah tried to convince me it was just stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. Maybe she was right. But I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that lingered in the house. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, watching the security camera feeds on my laptop. Nothing unusual appeared. The house stayed quiet. But every few minutes my eyes were drawn to the front door, where faint marks still showed where the wet footprints had been. The next day, I installed more security cameras and motion sensors. I replaced every light bulb in the house with brighter ones. I even hired a locksmith to add a 3rd deadbolt to the front door. Sarah thought I was overreacting, but she didn't argue. She hadn't seen what I saw. 3 days passed without incident. The security system recorded nothing unusual. The new cameras showed only empty rooms and hallways. The motion sensors stayed quiet. I started to think maybe Sarah was right. Maybe it had been stress or exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. Then came Friday night. I was working late in my home office trying to finish a project due Monday. Sarah had gone to bed hours ago. The house was silent except for the soft clicking of my keyboard and the hum of my computer. At 2:43 a.m., the temperature in my office dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in the air. The computer screen flickered once, twice, then stabilized. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, wet sounds, like someone walking with soaked feet. My whole body went cold. The footsteps continued, one at a time, moving down the stairs. I pulled up the security camera feeds on my second monitor. The stairwell camera showed an empty staircase, but I could still hear the wet footsteps. Step, step, step. I switched to the foyer camera. Nothing there either, but the footsteps kept coming. My hands shook as I reached for my phone to call the police again. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. Then silence. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. The temperature dropped even lower. Frost began forming on my office window, on the inside. A shadow passed by my office door. Not a normal shadow cast by something moving in the hallway. This was the same darkness I'd seen on the stairs, a void in the shape of a person. It paused outside my door. I could feel it waiting there. The door handle began to turn slowly. I watched, paralyzed, as it rotated degree by degree. The latch clicked. The door swung open. Nothing stood in the doorway. But the darkness there was wrong, deeper than it should have been. And it was moving, flowing into my office like black smoke, but keeping its human shape. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair. My phone clattered to the floor. The shadow figure took another step forward. The temperature plummeted. My teeth started chattering. The shadow raised what might have been an arm, reaching toward me. I lunged for the light switch. My fingers found it, flipped it up. Bright light flooded the office. The shadow vanished instantly. The temperature began rising immediately. I stood there shaking, my back pressed against the wall, staring at the empty doorway. Wet footprints led from the stairs to my office door. As I watched, they began to dry and fade, disappearing like they'd never been there at all. I checked the security footage again. The cameras showed nothing, just empty hallways and stairs. But when I played back the audio, I could hear the wet footsteps clear as day. I woke Sarah and told her what happened. This time she believed me. She'd heard the footsteps in her sleep, she said, but thought she'd been dreaming. We packed a bag and went to stay with her parents. The police came again the next day. Again, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry. No evidence anyone had been in the house. The security system hadn't registered any breaches. The cameras had recorded nothing unusual. We hired a private security company to sweep the house. They found nothing. We brought in a plumber to check for water leaks that might explain the wet footprints. He found nothing wrong. We even hired a paranormal investigator, though I felt ridiculous doing it. She spent a night in the house with her equipment, but recorded nothing unusual. We moved out 2 weeks later. The house sold quickly. The real estate market was hot and the neighborhood was desirable. We didn't tell the buyers about what happened. What could we say that wouldn't sound crazy? I still check the security cameras sometimes, accessing them remotely through the app we never uninstalled. The new owners haven't reported anything strange. The cameras never show anything unusual. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear wet footsteps through the audio feed. The police never found an explanation for what happened. The security company couldn't explain it. The cameras never caught anything. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes, on rainy nights when I wake up thirsty, I take a bottle of water to bed with me. Just in case. I've tried to find similar stories online. Reports of shadow figures, wet footprints, cold spots. I've found a few that sound similar, but nothing exactly like what we experienced. Part of me hopes I never find a matching story, because that would mean whatever was in our house that night might be in other houses too. The footprints were real. The shadow was real. The cold was real. I don't know what it was or why it came to our house. I don't know where it went, but I know it was there. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I wonder if it's still there, walking those stairs with wet feet, waiting in the darkness for someone else to come down for a glass of water. The security system never showed a breach. The cameras never caught an intruder. The doors stayed locked. But something was in that house. Something that left wet footprints but didn't trip motion sensors. Something that could appear and disappear with the lights. Something that looked like a shadow but moved like a person. I don't go downstairs at night anymore. We installed a mini fridge in our new bedroom. I keep bottles of water in it. The stairs in our new house creak too, but I've never counted how many there are. I don't want to know. I don't turn on lights in empty rooms. I don't check dark corners. And I never ever look for shadows at the bottom of the stairs. But sometimes when it rains, I think I hear wet footsteps. And sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I see something darker than darkness waiting, just waiting. The first time I heard it, I was 400 feet up Victory Wall in the Adirondacks. I yelled, "On belay," and waited for my voice to bounce back. What came instead made my hands go cold on the rope. It was my voice, all right, but wrong. The echo dragged the words out longer than I'd spoken them, dropped them an octave lower, and added pauses I hadn't made. On lay. The sound hit me like a punch to the gut. I've been climbing for 15 years. Done every major wall from El Capitan to Half Dome. Never had vertigo, never lost my nerve. But standing there on that narrow ledge, hearing that twisted version of my own voice, my legs started shaking. "Testing, testing," I shouted again. Nothing came back, just the wind and distant birds. I pulled out my phone to record, but the moment I hit the red button, complete silence. I tried 5 more times. Same result. Dave, my regular climbing partner, had bailed on this trip last minute. Something about his kid being sick. So here I was, doing a solo climb. First mistake. The rest of that day went normal. I finished the route, got back to my car, drove to the motel. Couldn't shake the feeling something was off, but I chalked it up to being alone. Sleep came hard that night. I kept jerking awake, thinking I heard someone talking. Next morning, I headed to Poco Moonshine Mountain. Easier climbs there, but more isolated. Should have been my second warning sign, going deeper into nowhere after what happened. But I had a week of vacation time, and I wasn't going to waste it because of some weird echo. The approach hike took 2 hours. No other cars in the lot, no other climbers on the trail. Perfect blue sky day, temperature in the mid-60s. I started up a route called the Garter. Simple 5, 8. Nothing technical. Halfway up the first pitch, I needed to check my route. "Route check," I called out, habit from climbing with partners. The echo came back immediately. "Route check, check, check." Each repetition deeper, slower, with gaps between words that stretched too long. My hands started sweating. The holds felt greasy. I fumbled for my phone, almost dropped it, finally got the camera rolling. Dead silence. Not even normal echo. "Hello?" I tried. The response hit me from multiple directions. Low, hello. The last one sounded like it came from right behind me. I spun around so fast I scraped my arm on the rock. Nobody there. Of course, nobody there. I was hanging 200 feet up a cliff face. I started climbing faster. My breathing got ragged. Sweat ran into my eyes. I made it to the anchor point and set up my rappel, hands shaking so bad I had to double-check every knot. As I started to lower myself, I said out loud, "Stupid, stupid habit. Rappelling." The echo stretched it out like taffy. Rap, pel, ling, ing, ing. Each iteration darker, deeper, more distorted. Like something trying to learn how to speak by copying me but getting it wrong. I hit the ground running. Literally running, stumbling over rocks and roots back to the trail. Got to my car, peeled out of there, gravel spraying. Drove straight to the nearest town, Lake Placid, and got a room at the Holiday Inn. Sat there all night with the TV on loud, jumping at every sound. Next morning I almost went home, should have gone home. But I've never backed down from a climb, never quit mid-trip. Stupid male ego. So instead, I drove to a different area, Beer Walls. Popular spot, usually crowded. Not that day. Parking lot empty again. But the routes there were short, easy. I could bang out a few quick climbs and still feel like I accomplished something before running away. First climb went fine. No echoes. I started to relax. Maybe it had just been stress, lack of sleep, being alone too long. I set up for a second route. Climbing, I called out. Pure muscle memory. Shouldn't have said anything. The response came from the rock face. Climb. Ing. Climb. The last word sharp, loud, almost angry. My harness suddenly felt too tight. The rock in front of me looked wrong. The holds I'd been about to grab seemed further apart, the angle steeper. I knew it was just panic playing tricks on my eyes, but knowing didn't help. I tried to control my breathing, tried to think rationally, got out my phone again, determined to document this. Hit record, complete silence. "Show yourself," I screamed. Bad move. The echo exploded around me. Show, self. Each repetition came from a different direction, overlapping, creating a chorus of my own voice distorted into something inhuman. I dropped my phone. It bounced once and skittered over the edge. I didn't even watch it fall. I was too busy getting out of there. Back at the hotel, I called Dave, told him everything. He listened quietly, then said what any sane person would say, that I was stressed, tired, probably dehydrated. Told me to come home, get some rest. I agreed, packed my gear that night, planning to leave first thing in the morning. But as I was throwing stuff in my duffel bag, I got angry. At myself, at whatever was happening, at the idea of running away. I've never left a climbing trip early, never. So I stayed. Picked the most popular wall in the area, Cathedral Ledge. Places usually crawling with climbers, tourists, families taking photos. No way I'd be alone there. Except I was. Not another soul in sight when I pulled into the lot at sunrise. The morning fog still clung to the base of the cliff. I got out of my car, heart already hammering. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the morning air. The echo came back like a swarm. Low, hello, low. Different pitches, different speeds, all wrong. All my voice, but not my voice. I started walking backward toward my car. My foot hit something, my chalk bag fallen from my hand. I bent to grab it. The voices stopped. I straightened up slowly. Silence. Complete silence. Not even birds or wind. Then I heard it, right beside my ear, in my own voice, but stretched and warped. Bend. Down. Again. I ran. Dropped everything. Gear, chalk bag, car keys. Just ran blind through the parking lot onto the road. Flagged down the first car I saw, an old guy in a pickup. He took one look at my face and let me in. I called the police from his phone. They found my car, my gear. Nothing else. No evidence of anyone else being there. No recordings, not on my phone, which they found smashed at the base of beer walls, not on the GoPro in my gear bag. That was 3 months ago. I haven't climbed since. Haven't gone higher than a stepladder. I've been through every rational explanation. Stress, altitude sickness, carbon monoxide from a faulty camp stove, hidden speakers, other climbers playing tricks. None of them fit. Last week, I got a letter from Dave. He's planning a climbing trip to the Adirondacks. Wants me to come along, get back on the horse. Says he's found some interesting new routes on Victory Wall. I haven't answered yet, but sometimes, late at night, I catch myself thinking about those cliffs, about what's up there waiting, about whether those echoes were trying to tell me something. Sometimes I pick up the phone to call Dave and accept his offer, but then I remember that last voice, so close to my ear, and I put the phone down. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I never told anyone exactly what that last echo said. Not Dave, not the police, not even in this story until now. Because it didn't just say, "Bend down again." It said, "Bend down again, Mike." I never said my name out loud during that entire trip. I've moved since then, changed my phone number, stopped climbing. But every now and then, when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear something that sounds like an echo, like my own voice coming back wrong. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think about going back, about climbing up that wall one more time, about finally recording that voice, proving I'm not crazy. But then I remember something else. Whatever it was, it learned my name. What else could it learn if I gave it another chance? So I stay away from mountains now. Stay away from cliffs and caves and anywhere else an echo might live. I've learned to stop talking to myself, even in whispers. Because sometimes when you speak into the void learns how to speak back. Last night, my smoke alarm started beeping. Low battery. Standing on a chair to change it, I caught myself before I could say, "Almost got it," out loud. But in the silence after, I heard it anyway. My voice, but not my voice. Speaking words I hadn't said. Most got you. I'm moving again next week. Ground floor apartment this time. No high places, no empty spaces, no echoes. But sometimes I wonder if it even matters. Because once something learns your voice, learns your name, how far do you have to run before it forgets? I don't know. I try not to think about it. Try not to speak when I'm alone. Try to convince myself it was all in my head. But right now, as I'm typing this, I can hear something in the next room. Something that sounds like my voice, practicing words I haven't spoken yet. I should stop writing. Should delete this whole thing. Should pack my bags and move somewhere crowded and noisy, where no echo could possibly find me. But I know it wouldn't matter. Because the truth is, we all talk to ourselves sometimes. We all make sounds that can be learned, copied, twisted. And somewhere out there, in the spaces between echoes, something is always listening, waiting, learning. I'm going to stop typing now. Going to close my laptop, turn on all the lights, play music loud enough to drown out any other sounds. But before I do, I need to tell you one last thing. If you're ever alone in the mountains and you hear your own voice coming back wrong, don't answer. Don't try to record it. Don't try to understand it. Just run. Run before it learns your name too. Because an echo isn't supposed to know things you haven't said. An echo isn't supposed to wait until you're alone. An echo isn't supposed to practice. And most importantly, an echo isn't supposed to follow you home. I noticed the clouds had moved when I was eating breakfast on Tuesday morning. Just a slight shift to the right. Barely noticeable, really. I probably wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't been staring at that damn painting while drinking my coffee. Like I'd done every morning since hanging it in my living room the previous Friday. I'd found it at Randy's Antiques and Oddities, one of those cramped thrift stores that smell like old books and mothballs. The price tag read $35, which seemed fair for an oil painting that size, even if it wasn't anything special. Just a landscape, rolling hills, a few trees, and an old farmhouse in the distance under a partly cloudy sky. The brushwork was rough but competent. The frame needed cleaning, but the wood was solid. "Nice find," Randy had said when I brought it to the counter. "Been here about 3 weeks. Guy brought it in with a bunch of other stuff from his grandmother's estate." He'd wrapped it in brown paper and I'd carried it home under my arm, feeling pretty good about my bargain hunting skills. The painting looked decent enough above my couch. The muted colors, greens, browns, and grays, worked with my furniture. My ex-wife Janet always said the walls needed something, and now they had it. I took a picture and texted it to her, but she didn't respond. Typical. But now, 4 days later, those clouds were definitely in a different position. I set down my coffee mug and walked closer to the painting. The white cumulus clouds that had been clustered on the left side of the canvas were now spread across the center. I blinked hard and looked again. Same thing. "That's not possible," I said out loud to my empty living room. I pulled out my phone and found the photo I'd taken on Friday, held it up next to the painting. The clouds had absolutely moved. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light, or my memory playing games. Paintings don't change. I went to work and tried to forget about it. By Wednesday evening, I couldn't deny it anymore. The farmhouse in the distance was closer now, bigger. Before, it had been a tiny structure, just a suggestion of a building, really. Now I could make out individual windows, weathered red paint on the siding, missing shingles on the roof. The tree line behind it had thinned out too, revealing more of the structure. I spent an hour taking photos of the painting from different angles, comparing them to my original picture from Friday. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. The landscape was shifting, coming into sharper focus, like someone was slowly adjusting a camera lens. My hands shook as I dialed Randy's number. The shop was closed, but he answered on the fourth ring. "Yeah? Randy, it's Mike Sullivan. I bought a painting from you last Friday, the landscape with the farmhouse." "Oh sure, I remember. Something wrong with it?" "Do you know anything about its history, where it came from, who painted it?" "Like I said, estate sale stuff. The guy who brought it in didn't know much either. His grandmother had it in her attic for years." "Why?" I hesitated. "Have you ever heard of paintings changing?" Silence on the line. Then Randy cleared his throat. "Changing how?" "Never mind. Thanks anyway." I hung up before he could respond. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check the painting, turning on lights, taking more photos. Around 3 a.m. I noticed something new. A figure in one of the farmhouse windows. Just a dark shape, but it hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. Thursday morning I called in sick to work. I needed to watch the painting to document what was happening. I set up my laptop on the coffee table and started a video recording. Hour after hour, nothing seemed to change. But when I played back the footage at high speed, I could see it. The subtle shifts in light and shadow, clouds drifting, branches swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. The figure in the window moved too. It came closer to the glass, became more defined. By sunset, I could make out the shape of a face. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, staring out at me. I should have taken the painting down then. Should have burned it or thrown it in a dumpster. But I couldn't look away. I needed to know what would happen next. Friday morning, the farmhouse filled most of the canvas. The original rolling hills were gone, replaced by dead brown grass and bare earth. The remaining trees were twisted and black, their branches reaching toward a sky that had turned the color of bruised flesh. The face in the window was clearly visible now. An old woman, her skin gray and sunken, her eyes completely black. She was smiling. I spent the day pacing, drinking too much coffee, taking photos and videos. The changes were happening faster now. The dead grass crept closer to the frame. The sky darkened. More faces appeared in other windows, all with the same black eyes, the same horrible smiles. By midnight, I could hear it, a low humming sound coming from the painting, like distant machinery or chanting. When I put my hand near the canvas, the air felt cold and wrong, like the space around it was warped somehow. The faces pressed against their windows, watching me. Their mouths moved, forming words I couldn't quite make out. The humming grew louder. I tried to take the painting down, but my fingers went numb when I touched the frame. The cold spread up my arm, into my chest. I stumbled back, gasping. The front door was frozen shut when I tried to leave. My phone had no signal. The humming filled the whole house now, vibrating in my teeth and bones. It's Saturday morning as I write this. The painting covers most of the wall now. The farmhouse looms over me, its windows like empty eye sockets. The faces crowd against the glass, their black eyes fixed on me, their mouths open in silent screams or laughter. The dead grass has begun to grow out of the frame. I can smell decay now, earth and rot, and something else, something older and worse. The humming is in my head, drowning out my thoughts. My fingers are going numb again. They're calling my name. The faces in the windows, they know me. They've been waiting for me. The old woman is beckoning, her gray hand pressed against the glass, her smile growing wider and wider until it splits her face. The frame is gone. I can't tell where the painting ends and my living room begins. The cold is everywhere. The grass is touching my feet. I think they're coming out. I think I'm going in. God help me. I think I'm finally going home.